Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to DGG. DGG After Dark. Wait. Welcome to DGG After Dark. How we doing tonight, guys? Why am I such a liar? I'm not a liar, okay? What's going on? How we doing? It's late. It's dark. We're chilling. The voices. What voices? Hello, hello. Welcome to the meth stream. Start your night out with this. How was the sex? If you really want to know, just go ask your mom. Get him. Do you get it? Do you get it? She is... Dude. It wasn't supposed to be a debate. I thought it would just be a civil discussion. Also, I'm dealing with serious illness. I'm on pain meds. I'm not feeling 100%. What's perfect to fall in debate, bro? Steam. Dude, it's... I can't. It's like... I'm just going to say... I'm just going to start screaming. I'm just going to start screaming psychotic at people. That's just what I'm going to do from them. I'm going to be like, you're being psychotic. You're being psychotic. And you know what? I'm bringing back 2011 Destiny, okay? The evil, manipulative one. And I'm going to start gaslighting people in debates. I'm going to start using debate tactics. I feel like I've manipulator tactics.
Nugget.
I'm going to call him the N-word like I used to. You fucking noob.
Please tell these orbiters like Tabor and Waffles to fucking get room already and fuck off or stream their drama in Discord. Bonus main. You're experiencing psychosis, people turkey.
/raid. That's tiny.
What drama? Wait, is there drama? Destiny, XQC.
in their first meeting. Come on.
XQC's... Oh, Destiny's base take on his stalker. Oh, I assume that means he supports me. Good job. Okay, we're moving past the Anna stuff, guys, alright? We're moving on. Moving on up. Dude, I was watching, some of the old Chappelle Show shit, dude. Dude, oh my god. I legit, I don't think a lot of it would air today. I think, I'm surprised Chappelle hasn't been, like, reverse canceled. Jesus. The N-word family? I'm not even thinking of that. There was, like, the dice game with, like, Ashy Ash or whatever. There was, like... I didn't realize Bill Burr was the other white guy, a commentator for a lot of that, too. I didn't know that. There was, the racial draft? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Goodbye, what was Tiger Woods' thing? Goodbye fried rice, hello fried chicken, because the black people racially drafted him away from the Asian. Oh my god, yeah, dude, there was a lot of shit. I was like, Jesus, this is some intense. The whole Oprah Winfrey skit. Dude, the Wayne Brady stuff. Oh my god. That whole Wayne Brady. Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch? Holy shit. Could you do it today? I don't know. Wayne Brady hadn't done like anything edgy ever up until that skit, right? He's like, Wayne Brady's known as like a wholesome family, like, or that was my understanding, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he'd done like anything. You like the Rick James skit? Oh God, Dan isn't here, is he? I don't want to come off as a contrarian. I liked the Rick James thing. I'll say that. I definitely like the Rick James stuff. But I feel like he's got a lot of other stuff that's better. But I think the Rick James stuff was just the perfect level of like XD randomness for like high school kids to jump on. I'm Rick James. I'm Rick James. I think Chappelle even complained about that. He was like, every time somebody's like, "Oh, I'm Rick James, bitch. I'm Rick James, bitch." It was a good, yeah. Imagine the shit that Short Carlin would say today. Who was I listening to? I don't remember anything for the past like 2 months. I don't know if it's because my memory's legitimately going, or I feel like I've been to like 10 different countries and cities and places and people and everything. So I'm losing track of everything that I've done over the past like month or two. Who did I talk to just recently who was like, the Chappelle stuff came off as a little bit more offensive because it didn't seem like he was telling jokes. I think I was on a panel or something. It didn't seem like he was telling jokes. It sounded like he was like telling, like he was being way more real or whatever. Oh, it was on the Scuff podcast maybe with Devin Nash. I feel like late stage comedians start doing that. If you watch, I think I'm gonna get copyright hit on YouTube if I watch it. But if you watch, what was George Carlin's last special? Like, if you listen to a lot of this, it's not really a comedy show. It's just him being really fucking mad at everything, but he's pretty funny. Like, if I remember, like his whole last, like I think even his last 2 specials were like, it's just him being so fucking mad at the world. But he's like pretty funny when he does it, and that's it. Those are like the last 2 specials that he does. Dave Chappelle has slowly transitioned to spoken word content. He does this relatively often. Not all of his work is total comedy. Yeah, sure. I think comedians get too full of themselves as they get more famous and don't prep much material. I super don't believe that's true. I think that comedy is, from my outside impression, I think comedy is probably one of the most brutal things that you have to relentlessly hone your craft at. Because the only real way to practice, it's one of those few things you can't really, I don't think you can practice that well in a practice room. You have to be in front of an audience and you're basically bearing your soul, because like, are you a funny person? It's like a direct judgment of your character, because you're up on stage saying, I'm funny, I'm gonna make you laugh, and if you don't, you have to do it again and again and again. Like, oof. I have a huge amount of respect for anybody that even comedians I fucking hate. Who's the Dan? What's the guy? He made the Bible joke. Fuck. He's like I hate him so much, but I still respect him. All of these, anybody that's a comedian professionally, Dane Cook, not Danya. Anybody that's like a professional comedian has been through the ringer. It's a tough ratchet. I think there was an episode of. I think there was an episode of Louis. Is it the one where he tells the woman to like get raped and die? Or a racket, not a ratchet. Does anybody remember what I'm saying? Did he say that to the woman? Was it that brutal? Did he actually say that, or did he just say go die? Yeah, there was an episode of Louis where there was a heckler for some like amateur comedians. I don't even know if she was like an actual heckler or if she was just being really, really rude. But he gets on stage and he's like, I hope you get AIDS and die. It was like really brutal. And then afterwards, I think afterwards he comes out.
God, you I say that. Oh my god. No, I'm gonna go if you can. Seriously.
Oh, it's not a heckler. It's just somebody being rude. Yeah.
What?
Hi, could you stop talking because you're making it hard for me to do my job.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This is a show, by the way. It's not a live comedy thing, but
It's okay. Just, you don't have to be sorry. Just please don't do it anymore, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anyway. Holy shit. This gets me a little... Sorry. I was on a plane the other day, and people on plane... You know when you're on a plane and you're on the tarmac, and but you can't get to the gate because there's a plane at your gate?
That's what happened to Mike the other day.
Excuse me?
No, Mike... Well, Mike... My friend, that happened to him too.
I don't care.
Well, no, my friend Mike.
Hey! Nobody cares about your friend Mike. Nobody cares about your friend Mike.
Okay.
Nobody cares about your friend Mike.
Okay, whatever. It was funny.
What was funny?
Unlike you.
I'm sorry?
I said unlike you.
It was funny, unlike me.
Yes, I did.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
What happened to the parade?
What parade?
The parade of stupid you were floating?
As a lead player, I'm reclaiming the
I was
over.
curious.
Okay, that's
Did you
not
veer?
even. That's not even funny.
It's not?
No.
Okay. You sure? All right.
Wait, I didn't make up him saying like get AIDS and die, right? Did I make this up?
No, you're offensive.
I'm offensive?
Yes.
This has to be fake, right? Yes, it's part of it. It's a show called Louie. It's not supposed to be real. It's not real. It's a TV show. This is a show. Yes.
What do you mean?
You're making jokes about rape, and that's offensive.
You don't like rape?
No.
You don't?
No.
That's really weird because you know that you wouldn't even exist if your mom hadn't.
Oh, yeah,
raped us.
wait. Okay, fuck. I don't actually know if I can watch this on Twitch anymore, actually. Never mind. I can't. We're done with this. I'm moving past it. Fuck. I don't know if I can watch it on this website. Never mind. We're moving past. Click Pixel 6 memes. You see that BX Bullet saw my meme on Reddit and accused me in the sub of sexism. Destiny's subreddit is actually so absurd and sexist. Oh, of course. Like, imagine a girl being a handgun instructor and also having a science degree. Ella got fucked. Who? First of all, somebody emailed me. I have a guy that's like really mean. He emails me and he's always mean, but like he gives good advice. He's just like an asshole while doing it. Something that I'm gonna start doing way more now too. I'm starting to curve back, okay, to being a little bit more mean because I've gotten so doomer pilled. Dude, I was at the airport for like 3 hours waiting for Mel to come out. Not like 3, it was probably like 2 hours. Waiting for Mel to come out. And I was listening to like this local radio station. And it was just mind-blowing to me. Wait, can I like make a guess without being a fucking moron? Can I just make a guess without being a moron? I'm going to see if I can guess this correctly without even having read the story. You should read stories, okay? But I'm going to see if I can guess this correctly. So I've read headlines that apparently the judge in the Rittenhouse case has said that you're not allowed to refer to the 2 people that were killed as victims. You can't say that when you're presenting your case to the jury. But you can refer to them as like rioters or looters or arsonists or whatever. Apparently you are allowed to say this, right? My guess, now everybody's ultra mad at this. They say that the judge is biased, ultra conservative, blah, blah, blah. So my guess about this is the reason why you probably can't call them victims is because that's literally like the subject matter of the actual trial. That would be my guess, that like we're here trying him for like manslaughter or murder or whatever. We're seeing if self-defense is valid. Well, if these guys are victims and it doesn't sound like it's self-defense, like that's my guess, right? That's my guess for how it's probably like if you had a wife and a husband and the wife kills her husband with a raper, if you're presenting that case to a jury, you're probably not allowed to call that person constantly like, oh, the husband was a victim. It's not that. That's like my guess. Listen to we don't say victim in court. We would say complainant. Oh, sure. Still was super biased, but their experts said this pretty typical. Yeah, dude, listening to the radio describe these cases, I feel like I can't trust anybody, anything. They were saying that like, oh yeah, this was in Rittenhouse. This kid, he drove to like a whole other state. And he shot these 2 guys that were just trying to take a gun off of him. And the police just stood there and they watched him shoot these people. And then he walked away. And I'm like, dude, basically nothing you said was right. Almost all of that was a fabrication. Like, basically, and it's like I tried to call in, but I couldn't dial through because I was actually getting so fucking mad. I wanted to scream at somebody. Oh my god, dude. And it's like this is just even like one. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even know how I got sidetracked on this. From now on, when somebody gives me a credential, I'm gonna ask questions, or I'm gonna say we're striking that credential from the record, and my YouTube editor is going to bleep it out. So if somebody's like, I'm a scientist, okay, who do you work for? You don't have to give me an exact name. You can type it to me or give me a journal ID. And what is your position and job? That's what I want to know. Or at the very least, like, what is your degree in? None of this, like, I'm a scientist. What does that mean? I do secretary work for like a farm for like the front desk of a company that does lab work, right? Like, I don't know what the fuck. So from now on, because I think every time I've done this, I think the other person has lost almost all of their credibility. The most recent one I can remember was the Mio one. As soon as he started busting out his credentials, it was like, okay, really? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So, like, the problem with BX Bullet, and I don't want to get in too deep to this because people email me a lot of shit. So, like, I think BX Bullet said that she had major experience with major pharmaceutical work. So I've gotten emails where people dug through and I guess figured some shit out. I'm not going to repeat exactly what they figured out. But apparently she worked for like a 3 or 4 or 5 person company. They tried to file a patent for some drug, but like the FDA turned it down because it didn't pass like any of the things or whatever. Like there wasn't like any bullying by a big pharmaceutical. She didn't work in like a huge pharmaceutical company. It was just like a smaller company she worked for. Now this isn't to like bully her or anything, but it bothers the fuck out of me when somebody comes into a debate and they start slapping down like credentials. And it's like, okay, if you're throwing down a credential, you're almost poisoning the well. Like you're making it sound like you already have this debate won because you have some hidden credential. Like if whatever you're going to say is true, build it on the back of your argument. Like build a good argument into it. Don't sit here and say like, I'm a researcher or something. Like the fuck? What the fuck? I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to argue about your job title or what you went to school for. Like, yeah. What? I don't know. Oh, credentials. Yeah, I'm gonna start bullying people out of credentials. Ah, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What else? Hey Destiny, I sent you a Discord message, but I was trying to find out the best way to discuss having a conversation/debate. I got a lot of people that message me for that. I don't know who you are. Why would you just donate but not tell me? Okay. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. I'm of the opinion that opening your argument credentials, you're already going to lose because you will seat it in not having to elaborate your points and result to, dude, trust me. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like, in my opinion, if you're laying out credentials, it means that you're about to start dropping some crazy shit that I might not be able to keep up with. Not you're going to lay out credentials to avoid having to drop any crazy shit. So like, for instance, if somebody asks me like, oh, what kind of music do you like? And I'm like, do you have a background in music? And they're like, oh, a little bit. And I'm like, okay, I'm super into music. I'm about to start explaining some like relatively complicated shit that the average person will understand. But like, I give the preface like, you know, I'm a music person. So like, these are the types of things that I enjoy in music. But I would never say like, oh, I'm here to argue today that the Beatles suck. I was a musician, professional. And they're just bad. It's just really simplistic, bad, and horrible music. Yeah, I'm a musician, you know, yeah. Like, it's like people provide their credentials so that they don't have to actually justify their arguments. And it's like, okay. If someone has expertise in an area, they should be able to present their case in an argument. If they're using a credential in lieu of an argument, then they're just posting. Yeah, for sure. So like when Avi comes on or whatever, and Avi's like, I'm a doctor, I'm a physician or whatever, it's like he says some shit, but then he has like a fuck ton of shit that he can rattle off related to like his day-to-day job shit or other stuff that's like relevant to his case. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool. Rather than just like saying some random shit and like, yeah, ugh. I think I'm arguing with Lauren tomorrow about the Alec Baldwin shit too. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm breaking.
He's gonna kill me again.
Yo, Des. Looking extra white tonight. Glad that the Incel Arc is starting Squad W.
Shut the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
/raid. That's tiny.
Oh, what? Wait, what are these? Hold on. Wait, there's more info today. Did you watch Lauren's last video about it? Yeah, I watched like half of it. That's why I was so upset about it, because I watched half of it. I think it was in the airport when I was flying back from wherever the fuck I was. Oh, New York. And I listened to half of it and I about lost my mind. If I hear somebody one more time repeat, anybody that says that being an actor on set means that you're following the 4 basic gun rules, it means that they don't know what the 4 rules are and they don't know how to follow them. Because you were never, ever, ever treating a firearm
Any advice
anywhere.
for someone dealing with long-term alcohol abuse?
Like, are you being abused or do you abuse alcohol? Well, if you abuse alcohol, stop. If you're being abused by an alcoholic, then move. There you go. What's up with these Alec Baldwin takes? I actually feel like an idiot because I argued, I think, for like a day or two on Twitter with Lauren before I realized it. It's because this, and I think honest to God, I think I figured it out. I think I really do know. It's just because Alec Baldwin did the Trump impersonation, so they fucking hate him. So it's all fair, all is fair. Like, that's it. I really think it's as simple as that. Because he did all the impersonations and apparently he's like anti-gun, so it's like, oh, Alec Baldwin killed somebody. Oh, he's a murdering piece of shit. Yeah, they're like super primed. Destiny pre-read my take and now is repeating it on stream. Pre-watched. Oh, I messaged you back whenever you want. Destiny horseshoe. What is this? Yo, what's up?
Hey man, how you doing?
Oh shit, what's up? Your mic works this time and everything.
Is it not too loud? It's not peaking this time?
No, it sounds great.
Okay. I lowered the volume so it wouldn't peak. I know my setup is kind of trash, but y'all gonna have to forgive me. I'm trying.
No, you're good. Don't worry.
Yeah. Do you want to get my nerd take? Do you want to get my movie take? Or do you want to go straight to like the
Holy shit.
Baldwin business?
How many fucking takes are we start off? Let's start with
I don't know. Today was a wild day. I finished watching a movie. Have you ever seen Queen and Slim?
Queen and Slim.
Yeah. It's basically the movie where this couple goes on a date and they end up shooting a cop and they go on the run. And they're like the Black Bonnie and Clyde or some shit.
Oh, I saw trailers for it, but no, I didn't see that.
What a shit movie, bro. I don't know if you're like this. I've like altogether stopped watching movies just because I feel like, I don't know if it's just me. I feel like the plots are getting worse. And the repetition in the types of movies that are being chosen is so abundant. You know, everything is a remake or it's another Marvel movie. So I decided to give it a shot. You know, black actors, civil rights. I'm like, I've already seen this kind of plot a million times, but I tried watching it. Oh, what a shit movie. There's like specific scenes. Oh man. Oh, I got triggered. Let me give you a second.
Hit us up with what?
I'm not gonna. I don't want to ruin it for anyone because someone might watch it and actually like it.
Well, wait. When did this movie come out? What's it called again?
It came out, I think, last year. So it's been out for Queen and Slim.
Fucking dude! I spoil shit 3 days after it's come out. Okay, half the internet hates me for it. So
okay, this is what the movie felt like for me watching. Okay, It felt like I was watching a Twitter activist's wet dream for a plot. Do you ever know when like scenes are set up not because it makes sense for the character or the plot, but because it's supposed to be a representation of some form of social justice, right? Like,
shit! What I should do is we should play bingo. I should try to figure out. I wonder if I can guess. So let me guess. There's at least one scene where they get pulled over for a bullshit reason, and it's a white cop.
Yeah.
And it's because they're bad, right? That happens at least once.
Yeah. That's literally how the movie starts.
Sure. Okay. Fuck. Do they? Oh man, there's got to be like some other. Are they ever in like a restaurant or something, and like the staff is being rude to them for no reason other than the fact that they're black or some shit like that? Does this ever happen?
So here's the problem. I stopped watching at 40 minutes. It's a 2-hour movie.
Okay.
It was so bad. Okay. Spoiler alert. Turn it off if you don't want to hear this. There's one scene that blew my fucking mind. I couldn't believe how stupid it was.
Oh boy.
So they're on the run. Okay. Spoilers. So if you don't want to hear this shit, turn it off.
Okay.
They're on the run. Okay. They've just finished killing a cop. They pack up their whole life. They run. They see a cop. They end up robbing him, stealing his vehicle, and take his gun. Okay.
Jesus. All right.
At one point, they need gas. So they stop at this gas station. The male gets out of the car, goes inside, goes up to the teller, and basically like pulls out a gun and he says, I need some gas on pump 6. So give it to me. And the white teller, right, this young white male, okay, looks at him and he's like, oh, is that like a Glock? And I'm looking at this scene like, what the fuck's happening? You're getting robbed, bro. And the guy's like, fuck is you talking about, man? Just give me the gas. And he's like, "Hey man, I like that gun. Can I hold it?"
Yeah. Okay. Jesus.
And the guy says, "Hey, you don't even have to rob me, bro. If you just let me hold the gun, I'll give you the gas."
Was the whole movie
No,
kind of
no,
like
no,
slapstick?
no, 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 no. This motherfucker pulls out the gun and just hands it to the white dude. The white dude grabs the gun like he's having a like he's busting in his pants because I guess it's supposed to represent like school shooters and how white men are dangerous. So he starts like holding the gun and pointing it like James Bond, and he points it right at the black guy, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm sitting there dumbfounded. I couldn't imagine a fugitive who's like, "Yeah, man, take my gun," as I try to just rob you right now. And he points it at the white, the black. He points at him, and he's like, "Pow, pow." He's like, "Man, I love this gun." And he hands him back the firearm. He's like, "Take the gas. Have a good day." I was like, "Bro, turn this shit off. Turn it off right now. Turn it off." These guys are on the run. And like some fat black guy just stops him at the side. He's like, "You guys saw the ones I saw in the video, man. Black power." It's just like, it was so much cringe. Oh, I was so offended when I watched the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I think it is? I think part of me is just absolutely exhausted with every movie involving black actors revolving around like some form of racism. Like it just feels like if the movie involves social justice, Hollywood's like 10 times more likely to make it happen, right? And for me, listen, I've seen a lot of those movies growing up, and some of them are absolutely wonderful and they're very powerful. Mm-hmm. But after a while, it gets really tiring to always see you represented in the same type of plots or the same type of themes. So watching that movie for me, I wanted to throw it in the trash.
I'm curious, how did you feel about Get Out?
I thought it was overrated as well.
Oh, damn. Okay.
I didn't think it was terrible. I thought it was all right. Here's my issue, and I think this is maybe more so of a personal taste for me. Mm-hmm. I dislike it when characters are written in just to symbolize something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean, sure.
Yeah, I find it kind of cheesy when I see a scene where these guys are basically auctioning the black guy off, and there's like the rich white guy who wants to like buck break him. Then there's the other rich white guy who wants to use him as like work cattle. You know, like just to represent the different ways in which white folks have enslaved black people for sexual work, cool factor. Like every character that was put in just seemed like plots, like represent symbol. They just seem like a lot of symbolism rather than real characters that are written with like some measure of nuance.
I'm kind of curious. Right? What's like an example of a film that you like?
A movie that I really liked, and this is my favorite movie of the last decade. I loved Whiplash.
Fuck, that was a really intense movie. Holy shit.
Unbelievable acting. I don't even like drumming. I could give a fuck. I popped it in on an off chance because someone recommended. I don't even like watching movies. I popped it in. I was blown away. I mean, that movie got me so excited. It made me want to work on my craft right away. Like I got done, I started writing jokes the whole night. But the acting in that was so superb. The relationship between the actors, and it was a low budget film. It was that's the only way it was going to get done. So for me, that movie was superb. That would be an example of a movie that I think takes a real shot, really focuses on the plot and the acting involved, and doesn't revolve around symbols the whole time. So I thought that was a great movie.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess fuck it. For sake of conversation, we agree too much, so I'll push a little harder because I'm curious. So I loved Whiplash. When that movie ended, I was like, was that a 20-minute movie? I don't understand because it went by so fast. I was like, holy shit! Like it is a kinetic movie. You were like sucked from scene to scene. But yes. I would argue that there are definitely symbolic empty characters in that movie. So like the girlfriend was just literally a blank no name whatever that's just supposed to represent him moving away from a normal life and like being dedicated to his craft. I would argue the entire family scene, you've got like the random Division III football losers who are just supposed to represent like normal people that don't understand like the passion and drive for a certain craft. Is it like, do you just want like the main characters and the revolving people around them directly to be super well written and a little bit more fleshed out, or do these types of like side characters not bother you? I'm curious.
I think those kind of side characters don't necessarily bother me. I think when it's just so egregious and flagrant, I think that's when it sets me off. Or maybe I think I didn't mind it in that movie specifically because the acting and the main plot was so strong for me that it didn't feel like they absolutely needed that to move the story. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So maybe that's just a justification I use in my head. Maybe I'm ignoring that negative aspect of the movie. But here's my suspicion. My suspicion is that when a product is really strong, you often overlook its flaws, or or its flaws become irrelevant because you're so engrossed in the story itself. You accept certain things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like I feel like plot holes are much more egregious when it breaks the continuum of the plot, or when the movie is just terrible. Then you're really offended by the plot holes, right? So I think that's probably why I accepted it.
Do you like Nolan films? Or not really?
What's a Nolan film exactly? Like, give me an example.
Christopher Nolan. So like Interstellar.
I know who that is, but I'll be honest with you. When I watch a movie, I don't really
you don't pay that.
remember that.
So like the two big ones recently would be like Interstellar, Dunkirk, Inception, like these types of films.
So yeah, I remember watching Interstellar, and I enjoyed that movie. I wasn't like crazy about it, but I thought it was a good film.
Okay. Nolan is the perfect example for me personally about what you're talking about, where if you look too closely at any of his movies, so much shit completely and totally doesn't make sense. But but like the grand scheme of the movie is so good that it's like, fuck it. Like, did you ever watch like the Batman trilogy with
man. Okay, we can get into that as well, because personally, like superhero movies, not really my thing. But I thought the Batman movies were the ones that I was most impressed with.
Gotcha. And you can be impressed with them, and I was. But if you think about the plot for like more than 2 seconds, there is just an unbelievable amount of nonsensical, stupid shit in.
Okay, hit me.
Well, I mean, like, so for instance, like in the third movie, terrorists break into a stock exchange and they sell off and hack like Bruce Wayne's entire fortune. And nobody in the entire movie stops and thinks, isn't it weird that Bruce Wayne just went bankrupt and now he's losing his company literally the day after terrorists broke into his stock exchange? And like, so like nobody seems to even question that for a second, ignoring the fact that like those trades probably wouldn't, and there's a whole bunch of dumb shit. That's one of them. Why I have so many random questions for that. Like, who gives food to the people in that crazy prison where the people are on the hole? Why is it that when he got out of the prison, why did he throw the rope down for like the worst criminals in the world to all escape? Why would you do that? There's like, if you look too closely at like any of the movie, I think that there's a lot of really weird shit where it's like, but the overall, the thing is that like Nolan is so good at building out like 2 or 3 like awesome, just fucking amazing moments in movies. Like, God, that's so cool. Even if it is fucking stupid. When Batman comes back into the city and he like has the fucking bat in oil or whatever, where he after he kills the people on the ice, he's like, light it up, and he does the match or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember that.
It's in the third movie. I know you remember this.
Wait. Is this the one with Bane?
Yes. They're walking.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's the second one that really stood out to me. The third one I didn't think was that great. Am I thinking about?
It might be. The second one was really good, obviously. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the one. Is that the one Returns?
Batman.
I don't remember the titles. I remember.
Yeah, it was the one with the Heath Ledger Joker though. That's the one. I think it's called The Dark Knight.
Yeah. So that one I thoroughly enjoyed. But again, if you're going to ask me about specific plot points, I'm not going to sit here and tell you like I was so blown away about the movie. I remember every aspect.
Okay, well, hey, listen. If you don't remember any of the, then he did his job. It's good enough.
Yeah. I just remember leaving that movie and thinking like, because it was maybe I'm incorrect about this, but I felt like that was the start of when the superhero train started taking off. And for somebody who'd always read comic books or enjoyed that universe, you know, from X-Men, stuff like that, I'd always been disappointed by the X-Men movies, for example. So that was my point of reference when I started to watch the Batman series by Christopher Nolan.
I feel like every X-Men movie was so bad.
Oh, they were all trash except for Logan, which was like average.
Yes, really, I thought Logan was pretty good. It was really dark for a superhero movie, but I thought it was decent. But for someone that doesn't,
I think that's when the superhero stuff is at its best. I don't like the lighthearted stuff generally. I prefer the darker stuff because the source material is generally pretty dark. So I always find the lighthearted take and the kind of corny jokes from like Thor kind of too much for me. Like I get it appeals to a wider audience, but I can't watch that kind of stuff. So for me, when I watched the Batman series, it was like, oh, you can take superhero content and make like a real well fleshed out plot that rewarded good acting rather than just like, you know, nostalgia and Easter eggs and superhero jizz. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, now we just need somebody to do this with video game movies at some point,
oh,
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But again, once they realized that the superhero formula worked, they started churning them motherfuckers out with like zero interest for like super strong plots. And just because it appeals to nerd fandom and there's such a huge fan base for Marvel content, like they just never stopped churning that shit out. And I stopped watching superhero movies after some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I just can't do it. Every month there's like a new one. There's like the third Dark Black Widow movie. I'm like, bro, this shit's trash. Like the Black Panther movie, it was an average movie.
Yeah, I thought it was okay.
It was average. Now I understand what it meant symbolically, you know, in a societal point. Like, cool. I'm not gonna shit on everyone for how much it meant to them. But objectively speaking, me watching that movie, I didn't come away thinking like, what a great acting performance. Oh my god, the action scenes weren't that great. The accents were terrible. I mean, as somebody who like grew up on the continent, I couldn't believe some of the shit accents I heard, which like triggered me the whole movie. Like other than M'Baku, everyone's accents were garbage. So I don't know. I've just been kind of disillusioned with the movie industry over the last little while. But again, I'm not an expert on it, so yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I got triggered so bad when I watched that movie.
I think there are good movies out there. You just have to. They're probably not going to be like the big box office killers. You just kind of got to look for them. Something that there were a few that I saw recently that I thought were really, really, really good. So one, you have to read a little bit, which I hate usually, but I think it made the movie worth it. The Green Knight, if you've heard of that one.
I've heard you like pontificate about the symbolism and the meanings of like all the scenes. Is that the one with like King Arthur?
Oh, true. If you're not into that shit, maybe you wouldn't. It's not about King Arthur, but it's an Arthurian legend. You might not like that one then. Never mind. Maybe not that one. Okay, and then another.
I might like it. I'm just saying, like, I didn't actually go out of my.
Did you see Pig?
No.
Fuck. Okay, I thought that was a really good one with Oh my god, all the names are gone right now. The super famous actor Nicolas Cage. Yeah. I want to say Nolan Cage. Nick Cage was Pig. And then third one that I saw recently, oh my god, if you have the chance, a movie called The Last Duel. Holy shit. That's another one, okay? Just add them there. I would recommend The Last Duel over any of those others. God damn. Okay, but anyway, that's all I got for you for now.
I wrote them all down. I kind of stopped watching a vast majority of movies, so this will be good for me to just at least check out and give something a shot.
Oh, did you see Dune? Everybody's talking about
that. I saw the trailer, man. I don't know what it is about Zendaya, but every time I see her, I just turn that shit off.
Okay, got
it. Is that wrong? I don't know, man. I see Zendaya and I'm like, I don't know what it is about her. I can't watch any of her movies.
Okay.
Yeah, I know she's popular. I don't know what it is about Zendaya. It just triggers me.
Which one? I don't even know which one that is. Who is she?
It's the black girl.
Like the mysterious one?
I'm assuming. I don't know. She was like in a robe, and apparently she's like the warrior in the movie.
Is the girl he kept dreaming? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh well, she's like not even really even in the movie. So
she was all over the trailer from what I see.
Yeah, she is all over the trailer, but she has like two lines in the whole movie, I think.
But you know why she's all over the trailer? Because she's like a big box office name. So I guess.
Oh, okay.
I guess they just used her as bait and switch. That's funny.
Yeah, maybe.
How's Khal Drogo? Is his acting good?
Khal Drogo. Yeah, he's like a comedic relief. I really didn't like Dune. I thought it was okay, but it was super boring. And a lot of people got really triggered on me for saying that. So.
Did you watch it in the movie theater?
Yeah, of course. I'm a really boring person, but movies are like the one thing where it's like, oh my god, I can be social. So anytime I like meet up with somebody, I'm like, let's go to the movies. And so it looks like I'm like a social person. So I've seen like 20 movies lately in theaters.
Yeah, I want to ask you, do you think it's more so just like an ignorant take on my part, but the perception that I have, I don't know if it's accurate because again, I don't watch enough movies anymore to really confirm if it's still true. But the perception that I had is it does seem on the outside looking in that as far as Hollywood's concerned, they don't seem very likely to take chances on movies. It's kind of like the take that I had in regards to video games, and I think maybe things being more expensive, so they're less likely to take chances on like crazy plots. I did feel like when we were growing up, maybe you can disagree with me and tell me if I'm wrong. I felt like there's just much more variety and just different kinds of plots.
Yeah, it's the same with movies. Like it's huge amounts of money, right? When you're making $200, $300 million movies or $100 million movies, you don't want to take a risk unless there's like two places to find like big risks now. So one is if you're willing to watch like foreign films, you can do it, or like indie films, you can find some cool stuff there. And then secondly is if a director becomes popular enough doing slightly unconventional stuff, then they usually get like free reign to do what they want. So people like Tarantino or Nolan are making AAA films with like AAA budgets, but they have a lot more freedom. They don't have to do like a remake or whatever. They can do like their own original stories.
Okay, so it's like more so reserved for some of the more prominent directors, if you will.
Because they know that, like, okay, we can let Nolan do some crazy film about like traveling through somebody's like fucking ball sack, but it's Nolan, so we know that people will buy tickets anyway. So
Yeah, yeah. I think that's why there's been that oversaturation of superhero movies. Is once they figured out that shit works and it's gonna sell, even if the movie's trash,
it's super.
they
safe.
just start pumping out everything. And my issue isn't that there is a lot of superhero movies. I just feel like they don't take the time to really flesh it out or do the source material a lot of justice in terms of showing the bright and the dark side of it, and instead just go for things that they know is going to appeal to a large fan base. So for me, I think that's been more so my issue with the representation of the Marvel Cinematic. That was my issue with the X-Men movies. Like as a big fan of the X-Men series, right? Like, love the comics. I love the TV show growing up. I used to tune in like every day to go watch the X-Men series. Watching their movie representation was so disappointing, and how it kept getting reruns and reboots. And I'm like, y'all not even trying. You know, at least that's what it seems like on the outside looking in. So I think I just became disillusioned with the movie industry.
It's really strange because like science fiction, like this might even be on the Wikipedia. I'm not sure how to go look, but like I think science fiction by definition is you're supposed to provide a fantastic setting to explore certain themes, but it's not supposed to be about like the setting. Like if you especially if you're reading science fiction, and I imagine it's probably similar with comics. It's probably similar with superhero comics. Like it's not supposed to be like, what is this about? Oh, it's about superheroes go and fight and kill people. No, it's supposed to be about like Spider-Man isn't supposed to be about like a kid that turns into a spider and goes and kills people, right? It's about like what is an average person, like gets powers, deals with his normal life, and do all this shit or whatever, right? Or like that, like there's supposed to be these kind of like themes attached to these things. It's the same with video games. It's the same with like science fiction novels. But when they get turned into movies, they strip away all the subtext and then they turn it into like just like an action movie. And it's like,
Yes.
I guess, but like, I might have even asked you this exact question. Have you read like Ender's Game before?
No.
Oh fuck. I think Ender's Game is like the quintessential example of like, if you read this book called Ender's Game is like an exploration of like how far can you push somebody in terms of them like being alone and not having supportive friends. Does it make them a stronger person, a better person? Like you explore like the relationship with their family, the things around them. Like like this is kind of like what the book is about. And there's like alien shit and spaceship, but like it's not really about that. But like when you watch the movie, it's literally just like an action movie about killing aliens. It's like, well, this isn't Ender's Game. This is like something I don't know what the fuck I'm even watching. And I think it happens a lot with superhero movies and shit too, where all the subtext gets stripped away, and then you're watching like a WWF adaptation of like a whatever thing you like.
Right. And I think action without that subtext becomes meaningless. And I feel the same way about anime. Sometimes people recommend shonens to me, like the action scenes are great. I'm like, great, but I don't care to jizz to a fight scene. Like for me, it's important that there's like some measure of a plot behind this that makes these kind of fights meaningful, because then I can really enjoy the development of the action scene or the overcoming of whatever physical adversaries they have to embark on. So what you just said, I really 100% agree with, and it's kind of how I view a lot of animes as well. When it comes to superhero movies, I think it's the reason why I enjoyed The Dark Knight. It felt like a movie that involved superheroes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like an action movie or whatever. When I was watching, The Dark Knight, I was like, oh, there's a real plot to this. There is something to overcome. There's a villain with a complex backstory who you can sometimes sympathize with or also hate. And there's a lot of difficult decisions that are being made that you have to pose yourself questions about. And I think that's why I appreciated The Dark Knight versus a lot of the Marvel movies that I've watched since.
Sure. Yeah, I can understand that, yeah. Man, if you did you watch like a lot of the Marvel movies, or?
I would say I probably watched like 7 or 8 of them.
Okay. The only reason I say this is because like I agree generally with what you're saying, with one fucking huge shining exception. Dude, I legitimately, and I the more that I revisit in my mind, the more I'm actually think I'm willing to fight over this. I thought Avengers Infinity War, I thought it was actually legitimately a really fucking good movie. I actually thought it was a super, super, super well done film. And I appreciate the fuck out of that. But like, unfortunately, you have to watch at least probably like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 movies to understand like what's going on at all. But in terms of like handling like a pretty interesting like antagonist, which he was, and then like having like a meaningful story and everything, I don't know. I thought that movie was really well done. I super appreciated it. But I don't.
Yeah, I think it's because the villain in the movie gave a strong contrast to what the heroes were going through, and I think even the progression of like the things that the heroes had to deal with in that movie was also interesting. I didn't completely go crazy for it, but I thought it was a huge step up from what I'd seen from a lot of the other Marvel movies prior to that.
For sure.
I think some of the characters were still written in a super corny way. For example, Thor. I think Thor's a fucking joke. Am I crazy?
He is a
It
joke.
feels like he's just there for like comedic relief. Like I can't stand his character.
I can understand. I mean, like it's definitely a Marvel character, but like I think I can enjoy characters that also have like a variety of emotion. Maybe I even see myself a little bit that way because like depending on how you know me, like I either come off as like a huge piece of shit asshole or I can be like a relatively sensitive, caring individual. It just depends on your relationship with me. But like so like Thor is definitely like a joke, I would say, for a lot of his dialogue and everything. But I thought that like him like putting together like his axe and all of that shit and then showing up on Earth to like fight, I thought that was really cool. But you know.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not going to fight you on that. Take in regards to Endgame, I didn't think I didn't think that portion was bad. So I can definitely attest to that. I watched Wonder Woman. That was a big mistake. Oh my days! Like I like. Okay,
that was
like
that
we
was
get
so
it.
bad. That was really bad. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I get it. Like women can do it too. Like
can do everything. Can do everything. Okay?
Oh my god, that was just so bad.
Perfectly the first time.
Bad. Yeah. Yeah, anime. I think anime suffers from that same issue for me personally. I'm not mad at people when they say they don't like slice of life or they don't like certain types of anime, but I just sometimes people like are always like, "Oh, Abba, you gonna run an anime channel?" And I find like the only thing that they really want me to talk about are like the 5 most popular animes, and that's it. When you talk about Black Clover, when you gonna talk about One Piece or Jujutsu, like I get it. Everybody watches the same anime. I'm not mad at it. But for me, it's not necessarily the stuff that gets me most excited about anime. So I don't know. I kind of get turned off from a lot of that discussion. Yeah.
I mean, with any art, like the accessible stuff is going to be the most popular stuff, right? That's just
right. Yeah. Okay. Second thing. So we had this discussion on set. You remember how we talked about how nerddom, like being a nerd, became extremely popular over the last like 15 years? And like people call themselves nerds. How do you define being a nerd? Like, what does that mean for you?
I mean, you can ask me, but like, I don't. The words kind of don't have meaning anymore. Because nowadays, nerd just means like you wear glasses. Honestly, I mean, or it can mean like like you nerd is like you played Zelda one time growing up, like that could be like nerd. I don't know, like colloquially these terms are just used as whatever, so it's whatever. I don't even think people really describe themselves as like nerds or geeks, or if they do it, like you don't really know what that means. You've got to ask like a ton of questions afterwards, right?
Yeah, so we were having this discussion on set, but my friend, he was basically saying, yeah, I'm a nerd. And I was like, all right, what makes you a nerd? He's like, man, I'm really into cars. And I started laughing because I think just because and it feels like I'm gatekeeping nerddom, but to me, the way I understood being a nerd when I was a lot younger, like motherfuckers were getting stuffed in lockers and all the TV shows or whatever, was basically you were heavily involved in a hobby that was extremely unappealing to the opposite sex. You know what I mean? Or society in general.
Sure.
So, for example, if you were into like Pokemon cards, that would be something that people would call you a nerd. If you were heavily into video games, back then that used to be a nerd. And now it just seems like if you have a huge interest in something, you're a fucking nerd. Oh, I'm a nerd about quinoa. I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
I mean, I think because the term became like a lot more endearing now. Like nerd is almost like a term of endearment, whereas before it was like you bullied people with it, right?
Yeah, I just I find it so cringe when people like proudly proclaim themselves nerds. Because even me being like, was that?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like that's there's so many more things in life to get upset about. I guess like.
Oh no, yeah. I think it was just in the moment. I don't know. Maybe it's because I used to remember getting made fun of for being into the stuff that I was into my whole life. That now when I see people like appropriating it, like wearing it proudly, I'm like, bitch, you didn't even earn the title. It's like you don't even really do nerd shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a double-edged sword. Because I mean, on one end, you want more people to be like into your hobby and shit, right? Like technically, it's a good thing. But then it does kind of feel weird because it's like, damn, like when I go and visit high schools now, I remember when I went back to my high school to talk to an old teacher, and it was just weird going in and like so many kids like talking about video games and playing video games, and she was like, oh, that's because it's like a decently cool thing to do. Like everybody plays like Call of Duty now, and shit like that. So I mean, like technically it's good. Like you want more people to be involved in your hobbies. It almost feels a little bit like I guess like stolen valor, kind of, where it's like, oh, you bullied people for playing video games growing up, and now you want to be part of the video game squad, you know? Fuck you, yeah.
Yeah. I would be fine if they actually part of the video game squad. A lot of these people don't do any of that shit. They just, like you said, wear glasses and then hold the titles. I was just like, bitch, you're not a nerd. And maybe it's just me. I just can't stand the fact that it became social currency. That's all it was. But yeah, that was something we had a discussion about. All right, yes, the Alec Baldwin stuff. I don't even have a really spicy take. I kept reading up on it, and one thing that I thought was interesting, I want to get your take on, and then we'll go back and forth on this. Alec Baldwin was referred to as a producer on the movie, and considering the working conditions on set and during the production of the movie, do you think he takes any accountability for the poor security measures, considering the fact that he is a producer? What do you say?
I don't know. I don't know what his responsibilities were, so it's hard to say. The reason why I get so upset about people making these like huge statements is because typically when there's like a tragedy with a gun, you're never really going to know what happened, right? Like if one kid kills themselves or shoots somebody else, like the evidence, you don't have video footage, you don't have like tons of witnesses. This is like one of the rare scenarios where there's like an accident with a gun, and we've got like literally an entire set full of people that are, like were there as witnesses. So I figure like just wait until like the it runs through court, all the affidavits are in, and we can like read shit, and then we can just figure out what happened rather than trying to speculate. Yeah.
I'm not mad at that. So in favor of him, in his defense, sometimes people get credits in movies that they didn't actually earn or have any part in. Sometimes people get slotted in as producers on the movie just because they did promotion. It's like a deal that people do, because getting credits is really good on your resume and helps you book further work later on. So even if you didn't actually do any executive producing, if you get the credit because you had a deal with the production company, you sometimes get put down as that at the end.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing for me that I thought was interesting is that there were so many other incidents involving guns and other accidents that happened prior to this incident, things that normally shouldn't be happening on set, certainly not nearly at the frequency that it seemed to have been happening on set. But I think, irrespective of whether it's Alec Baldwin specifically, there does seem to be a strong case for saying that on set, a lot of safety precautions were not followed in regards to how guns function. Would you agree or disagree?
Based on what I've read, I think there were either one or two other instances of some unsafe something going on with a firearm, so that seems to be the case. And I would almost say by default, unless there was a like malicious intent, if anybody is getting shot on a Hollywood set, then something is fucked up. Something must have gone wrong. There must have been some safety procedure not followed. So yeah, I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, one discharge is already bad enough.
For sure, absolutely.
And I say this because, like, this is just like a military thing, but, for us, when it comes to gun safety, when you come back from any exercise and you get back inside the FOB, which is like the forward operating base, when you have to go to, like, basically, like, this kind of, I forgot what they're called, but there's, like, these giant sand bins. You insert your gun after you've checked it to make sure there's nothing in the chamber, and then you fire. And the reason being is they just want to make sure there's nothing in the chamber when you take your gun back to your cot. So you fire, and sometimes people would still have a bullet in the barrel. So it would go off, and everyone in the camp would hear it. But thankfully, because it's in the bay, it just goes into the sand and nothing happens.
Sure.
But they took that so seriously because oftentimes back in the past, sometimes people would die from bullets accidentally going off, people placing their guns down and ricochet
if
or
somebody
whatever.
does a negligent discharge into the sand or whatever, do they make you guys like all do push-ups and shit for it, or was it just the one person that got in trouble?
It depends. Generally, if you get that, it's such a personal thing. They write you up. You could actually be court-martialed for that.
Damn,
it's such a big deal, like negligent discharges, and that's during training exercises. Why? Because they want to drill into your mind if you're on deployment that you don't fuck it up, because you actually might kill somebody if you're operating with live rounds.
Gotcha.
So it was a really big deal. That's like more of an individual punishment that you're going to generally have. But I say all this to say, in terms of gun safety, even when I've been to ranges, like at least the instructors I've had, they've been very adamant about how big of a deal a negligent discharge is.
Yeah, for sure. I always scream at my stream unless it's like an actual weapon malfunction. I noticed that you're using the term negligent discharge. I really hate the term accidental discharge because there's almost no accidents, save for like an actual weapon malfunction that causes, which with any modern weapon really shouldn't be happening.
Right.
Yeah, it's a big deal. I will say though, because, and this is where I push back the hardest, like I notice a lot of people keep saying shit like, oh, this is basic gun safety, basic gun safety. I will say that when it comes to actor shit, where it's definitely past basic gun safety, because actors are handling firearms in ways that no normal person should ever be handling a firearm. Like there's no acceptable time in real life where you're like play shooting other people or pointing your gun at other people or whatever. You should never ever be doing that. So I would say that their use case is definitely unique. Not that there aren't safety precautions or whatever that absolutely should be followed or anything, but it's definitely like an extra strange or like special scenario.
I agree. They're pointing guns at people and they're being handed the live guns. So you have to understand that obviously you're going to be putting people at risk when you're playing out these scenes. But as a result, there should be extra level of scrutiny and caution when using these vehicle guns, because you are literally going to be pointing them at people for shots or for acting purposes, right? Sure. So when I hear, and this is what I read in the article, all right, so I'm definitely not misquoting. They were using one of the guns apparently as target practice prior to the scene.
Yeah, I don't know. That just sounds unbelievable to me. Like my assumption would be like, if you have a firearm that you're using on a movie set, like why the fuck would this firearm ever? Who is putting live rounds to this gun ever? Like,
have you ever been on a movie set?
On a movie set, no.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. There's a lot of waiting time, especially if you're filming on location and everyone with the crew is all there. There's a lot of boring downtime.
Sure.
Okay. So what ends up happening is people find ways to pass the time, and if things are not well managed, I can 100% assure you that people might.
Do you want to take this? Yeah, I bought a box of 9. We can go out with the fucking shit and go shoot or whatever.
Between takes or when they're setting up something else, a lot of people are just sitting around waiting. Like if you do costumes, right? You do the costumes for about an hour or two, and then from there you're just waiting for hours and hours. So to me, I can 100% believe that happened. Now, of course, that shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't be fucking around. But apparently they were filming. Where were they filming again? It was like some desert.
Like some desert shit. Yeah, I don't know where, but.
Yeah, so they're in bumfuck nowhere. Hell yeah, they probably just borrowed something from the prop. But again, to me, just finding out, like, this is confirmed that there have been multiple discharges. At the first one, there's definitely a certain set of precautions that should be taken to make sure it never happens again. Because like you said, they don't engage in gun safety the same way regular people do, because they're literally pointing the guns at each other. So there should be extra measures.
And I will say that, like, generally with any gun safety, like gun safety in general, almost always there's going to be like multiple redundancies of safety. Very rarely, like if you think of like the 4 cardinal rules of like gun handling, usually you have to be breaking at least 2 of these at any point in time to actually fucking hurt somebody. So if something has gone wrong and somebody's got shot, there have been like multiple points of failure in the process. And supposedly with the movie, from what I've read, the on set is supposed to be like the prop master is supposed to, or the armor or the prop master is supposed to clear the gun, check and clear it. Then they give it to the assistant director, who checks and clears the gun, and then the assistant director hands it off to the actor that's going to be using it. And like, obviously, like, I don't even know if the armor touched the gun or if just both the armor and the AD assumed it was clear. Neither of them checked it, which is unfathomable to me. Especially like wait, were you in the military?
Yeah.
You do this shit, right? So you're on the range, you watch somebody, they clear a firearm right in front of you, the mag is empty, they hand you the gun, you get it, and the first thing you do is you clear it too, right? It's like second nature, right? I would never even, even if I watched somebody do it in front of me, and this is like second nature anybody that handles guns, you watch somebody clear right in front of you, you get it, okay, cool, mag out, you clip, and you always do it without even a second thought. So the idea that 2 people that were responsible for clearing a firearm, like, took it, didn't check it, oh my God. Like, whenever I pick up a gun, now I'm not going to say that I'm scared of them. I have a respect for them. But anytime I pick up a gun, like, that motherfucker's ready to fire unless I have, like, personally, like, secured it, like, checked it. And I know for a fact. Even if you're shopping at a store. So the idea that 2 people just pick some shit up, give it to somebody else, nobody's checked it, and then they give it to an actor, that blows my mind. I can't believe that, you know? Ooh.
Yeah. And that's 100% it. And for actors who are handling these guns, maybe they don't have the safety precautions in hand, but that's why you hire multiple people beforehand when they hand it to them to compensate for that. Yeah. So there should have been plenty of measures before it got to him. Now, maybe you can confirm this for me because you're more read on the story, but is it true that there was like basically debris or whatever inside the gun, and then when he fired a blank or whatever, that's how it propelled? Like, can you exactly tell me?
I don't know yet. So
okay.
from what I know, what we all know, one person was killed and then a second person was injured, right?
Right.
That sounds to me like there was a projectile. Like you had a normal, like, I don't know if it was a 357 or what kind of Magnum it was, but you had a normal, or somebody in chat said it before. That sounded to me like a normal bullet. Because like,
right.
can a something stuck in the barrel from a, like whatever, that sounds impossible to me. But maybe, but I'm also guessing there.
Yeah, we don't know. So that's why I've avoided kind of speculating on this topic.
Everyone in my chat, just to be clear, everyone in my chat is saying that it was an actual bullet, that there was like a lead projectile or whatever. So it sounds like, yeah, it was just a normal. Dude, that's got to be. I understand a lot of people hate him for whatever reason, whatever. But like, damn, like the mildest amount of sympathy to have been like rehearsing a shot and you actually just shoot and kill somebody. That's got to be a super mind fuck.
I would not be surprised if he never acted again.
Yeah, if he just retires. He's old and everything too, but like, yeah, damn, that's just like insane.
You know, you have to understand, this man killed somebody. He killed also a young mother, you know, left a kid. So, and when you know these people and you've killed people, you know, and it's publicized and it's all within your industry and all the people around, you know, it's a very hard thing to get away from. Forget all the therapy that he's probably going to need to cope with this. Survivor's guilt is a real thing, and especially if you're the reason that someone else died from your own hands. Like, I imagine, again, I don't know the man, so he might be able to handle the trauma better than other people can, but it's a tremendous weight to be thrown onto somebody. So that's why for me, when I looked at this, I did not inherently look at him like, what a piece of shit or anything. Like, too many details are not there, and I think people are too politically biased to just want to shit on the man when what really happened is tragic. It's
I don't know if you saw any of my debate last night with another woman about it. But yeah, her tweet was like, the reason why somebody died was because Alec Baldwin is anti-gun, and his lack of respect for firearms is the reason why he shot and killed a woman on set. And I was like, damn, like, I don't think we have enough information to really say that. Like, that's a pretty crazy statement, you know? To be clear, and I have to say this every time, it might be the case that when all the facts are laid out, maybe it was Alec Baldwin's fault. Maybe he should have been part of the clearing process. Maybe it was his fault that, like, things weren't being followed, so he shoulders some responsibility. But it might also be the case that the process was actually completely on the assistant director and the armor, and maybe it's their fault completely, and he had no reasonable expectation at that point to be clearing the gun.
I can tell you right now that actors who are handling firearms are not going through extensive gun training. And so if that's the procedures that they have on set, and they have the stop gaps and the safety measures to have other people check the firearms for him, I'm not that mad at him for that specifically. I like you guys can't get mad at him for a standard industry practice. Maybe change the industry practice, but you can't look at him individually and shit on him because it's expedient, like it's convenient for you politically. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a process in place.
And even more important than that, taking it a step further, like, if you are somebody that's trained to, this is the example I gave, but it's really hard, I think, if you don't have like any gun experience. It's hard to imagine. But like, let's say that we're on a set with actors that have very minimal training, and let's say that it's my job to make sure that the weapons are cleared. If that's my job and I clear a weapon and I give it to an actor, I don't want them to fuck with that weapon ever. I don't want you racking the slide. I don't want you ejecting the mag. I want you to have the gun, because if I'm going to be the one liable for something going wrong, I don't want your ass fucking with the gun when it's my job and my training to do so, you know? So like, if there is that liability there, it might be the case that, because I hear a lot of people saying like, oh, well, the actor should be checking things too. It's like, well, should they? I don't know. Like, if you've got like a professional armor and like an assistant director who this is their actual job, do you really want somebody else that doesn't have that level of training, like clearing the gun? Like, maybe we should just have these people, you know what I'm saying? But again, just to couch my language very carefully, it might be the case that on this particular set, maybe the actors were supposed to check it and he didn't, so it would be his fault. You know, that could be the case, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, apparently the assistant director is saying the gun was not thoroughly checked, and so it seems like whatever procedures were supposed to happen, they're admitting to the fact that they didn't go through it.
Yeah.
And like you said, without the details, it's hard to speculate, but just based off what I've read upon the safety practices on set, I think that becomes a larger issue. And that's I think, to me, I think that's the big red flag.
If there was already at least one, I think there were 2 negligent discharges. It might just be one. But, yeah.
I understood there was 3.
Oh, geez. Okay. I think I read 2, but yeah.
2 from the stunt double, 1 from Alec Baldwin himself.
Okay, so yeah, that would be 3. That's what I'm saying. I think I heard there were 2 before, and then the
So if you have to imagine, it's like, how many times does the armor or whoever's in charge have to fuck up before people figure out there's something wrong in these procedures? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
like
I think that's another thing.
And it sounds
3?
harsh, but like I almost like when it comes to firearms, it sounds really bad. So this is something else I do a lot. I talk a lot about gun safety on my stream. There's a lot of things in life where like you're gonna fuck up, you're gonna make a mistake, shit happens, it happens, blah blah blah. With firearms, it is not the case. There are so many redundancies. There's just no reason to ever have a negligent discharge in your life. And like the only exception I can ever think of, I only say this, the only exception is if you have a weapon like super malfunction, which shouldn't happen, but like if some crazy shit happens with a weapon malfunction. But even at that case, assuming you're following all the rules, it should be pointed down range. You shouldn't be pointing at another person. Like you're responsibly clearing it after misfire and everything. So like if you're on stage and like one fuck up already happens, I feel like it's almost like, bro, like that's it, like you're done, like it's got to be somebody else. Like how can you make a mistake here? Like no offense, but like how many times are guns even being used in this shit? Like, right, like how do you fuck that up? Like this is probably the most important job of every other person on the set, except for maybe security, right? Like and to have a fuck up like that is like somebody else has to come in and do it. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Did you read up on the armor?
So yeah. We might have heavy disagreements here.
Well, go for it.
So my understanding is a lot of people are hating her because she looks like a wild and crazy SJW girl on the fucking TikToks or whatever. My understanding is that her dad was supposed to be like a really well-known in the industry, either prop master or armorer. That was his job before. So I don't know what her level of expertise or training was. But like I've seen people like post her TikTok and be like, just look at her. How could she know how to use guns? And I've seen so many old fuck conservatives fuck around on ranges and shit. It triggers a fucking hear people say that. But yeah, go ahead.
I didn't even know what she looked like. So I didn't even look at her TikTok. What I read up on, so she did a podcast interview for a previous movie. And she said like how new she is to the industry and how she almost didn't take this movie because she felt like she wasn't ready. Sure. But she also felt like it was a great career advancement. These are her quotes. You can find this online, right? So when I read that automatically like threw up a red flag. And then also the second thing that I saw was I always get a little weirded out.
Hold on, wait. Remember that second thing. Just on a quick note on the first thing. When somebody says they weren't ready, that doesn't necessarily mean she was like, I'm not ready. I might not clear a gun properly and kill somebody. It might just be like, I don't know if I can handle the schedule or being around that many famous actors or having these like many. It could be that too, but yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, but supposedly, you know what? You're right. From what I understood, it did seem like she had that much experience being an armorer. That this was something a little bit... Even though she had a lot of experience in gun safety and things like that, that being an armorer wasn't something that she was used to. I think she only done one movie before this as an armorer.
I believe so, yeah.
So I think that needs to be mentioned. The second thing, again, this is not condemning her because you can't do that with everything. But I always get weirded out, personally, when a father is in the business and then their children go into the same business. I'm not saying that's inherently a form of nepotism, but... it does raise a flag in regards to, was this person qualified? Judging by how many mistakes were made on set and how repeated they were, there is a question to be asked about whether this person really deserved to be there on the job because their mistakes are so glaring. You ask yourself, how did they keep their job? 1, and 2, how did they even get the job? But again, I can't inherently say she shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, that people say nepotism. That's a really hard one because the reality is that like technically it's not that uncommon for like family businesses, right? Like if your dad was X, you're probably going to do X. If they like, if you were in the military, how many people are like, oh yeah, like I'm doing army, my dad was army, my grandpa was, Vietnam, my great grandpa was World War II. Like how many people say shit like this, right? Like where it's pretty standard. So like if your dad is like some legendary figure in fucking Hollywood who does like these types of props or whatever, and you grow up like learning the craft, it's not surprising that you would probably do it next, right? Now it also could be the case that like she was kind of shitty and she got connections because of her, right? That could be the case, but it's hard to, I don't know that. I don't have like the information to know that, right?
Right. And listen, I don't disagree. Also, having a parent will give you plenty of connections, so the odds of you getting a job similar to theirs is much higher. You're around it all the time. You hear your dad speak about it. You may take a genuine interest, of course. But if you combine the fact that she didn't have a tremendous amount of experience and the connections that she did have, I think there is something to be said about being very careful about the folks that we do choose to hire, considering that they're in charge of somebody's safety and well-being. It's not like they're an actor and it's nepotism, because the consequences for them fucking up is not that deep. But if you're a doctor who gets in due to nepotism, I think that's a much larger implication, because you're handling people's lives. You understand?
That is true. It's also something that it wouldn't surprise me if this was somewhat overlooked, though, because like this is something that is incredibly rare. Like, it sounds like standard procedure, I'm guessing, from Hollywood shit, is that firearms are generally handled in a pretty safe manner. Because, I mean, in the U.S., there's a fucking million cop shows and shit, and these, like, issues, like, don't happen, where people are, like, getting fucking killed and shit by guns. So, maybe it's just one of the things where people don't even think about it much. Like, oh, yeah, of course it won't be an accident. Like, all these procedures are so safe. We know this. We've done this for so long.
Right.
Yeah, maybe, but that's just a guess, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is a super rare thing, which is why I think so many people are talking about it, because it's such a rare occurrence, and it shouldn't be something that happens on set. Certainly not 3-4 times either. So I think it's just an interesting thing. I don't really care for it from a political standpoint, because I feel like that's what people are taking an interest in this.
Oh, yeah.
Alec Baldwin, the liberal who made fun of Trump, like, I don't care for that shit. But I do take an interest more so in just like safety on set, because like I've worked on a few sets, I've done a few TV shows here and there, and so for me, having seen sets from behind the scenes, it just fascinates me how something this crazy could happen. Because people are just saying it's an accident. It's an unbelievably insane accident, considering how many safety measures there are in place to make sure this never happens. So I think that's why I take an interest. But I'm not going to be on this for weeks or months. I'm just curious at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to be debating this all week?
No, I have one more conversation tomorrow with Lauren Southern. It's like, I'm not even truly debating this. I just, like, one thing that I hate on my stream, and I talk about this so much, I hate people that like fanatically cover breaking news, because like, you don't have all the facts. You don't know what the fuck happened. Like, why are you out here like making these judgments saying this is for sure, this needs to be that, or like, that shit drives me crazy. So like, when people are out here making these super strong statements, I'm like, bro, come on. So I'm arguing with, I think, Lauren Southern tomorrow about this too, but then hopefully we'll move on past it.
Can I ask you, when you're going to be debating this, because I know you debated like gun safety with other folks who are like experts in the field, like what are your personal credentials where you could feel comfortable talking about gun safety?
I just really like firearms. I've gone shooting like several times before, but I'm not like, I have like a concealed carry permit, but anybody can get those from my state. It's literally like a 4-hour class where as long as you have 2 brain cells you can rub together, you're going to pass. But yeah, I super enjoy guns. I used to go shooting a lot more when I lived in Nebraska, but I had to leave everything in Nebraska because I'm in fucking California now.
So for you, it's more of a hobby. You haven't actually like
for sure,
taken an instructor's course, or you don't have any like real credentials from like a university or anything like that?
No, nothing like that, no.
You don't think that hampers you in regards to your takes? You don't feel like the lack of credentials is an issue?
I don't know. I feel like it doesn't in regards to like the firearm safety stuff. Like I think most firearm safety stuff is really, really accessible. I think that any average person can learn very quickly how to be incredibly safe with firearms. You just have to be really respectful of them. I feel like when it comes to firearm safety, like 95% of it is like attitude. Like you have to be incredibly respectful of firearms. They're not there for you to goof around with or fuck around with. And as long as you know like the basic handling of a firearm, you should never have at least a lethal accident. That should never, ever, ever happen. I feel like it's not that difficult to understand that, assuming you have a respect for firearms.
So when you're having a debate with somebody and like they have like, I don't know, maybe an education in the field, or they've been an instructor for years, do you feel like you're on equal footing to be able to debate with them, considering you don't have the same level?
I mean, in terms of firearm safety, if I were to run into somebody like that, I'll only defer to expertise in an area at this point, is that they have to start giving me something that I wasn't aware of, basically. But if you're just going to, oftentimes I find in debates that when people start citing credentials at me, it's to avoid making arguments rather than to bolster their own arguments.
Yeah. But you don't feel like you're just saying that because you don't have the credentials, so you don't really have a leg to stand on like they do?
No, I don't think so. Like sometimes there are times where I don't think that is your leg to stand on. Like there have been some times where people have come onto my stream and they've given me credentials before talking about something incredibly complicated, and it's like, okay, this person definitely knows what they're talking about, and I'm like obviously just deferring. I'm like, we've had like virologists and shit on stream to talk about vaccines and stuff, and like when these people start talking, it's like, okay, this guy is obviously like really far ahead of me in this area, which is cool. We can listen to him. But if somebody ever comes on like I'm a certified blah blah blah, and then but they don't like make any good arguments or they don't say anything, it's like, no, I don't feel like I'm behind or anything. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And so I understand that you had a debate with somebody last night that was a firearm expert and you disagreed with them?
Okay. I'm trying to think of a respectful way to say this. I'm pretty sure this is like a person that works at a range. That's what they are, I think.
But you don't think that gives them more authority than you?
So, okay, so you hold on, I forget this. You live in Canada now. You live in Montreal, but you're American, right?
Yeah, but we got guns up here. I be shooting shit.
Okay. Just from my personal time being around firearms, I feel like a lot of people don't respect them in good ways. Even people that should know better. So when somebody tells me that they're like a firearm instructor or whatever, I would expect that we're probably going to agree on most things if they are like responsibly handling firearms. But if they are, yeah, I don't know. It would have to come down to the points. It's just them citing their things isn't going to be enough to like convince me of anything ever. And sometimes, like I said, like somebody will say some stuff where it's like, I just like the fact that you even say this like makes me question everything you're saying anyway. So for instance, like one of the things in our debate that we had was, we mentioned the fact that, he was pointing a gun at a camera and he fired. And she was making a joke where she was like, are you telling me that the bullet went through the camera and then injured somebody? Like she said that incredulously, like it was impossible for that to be the case. And like, I'm sure you know this, like car doors are concealment, not cover, right? A car door can be penetrated with literally a 9mm round and you can get injured on the other side of it. So I
actually tuned out that part. That's where she says she really understands penetration.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and like, but we know this. Like, FMJ rounds will go through drywall. They'll come through the other end. They'll kill children. They'll kill cats or whatever. You've got like, yeah, FMJ rounds will overpenetrate like a motherfucker. This is why we use hollow points for self-defense, ideally, right? But when she starts saying shit like that, like, oh, so you're gonna tell me it went through the camera, kills someone? It's like, motherfucker, like ricochet, like shrapnel kills people, like off of a round that like strikes concrete. Like, of course that can happen. Like, are you serious? Yeah, I don't know. And when it comes to like firearm safety, like I don't know, when people start throwing credentials around, it doesn't mean much to me. I just don't think it's something that you have to be super credentialed for. Or maybe you disagree with that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if I was just listening to the debate and I was just like an outsider and I heard that you had like 0 credentials and you were arguing with somebody who did, like, I would just stop listening to you altogether.
Damn, okay. Well.
Hey, man, I've been trolling you for the last 5 minutes and it just hasn't worked, so I'm pretty disappointed.
Oh, well, shit, listen, I hear so much crazy shit these days. There's no more trolling, okay? You can't troll anything because I don't know what's like real or ironic anymore. They just made a whole bunch of people just made this K-pop person like give a huge apology because apparently they were caught on videotape like lip syncing along to a rap song and they lip synced the like soft N word while they were like singing in their car or some shit. I don't know, dude. I don't know like what's real or what's a troll anymore in this world. So yeah, it's impossible to. Yeah,
I don't know. I just briefly before we started, I heard you like ranting about credentials. I'm like, I'm gonna ask this motherfucker about his credentials.
Oh, okay.
At some point during this discussion.
Oh shit, I did just say that. No, you're right. I understand. All right. What are your credentials? What movie set did you work on? What movie? What shows?
Exactly. You easily turned it around, but you just kept like feeling worse about yourself. So I was like, damn, let me stop.
Christ. Okay, my bad. I understand now. I see it all. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all good. It's all good. I think the chat appreciated. Did you have some more Anna? Like, was there updates on that? I seen like you guys were reading DMs and shit.
She's unstoppable, dude.
She's unstoppable.
She's unstoppable. I think when I've been reading up on like restraining orders and shit, but typically there has to be some like real life threat. I've thought about like contacting Twitch and seeing if they'll do something, but like I'm really worried. It sounds like I'm making excuses. Maybe I am, but I'm worried that like if I put together like a whole thing and I send it into Twitch and they just like either don't respond or they say sorry, nothing we can do, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind and I'm gonna get banned saying some crazy shit. So I don't know, but it's probably good to make a paper trail. So maybe I'll try to do something. I don't know.
Yeah, that shit's wild, man. That shit's wild. And you know what? I think it's because also you being a streamer, all this is happening so publicly that like herd eroticism has to also exist in a public sphere. You know what I'm saying? Because like most people who deal with crazy women like this don't have to necessarily see them online everywhere or constantly talking about it through Twitter feeds because, you know, it's not happening in a public sphere. But for you, you're in that particular realm. So for everyone gets to watch, participate, share their 2 cents, which then inflames everything or encourages her as like these random people come in and be like, you're right, Destiny's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Or, you know, so everybody's getting gassed up. It's like when you're at school and like somebody says something like a guy disrespects you and then all of a sudden other people try to be like, yo man, you gonna let him talk about your mom like that? I'm like, yeah man, this man called your mom like a giant pussy. And so they start inflaming things as a result. And I think that's why I'm just generally not a fan of seeing these things happen on a public platform. But
Yeah.
I know for you, it's just kind of inevitable because this person wants to take it there.
Yeah, I mean, like, in a way, like, I don't care. I really don't care personally if, like, someone's crazy. It's whatever. I deal with that shit all the time. The only thing that bothers me is when they're reaching out to other people and then they're able to convince them that I'm, like, a crazy abuse person. It's like, okay, wait, hold on. Like, now this is, yeah. So that's, like,
Hold
that
up.
was the problem. Yeah.
Your two sentences didn't work there. You said you don't mind if people are crazy, but then you didn't like the result of their craziness.
Well, like, if somebody is crazy, like, if they're trying to spam message me on 30 platforms or they're, like, reaching out to, like, me and trying to do shit, like, I don't care. Whatever. If you want to be abusive or crazy, that's fine. But if you're convincing other people, like, parallel to me, now it's a huge problem. Because now because before I could just, like, I could ignore it or let them be crazy in my DMs. I don't care. It's whatever. But now if they're talking to other people trying to convince them I'm crazy, okay, well, now I have to deal with this more. I have to take it more seriously. Because I don't want, like, a whole bunch of people on the internet thinking I'm this crazy, abusive, manipulative, horrible person because of some insane person, yeah.
But that's the exact reason why you want to avoid crazy folks is that unpredictability, right? Especially if there's a form of obsession there. Nothing is off limits. Nothing is off limits.
Normally, I'm dealing with other public people, and normally I'm dealing with normal human beings that understand things like leverage or that have like reputation or something to lose. The unique thing about this particular person is they have no shame and they have nothing to lose. I've never dealt with somebody like we were talking about like the Dark Knight earlier. I guess it's kind of like that. Fuck, my game just crashed. Where like it's very hard to like if I'm dealing with another public figure, they usually have like a reputation or they have like, you know, stuff that they don't that's on the line. They don't want to lose these things. But this person
mutual destruction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like if you trade nudes to somebody, they're not gonna leak it because you'll leak theirs. You know, it's like shit like that. You know, but like this person is indestructible. Nothing stops them. They have no honor. They have no shame. Every single person on the internet is making fun of them. Even their own mods, even their own discords. I've gotten so many DMs, even their own friends, but they're just like going forward. They're chugging along. Like nothing can stop this person. So I've never dealt with somebody like that before. It's very strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's actually very common for celebrities who deal with like regular folks. They often get blackmailed by these people. And they have no recourse because these people can get on every platform or they'll go to TMZ and sell stories because they don't care. They're nobodies. Mm-hmm. So like, what do they stand to lose? And that's a common thing that happens, how folks get blackmailed a lot of the time. So it's one of those things where I've noticed that folks have to be extremely careful about who they invite around them just to insulate themselves. Like, you might know this, but I know celebrities who make people sign waivers and take their cell phones away when they spend time together. Why? Because they know how regular folks might just like record them when they're not looking or gather ammunition. Like motherfuckers out here have nothing to lose. And when you're a public figure, they know they can get to you a lot of the times. Mm-hmm. So
maybe, yeah.
That's
I think
part
this,
of
I think that even for a normal person though, I think most normal people wouldn't want to be blown up and look bad on the internet. Like I think most people like would actually
normal folks.
That's
yeah. Normal people.
But the problem is that
like
this is partially my fault. Like I overuse the phrase like crazy. I like crazy people. Whatever. When I say I like crazy people, or I like crazy girls. What I'm really saying is I like people that are weird or kind of like abnormal. I like people that are like interesting. Is what I really mean. This is the first person that I've been involved with that is truly crazy. Has set a new standard. Like I've never like. And yeah, I've never had like a person with borderline have me as their person before and then go forward with that. That's just never happened to me before. So yeah.
All right. So listen, I'm not going to blame you. I'm not saying none of that stuff. I just like to do this because this is my form of self-preservation. This is how I kind of function in my head to make sure that I don't end up in those kind of situations ever again. What is something that you've learned? Okay. Because again, this is not something that you deserve or anything. All right. Let me make that clear. But I do think it's important
to learn things. Yeah, of course. No, I agree every time. And even if it's completely and totally not my fault, I have very high self-preservation. Like, yeah, if something happens, I'm always thinking, like I've been in abusive relationships and even coming out, I was like, okay, well, what can I do to avoid these situations in the future? Like I'm always thinking shit like that. For this person though, and it's hard to talk about like personal life because especially everybody on the outside will say that like, oh, it's so obvious, so obvious. Like with this person, we had a pretty healthy backlog of conversations and she had passed a couple of like the mental tests that I have to make sure that this isn't a crazy person. And then when I met them in like real life, like we spent like a day, we didn't do anything sexual and they seemed like a relatively normal, well-adjusted person. They passed all the tests. It wasn't until after we hooked up and then I left and I actually posted those DMs and you can even see the last day, everything was normal. It was the day after I left that everything changed. Like,
Yeah.
and because I go back and I look and it's like, well, fuck, like, is it? Because there are, and like another thing too, there's two things that people don't see. I hate talking about this because like guys are so fucking weird and cringy about this. So there's two things people don't see. One is that I hook up with a lot of people and I don't have these problems. It is very, 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 very rare that anything like this has ever happened. Number one, and number two, I curve a lot of people. There are a lot of people that I'll start talking to them, and after like a week or two, I'm like, okay, this isn't working for a variety of reasons. Like I can tell this person is going to be a problem. So like I vet a lot of people that will talk to me, and after like a week or two, it's like, okay, this isn't working. And I've like hooked up with a lot of people and there've been no problems. So yeah, this person was definitely unique in those regards. Like I never saw this, like I just never saw this particular thing coming. There's no way. I don't know what I could do differently in the future aside from just, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, man. Just avoid women with bangs for sure.
Yeah. Oh, the meme one was like, just no more talking to psych, to people that study psych, because I think I've had 3 insane experiences now. I think I've had 3 insane experiences now with people that are psych majors that have like graduated with undergrad psych degrees.
Can I appreciate that this whole thing is like a very great form of advertisement for your dick game?
For my what? Wait,
yeah, like
okay.
the moment you dicked her down, bitch went crazy. Like that shit's kind of.
I don't. I mean, like, okay. I will say, okay, because I know that you do. I know you do a lot of that fucking SJW reverse shit stuff. Okay, you're making jokes, all right. But if the roles were reversed, you would be making these jokes, motherfucker. In reality, though.
I keep it a stack with you. I'll tell a girl she got pussy that turned a nigga crazy. I don't give a fuck. That's me personally, though.
Okay,
like,
sure. Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I will say though, this wasn't about like, oh my god, the hookup was so good, blah blah blah. It was probably more that like this person is borderline, and I became like their favorite person when we hung out, and then everything, is like fucked at that point.
I'm telling you, dick can change a woman's life. I've seen it so many times. I mean, literally after sex. You ever have them look at you with that afterglow eyes? Like, oh, this girl's in love with me. That shit's gross. You ever had that happen?
Jesus. I have a lot of conversations before I ever hook up with somebody where I'm like, hey, we're not dating. I'm not dumping my significant other for you. This is not happening. So like, thankfully I don't think I get that much, or maybe I'm just not that talented, I guess, or I don't have that magic. But I really do have a lot of, and I even showed like in a lot of the DMs that I leaked where I talk to them more, like I'm explicitly saying like, I have said this. I said we're not dating. I said that I don't do this. I said what? So like, hopefully, if it's the type of person that's gonna have that reaction, we don't actually ever get to the sex stage because shit's gonna be fucked, you know?
Yeah. No, that was definitely in my youngin' days where I didn't know what was happening. I just knew something strange happened. It's just a weird feeling when someone's looked at you one way, then y'all banged, and you guys are laying in bed, and she looking at you with these eyes that are like peering into your soul, and it's like, whoa, listen, I just known you for like 4 days. This is weird. So. Yeah, I've just come to learn that for a lot of people, sex changes a lot. And even if it doesn't change it to the point where they go nuts and do all the shit that you're dealing with, I've noticed that for a lot of folks, it still affects them emotionally or attachment-wise. And that kind of volatility that you're describing is genuinely not so surprising to men because they've seen like it in smaller forms, if you will. Now, I will say that I have caught the red flags in the past with some women where I'm like, oh, we can't fuck because you will never leave me alone if we stop talking. Like, and I don't think they're even bad people. So some of them I could just tell the way that they form attachments. The moment we fuck, it's all over. And you know what's funny is with these women, I've broken it off before we ever had sex. And let me tell you, even that was a big ass struggle. What do you mean you don't want to get together? I just feel like this is not going to end well if we hook up and it doesn't go anywhere. And they get like supremely upset about me not even wanting to go there. So I don't know. I just feel like when it comes to sex, I've just seen, man.
Yeah, 100%. You're totally right. One of the things that I've learned, especially being in an open relationship now, like doing fucking threesomes and shit or whatever, there is a lot of people that think they can handle one thing. And then once they have it, it's not at all, they weren't mentally ready for it. And I've run into that a lot where someone's like, oh yeah, like casual sex, or like, oh yeah, like this sexual arrangement or whatever, like, oh yeah, we can do it, no problem, 100%. But then after it happens, it's like, oof, okay, they didn't know until they actually experienced it, like this is like what you kind of signed up for or whatever. Yeah, that definitely happens.
So that's one of the interesting things I think about hookup culture itself is, irrespective of what you go in mentally with, I think the biological reaction that a lot of people experience from bonding. Like I don't know it scientifically. I'm just speaking from anecdotal experience. I've just noticed that a lot of people say they can handle certain things when it comes to hookup culture, and they can't. So many times I've had friends with benefits, for example, who said, "Yeah, it's fine," and 3-4 months in, they're like, "You know what? I'm getting attached," and there's like no way I can keep doing this, which is fine. That was a super responsible approach to it because they were in touch with their emotions enough to recognize
I was gonna
what was
say
happening.
what you just said is really rare. If someone can actually have the introspection to be like,
Right.
yeah, I can't handle this. This is like too much for me. Good, then props off for them. That's actually super amazing. Yeah.
But me, as a 31-year-old, I'm much better at vetting the people that I'd get involved with sexually, and I'm much more selective for that aspect, for that kind of emotional maturity where you can really handle that discussion. So I think I've been fortunate to meet people who do that now. But even for them, they can't fight against a lot of the emotions that come with, because at the end of the day, you know, you have sex with people consistently, you enjoy their company, their conversation, and y'all spending time, even if it's just at each other's places. It's very difficult not to get attached to some degree.
For sure.
For me, it's not that hard, personally. But for the women I've been involved with, I see it's difficult. So my personal experience is, I'm not saying friends with benefits can't be done. It certainly can. I'm just saying it's very rarely going to last long, and it almost always ends with somebody catching feelings.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, almost every time. Yeah.
You know. Yeah, because
I think it's really hard for two people to have like any type of like long-term sexual relationship and not somebody's gonna do it.
Yeah. Someone always ends up getting there, and for me, it sucks because I can't give them what they want, and I like these people. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you can attest to this. Me personally, this is my experience. Just because I'm having casual sex with somebody doesn't mean I'm like, I don't give a fuck about the person. I care, right? Like, I want them to be okay. I don't want them to leave the sexual experience and feel like shit or feel heartbroken. But I came to realize that with most casual relationships, it's always going to be an inevitability, which is why I stopped taking an interest in like hookups and stuff like that, or even in friends with benefits in my later years, because I didn't like how it ended with these people and how bad they felt after the fact. Even though, yes, it's only temporary and they're going to get over it. I just hated knowing that that's probably going to be the inevitable outcome, because it seems to have been like that my entire life.
Yeah, it's definitely like a hard thing to balance, because it's like, because I feel the same. I don't really like one night stands. I prefer like longer term partners. But like when you start to mix like sex and friendship and like time together, like what is like a responsible amount of like bonding versus what's like you're kind of just playing games with this person and fucking their mind up, you know? Like it's hard to figure that out. That's difficult. Yeah.
Let me ask you, when you have a friends with benefits, right? Or someone you guys are fucking casually but consistently, and I'm assuming both you got tested, so y'all take off the condoms and do it the right way, right? When you guys are constantly having sex, me personally, the way it kind of works is I hit the person up, we set up a time, are you free tomorrow night? Cool, come by. They come by, let's say around 5 p.m., we chit chat, we have sex, we lounge out, we talk, we catch up about life. Then maybe we have sex again, and then they leave. So they probably spend a full 6 hours at my place. That's a lot of fucking time to spend with somebody that you're casual with.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And the conversation ends up building a sort of bond, because after you've been naked and you just fucked with somebody and you've been fucking for a long time, it's very rare that you can still maintain like a lot of distance with them, socially speaking. You start to share things about your life kind of naturally.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
you were just
And then,
inside
like,
each other.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
it's like this, like a sexual connection with somebody is pretty intimate. So
Yeah.
you're going to be sharing things and talking things or whatever too. Yeah. And then, yeah, like I'm the same way. Like if somebody's come over, we're probably like watching a movie, we're going out to eat. They might even spend the night, you know, if Melina's not here. Like, you know, like, yeah, there's like tons of shit. Yeah, well, listen, I'm kind of, listen, it's a lot,
Ooh,
right?
you going on dates?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah,
Ooh.
well, hey, but hold on, chill. If you got a person over talking, you're hanging out for like 6 hours, okay? That's a date too, okay? I don't give a fuck what you say. That is absolutely a date. That is absolutely a date.
I'll fight you on that one.
I went over to a guy's house. We fucked. We chatted for like 3 or 4 hours, and then we fucked again, and then went home. That's a date. That 100% counts. And I bet you guys
not a date.
you're probably somebody's at least breaking out a candy bar. Okay, so you're eating. All the elements are there. Okay, 100%. You probably go to the fridge, offer a drink or some shit. You probably catch up on something. Yeah, 100%. All right. Maybe you guys
that's
turn on
not-
fucking Netflix or some shit while you're recharging your batteries. I would count that as a date.
You might count it. I can assure you that women don't count it as dates, and I'll tell you why they don't count it as dates. Because women often complain about dudes they're fucking who just want to invite them back to their place and fuck. So I can tell you that women do not consider that a date. They expect to be taken out and actually be shown a nice experience. Now, of course, if I'm doing candlelight dinners and fucking doing scented candles in a bath, that might be more romantic. But if she just come our place, we talking, I can assure you, most women not consider that a date. That's a common complaint that women have.
There's two different. I think there's two different complaints at play. So one, if it's somebody you're dating, they're not going to consider that a date. Absolutely. If I try to get away with that with like Melina, I'm like, oh, bro, we fucked twice yesterday. Remember we chatted for like 20 minutes about your stream. She's gonna be like, motherfucker, this is not a date. Take me somewhere, okay? Absolutely. Number one, that is the case. But if it's a casual hookup, not in my opinion. There is a huge difference between we went to a hotel, we fucked and we partied, or like they came over, we fucked and they partied, versus they came over and we hung out for like 5 or 6 hours. Those are, if you don't want to call it a date, that's fine. But in my opinion, that's way more than a hookup, I think.
Okay, let me ask you, from the female perspective, do you think that they're taking it as a date?
Yes. I would say something special is happening there. If you're going over, you're having sex with somebody, and then you're hanging out for like several hours chatting. Absolutely, yeah.
I agree that something special is happening there. I think that something is really happening there. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a date in their perspective. Do you understand what I'm saying?
If you want to play like semantic, I mean, maybe it's like something else, but like it is something that is building on something. I mean, you can call it.
Okay, then I agree with that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we don't have to use like date, I guess, because like it's not like a formal date or something, but it's more than just a hookup.
The reason why I make the distinction, I think why it's important, is like when you're fucking somebody and you're taking them out to restaurants, or when you're taking them out to movies or doing activities, there's zero distinction between a relationship and hooking up there. Why? Because you're doing pretty much a lot of the same things that most people in a relationship would do. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure, I understand. But that's kind of like the nature of our relationship, though. So, but I understand what you're saying, because that's because
what do you mean?
Like I might like somebody might come over to my place. We might like go get something to eat, watch a movie, and then come back and fuck, and that would be like but that would count as, I guess, to you like a full date or whatever, for sure, right?
Right, exactly. My whole point is like that's something you would do in a relationship. So I can understand in those circumstances how they get mixed signals, because what they're experiencing is the girlfriend experience, right? They go out, they have a good time, then they go back and y'all fuck. That's oftentimes what a lot of relationships look like for common dates and things like that. However, if you're just bringing back a girl to your place to smash, I can assure you most girls know that's not a good sign if they're trying to be in a relationship or have something deeper.
If your goal is to be in a relationship, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty rare that like, unless maybe I just have an extra charming personality or whatever, but you know, if somebody comes over and you're willing to like chat and shoot the shit for like 3 or 4 hours, like in my opinion, this gets into weird territory now, because I don't know if we're like jerking ourselves off or some shit. I think that if you have the right personality type, getting somebody one-on-one and having like a 3 or 4 hour conversation with them is going to leave them with a way better impression than me taking them out for like a $200 meal. I think that type of time that they get out of me, that's going to stick way harder in their mind than like we're going to go out and eat like an expensive meal, in my opinion. So maybe it's like a difference in like the types of way that we associate with people, but that's like, if I have people that are getting like hooked on my personality or whatever, it's because we've spent a lot of time alone, like either doing drugs or just like chatting or like cuddling or hanging out or fucking or whatever. Like those types of things are usually way more impactful in their mind than just like going out to a dinner and a movie.
Okay, impactful in what way? Impactful
as in they're building like on some sort of, I was saying like relationship. It doesn't have to imply like a romantic relationship, but there is some building that's going on there that I think is more meaningful than dinner and a movie.
I agree that it's more meaningful. Okay. But I think that's different than the kind of signal that they get in terms of like relationship building, in that like if I'm having a casual relationship with somebody, all right? And they want it to be something more. Them coming to my place and us having sex all that time and having conversation doesn't have the same accrued progress towards the idea of us being in a potential like exclusive relationship versus me taking them out to a really nice dinner and then taking them out publicly to places. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We just totally disagree. But it might just be like different styles of like dating or whatever. That's interesting to me. Like if I met a girl off of Tinder, I could like go out to dinner, movie, and fuck, maybe in a hotel, and then we'd like part ways. And that to me is way less intimate than I bring somebody back to my place, we fuck, and then we chat for like 2 or 3 hours. Like that is.
I agree. I actually agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you that to me is more intimate than going to a restaurant. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that from their perspective, being them the party that actually wants to be in a relationship, when you take them out to public spaces and you are showing, you guys are spending time together, doing activities, it has a different implication for them because they want to be in a relationship with you. They see themselves as you guys doing those activities. Do you understand? I don't disagree with you saying it's more impactful. I'm saying from their perspective, they're far more likely to think, oh, this is mixed signals than if y'all just stayed at your place and y'all fucked and talked.
Yeah,
that's going to send way more mixed signals.
I understand what you're saying. Maybe it depends on the type of person. I see what you're saying though, in that I could see some people who are like, these are things that dating people do. So if you're gonna like wine and dine me, like you're basically courting me as a girlfriend. I can understand that for sure.
Yeah, because they're looking at you and your actions to understand what you see in the relationship. If you call a girl like at midnight and you're like, "Yeah, you trying to come to my place and fuck," and we'll stay up till 6 a.m. They're not seeing that as serious commitment the way that they would see if you said, "Yo, Friday night, that's in 3 days. Let's go out to dinner and then afterwards go out." That's a completely different implication from their minds than you saying, "Come to my place and let's smash and we'll chat afterwards." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm hearing it.
Okay. Yeah. How was
what?
Yeah, no. I was just thinking back to all my experiences. I think I just had a little flashback there.
Gotcha.
Who's Aaron Anna?
Aaron Anna?
Anna Aarons.
Oh, Arisan?
Yeah.
Is my that's my ex of like 7 years. She's my friend today. Oh, and she works for me.
Oh, why is everybody in the chat spamming her saying get her on?
Well, she's either really mad because when I dated her, I was a pretty shitty person, so she's either making fun of me for that, or she's mad because she thinks we're talking poorly about women. One of those two things.
Oh, wait. Your ex just hangs out in the chat?
Well, we're friends now. But like she also like is a part of my community and she like works. She does like a ton of work for me and everything too. So yeah.
Oh, so she just be in the chat talking shit?
Probably, yeah. That's what people do.
That's crazy. If I found out my exes was in my comment section, be like, actually, Abba's dick game is trash, I'd be like, excuse me.
Okay, yeah, sure. To be clear, she's not like just my ex, right? Like she's currently my friend. She like does a lot of stuff for my community, right? But she's not just like a random crazy ex that like hangs around or something, right? She's like way more better than that. I'm trying to give the correct impression. Yeah.
I understand that she's more than she works, so there's a reason for her being present. That's still crazy though.
Okay.
I don't know, like maybe to me.
Oh, sure. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Like optically speaking, I'm just like, oh my days, my ex is in the chat talking about like, I don't know. There's just one of those things that's interesting. But if you're fine with it and she's fine with it, that's great. Me personally, I'd permaban her and make sure she can never post again.
Jesus. All right. Okay.
I actually told my mom to unsubscribe from my YouTube channel when I found out she subscribed.
Damn. Why is that?
I don't know, man. I think I just have like a specific relationship with my mom, and I just can't imagine her watching me, talk about pussy and dating and shit like that all the time online. Like, it's just,
Okay.
I don't know. I've never had those talks with my mom, so it just feels like she's looking at me naked, and it's like, no.
Okay.
What about your family? Like, I'm sure
we argue about politics and shit. My family is, if you ever met my family, you wouldn't even believe it. You'd just think I'm trolling you. We're about as different as any group of humans can possibly be.
Oh yeah? Like what? Like you got one guy who's in Harvard and he like wears glasses like an anime character? Like what's going on?
No, like my parents are both like ride or die Trump supporters who won't get vaccinated, who when I went there last, they were telling me that like on January 6th, it was all Antifa fake people and the woman that got shot was just standing there innocently and got killed by, rogue FBI agents. Like every possible opposite thing you can possibly think. Yeah.
Okay. Your family, I'm assuming they're anti-vax because they read up on the Tuskegee experiments?
Yeah, good one. That's pretty funny. No, they're anti-vax because they think that the vaccines are pushed by like evil liberals trying to control the world and make everybody weak to like control their minds or some dumb shit like that.
Okay. Yeah, I get that. I completely understand. You know what is kind of sad on the whole vaccine shit? I can't even. Oh man, this kind of fucked me up mentally speaking.
Oh boy.
So I got vaccinated at LAX airport. Like this is like 3 months ago.
Okay.
And when I was flying back to Canada, I basically what happens is you get in lines. And for the unvaccinated, they go into one line. The vaccinated people go into another line as they're passing through customs.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that really fucked me up is when I looked at the line for the unvaccinated, it was like almost entirely immigrants.
Yeah.
like completely full of just immigrants. And I don't know why, but that imagery really fucked me up in my head, because I understand why they did the lines. Like, I'm not mad at them for that. But it just kind of saddened me, to be honest with you. And it made me realize just how much of a different reality these folks are living in regards to their approach to this whole thing. Like, you just saw these like families and their kids and just Arabs, black folks, and all this stuff. And none of them were vaccinated. And the other line was mostly white folks, a few immigrants sprinkled here and there. But I don't know. It just, that imagery just stuck in my head forever.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So hearing that your white parents aren't vaccinated makes me feel a lot better. Equilibrium.
Well, I'm so sorry. I have to fuck you again. Okay. My dad actually is vaccinated. He had to because he's got a job at a nuclear power plant or some shit. My mom is the one that's not vaccinated, but my mom is from Cuba, so she's an immigrant. So sorry to fuck your story there. So that's another immigrant added to the pile, I guess.
Oh yes, I forgot the Cuban stuff.
Yeah, they're there.
The only reason I found out about the Cuban stuff is I remember you talking about something about gusanos, and I'm like, is that like a pasta sauce? What's that? And I googled it, and then I found out it's a slur.
Yeah, you know, they're excited, man. When anybody can find any slur to use, it makes them real excited. And Lefty's found one, so. You know,
how good did it feel for you to be able to claim, you know, like the immigrant card, like the not 100% white card, and then be like able to stick it in a lefty's face and be like, you were fucking racist, you piece of shit? How did that feel?
It doesn't happen. No one gives a fuck. Because they just say, it's funny because they give the same excuses that Trump people used to give. Like a conservative will be like, them fucking Mexicans, fuck those people. I don't want to over here. Be like, bro, a little bit racist, you know? Like, a Mexican, that's a nationality. That ain't a race. It's like, oh, well, fuck, you got me. So, like, when they say like, Gusano, it's like, Gusano, that has nothing to do with race. First of all, Cuba's not a race, dumb fuck, which it's not. And they're like, oh, and it has nothing to do with where you're from. It's just a descriptor. And it's like, okay, bro. So, yeah, you don't get to claim any of that shit. You get fucked on it anyway. Yeah. I will say, it's pretty funny that, like, I debated so many race realists and conservatives and all that shit, and only two people have ever given me shit for my race. One was Nick Fuentes, who was a borderline Nazi, and then the other is like all the fucking lefties that like call me Gusano every chance they get, that like fucking they put in like their stream titles and shit. Yeah,
you know, I feel bad for Nick Fuentes because he's got like such a like Enrique Iglesias kind of name. Like he should be like a very handsome pop star, but he looks like a gremlin. So I always find it funny when people got these like sexy names and they look super like unattractive or unappealing.
Damn. Well.
Yeah. Even the word Gusano, like as a term that's inappropriate, some part of me thinks it's a very nice word. Like Gusano just sounds like something you would call somebody who's really cool. You know, like
like your cousin like comes in, it's like, oh, mi gusanito, right? You're just like, oh, like come over here, chill, man. Oh, mi hermano.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like think of the word. Like imagine if the word like Antonio became like a slur. It's like, bro, I can't take this. Like, call me an Antonio. Like whatever, bro. I want to salsa dance too, right? So when I heard the word Gusano for the first time, I'm like, what's wrong? Then I heard the definition. I'm like, that is terrible, but it's still a really nice word.
Sure.
Yeah. You know, like other words are like rough. Like when I hear the word cunt, like that's got some oomph to it, right? Or
unless you're, I guess, like British or Australian, and they don't give a fuck as much. So yeah.
No, they don't. But it's a very cunt is like a phonetically strong word that I think really evokes a good emotion.
Yeah, for sure.
But Gusano just sounds like I said earlier, good pasta sauce or like something you put on like, you know, ravioli or some shit. You know, that's just my thoughts on that. What was I saying? Talking about before I derailed it with this Gusano talk.
The immigrants in line being like different.
Yes, and then you were talking about your family. You said your family basically, and you're part not white or whatnot. So,
I mean, I think I'm like all white, to be clear. Because Cuban people can come from, it's like Mexicans, right? You've got like mestizos and castizo, people that come from Spain that are darker or fair skin or whatever. My family, my guess is probably like Spanish background, right? Because I would say like a lot of Cubans are like pretty fair skinned. Like if you see Cuban people in real life, a lot of them are like pretty fair looking. Yeah.
That's fair. What about are you an only child?
So I'm kind of an oldest child and kind of the second youngest child. I have like 5 siblings. But my mom and dad were both had 2 siblings from other marriages, got divorced and then got married, and then had me and my sister. So I have a bunch of older siblings, but they were all moved out by the time I was like 9 or 8. So then it was just me and my sister. So I'm kind of like an only child of 2 kids, but then I have like older siblings too. But yeah.
So which one of your family members is like an Alex Jones fan?
I don't know. I don't think my mom is a fan of Alex Jones directly, but if he said some shit and it got posted like her Facebook meme pages, then she would definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So are the kids more normal and the parents are just wild?
No, my whole family is one way, and I'm just a complete and total outsider.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
You almost sound like you're tired of it.
No, I'm grateful for it. I got like my parents moved away when I was like 14, 15, or 15, 16. So I've been pretty independent for a long time, and seeing how this sounds really mean to say. I don't mean to say this. I love anybody that's listening, but seeing how like everybody kind of is one way, I'm pretty glad that I got to develop on my own. I think. Yeah.
You know, that's an interesting thing. I find when kids are left to their own devices, it can either go very well or very terrible.
Yeah, for
in
sure.
the sense that I think that space to explore on your own without that constant input and bias from your parents and like almost like gerrymandering of what you can or can't see or say, really like funnels you into one direction. Whereas I think if you're given a lot of space, I'm not saying it's always going to turn out great. You might end up reading some fucked up shit and go whatever. But on the other side, it gives you a chance to really fuck things up, make mistakes, learn from them on your own, and have experience be your guiding factor for where you build your values from rather than what your parents just foisted on you.
Yeah, I think so. Like it's God, fuck. I hate these comments because it sounds like I'm jerking myself off a lot. So like when you have like difficult life experiences, basically one of two things happens. Either one, 95% of the time, the person just gets super fucked up. But then two, very rarely, for whatever God-given natural disaster reasons, the person turns out to be relatively exceptional. And the problem is that everybody looks at the exceptional people that came out of bad circumstances, so they think everybody needs those bad circumstances to be good people, or they just fake having those bad circumstances because they think it'll make them a better person. So yeah, I find that like the people that end up making it end up like fucking it up for everybody else. Like for instance, it would be really easy for me to say like, oh yeah, like everybody should, you know, have these experiences or, you know, be homeless for a while or like work shitty jobs. And then eventually you guys will become like good people or whatever. But the reality is that like a lot of people that have been through situations, some of them probably just ended up being like complete and total fucked up people. And even me was like kind of like, I was really close to being a super fucked person. I got really lucky that streaming came around exactly as it did. And I was like into games and shit. Like if I would have had just like a different set of hobbies, I'd just be some random no name loser that fucking sucks at life, you know?
Yeah, I think they call that survivorship bias.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember reading up on that. That one really blew my mind because it made a lot of sense how it like came about from World War II fighter jets. But
it super bothers me. The thing that bothers me the most about it, though, especially as I spend time around people that have really good families, is like you are so desperate to pretend like you've had the same life that I've had just because you're boring and you're a loser, and you have so many great resources around you that you can take advantage of. Like, dude, I'll hang around people that will talk about how depressing and everything their life is. And it's like, bro, your mom and dad are fucking awesome, dude. You have the coolest family. Like, you do so much awesome shit. Like, why are you trying to use this as like an anchor, or like why are you like trying to pretend that you've got like some like, bro, take advantage of the cool shit that you have. But it sucks then because if they haven't made it even further, they feel like they need an excuse or they fucked up, or it's just not as interesting to talk about like having a nice family and shit. But yeah, I don't know. Seeing like how some like really functional families work, I am ultra jealous. Like given the opportunity, like I don't know, like maybe I would be like a fucking doctor or some shit, given a different set of circumstances. And some people are just so eager to throw that under the bus because they want to be cool for internet points. It's like, man, geez.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that comes down to two things. It comes down to the whole nerd thing from earlier, where there's like currency in being the underdog or the not cool people, right? There's currency in that. There's currency even like in like struggling and suffering. That's why people who are having tragic events will document it and share it with people, because their vulnerabilities also form a social currency. So when they don't have struggles and they see how cool people are who have struggles, like they hear rappers who got shot and all this stuff, and they start acting hard and gangster, it's just to get the juice without the squeeze. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I also got the juice, right? So that's kind of the idea behind it. And I think also, so there's that aspect.
Yeah.
Oh, and the second thing is also, I think it comes down to like the whole comparative suffering. It's like they can't understand your experience the same way you can't fully understand their experience from coming from like a very functional family, right? The same way you don't know how you would have turned out with all their circumstances, you also can't understand how they would have turned out with yours. But I think for them, they see the positive outcome that you've had from coming out of it, and they want to emulate that.
Yeah.
They understand it's like, here's the thing, right? Like kids my age used to get beat a lot in school. Like when by their parents.
Yeah.
They would come
sometimes
to school,
by the teachers, depending on where you went to school and what the date was.
You know what's fucked up? I got beat by my teachers more than I did my parents.
Damn. Okay.
I I remember going to school and everybody would brag about how they got beat, right?
Okay,
And the worse you got beat, the more proud you were of the story.
Okay.
And so I remember making up a story about how my mom beat me that was like unbelievable. It was a stupid story, but I just wanted to fit in.
Yeah, I know. What you mean.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's a social currency. Suffering is a social currency. Like I haven't wrapped around my brain around the concept entirely, but like I was like, yeah, you know, my mom fucking she grabbed a knife and she cut me. Like, what a stupid line. But when you're like 10 and other kids are 10, like they'll just believe anything. So yeah, I don't know why that is, but I know that's a thing. Even to this day, I got grown ass 35-year-olds who be like, man, you know how hard we was, bro? My mom used to beat us every day. And they imitate their parents with such glee and happiness. I'm like, bro, that's fucking child abuse. Like, shut up, right? So it's interesting how people monetize their suffering like that. I don't know. Why do you think that is?
I think that there's two things I think to it. There's two big things. One is there's a really powerful like pity bonding aspect to it. I can't speak for everybody, but unironically, like this is one of the reasons why I don't like to bring up some things from my past. Is because like when people start treating you or boxing you in as a victim, I hate that feeling. It's actually the worst feeling. I'd rather have you think I'm a horrible racist, whatever, blah blah blah, than like treating me like some fucking sob story. I don't need that. I've done enough in my life to not have that be the thing that you treat me nicely for, you know. So I think that's one thing. I think a lot of people do like that type of attention, like oh, like feel bad for me, give me that attention, like you know, make me feel good or whatever. And then two, I think that a lot of people that do come from like some of the fucky backgrounds, like I don't know how to explain this, and it sounds really bad. I don't mean to sound bad, but sometimes there are people that I can talk to, and within like 40 seconds, it's like I can tell that you have never struggled for anything in your life, and it just is so immediately apparent. And then there are other people who you talk to them, and it's like, man, you've had some fucked up shit happen to you, but you came out like you're a really interesting, crazy person. And I think that when you meet some of those people, you're like, oh my god, like this dude had so much crazy shit, and like he's such a cool person. Like, yeah, me too. Like you want to make up like the same story so that you feel like you can. It's kind of like you used an expression earlier, like getting the juice without squeezing the fruit. I don't remember what you said, but it's one of those things too. Where it's like, oh well, fuck. Maybe if I like say I've had the same experiences, like people will kind of see me similar as like a cool dude that like had all these crazy things happen and blah blah blah. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Experience is not something you can fake, and I think sometimes people look at. Yeah, I think what you said is entirely true. I see that all the time in comedy and stand up. There's some folks who their lived experience is so bizarre, it contributes to their unique voice when they get up on stage. And folks see their success on stage, this authentic character who's up there and they're cracking jokes from their crazy lived experiences, and they want to be able to replicate that, but they haven't had the same lived experience, so it sounds inauthentic and super fake when they try. But I also understand the envy. It's like, man, this is so beautiful. Like, I wish I could do that. And so there's a lot of envy involved. I'm like, bro, you can't
fake it, and it sucks.
You can't do what he did. You can't. You can't be Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? You could talk with a lisp all you want, but Mike's lived experiences are what make him all fucked up, but also beautiful in the way.
Yeah.
Pause.
Yeah.
Right.
And this might be the whitest thing I've ever said to you, but in one respect, this is why I can appreciate people like you know who Little Dicky is?
Yeah, the dude who raps.
Yeah, like when he does his like shit. I think he's even got a song with Snoop Dogg. I think where he talks about it. Like,
is he the first gay rapper?
No, Jesus, is he?
No?
I don't know if that's.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's true or not. I feel like there's no way that could be true.
I don't know. Little Dicky. Okay, never mind. Just keep going.
Little Dicky. Yeah. So he doesn't try to like represent himself as something that he's not. He's like super honest. Like, yeah, I'm not like a gangster or any shit like that or whatever. And like, yeah, I think it's probably good there need to be more. This sounds so weird to say, but like there need to be maybe role models for more kind of like normal people where it's like, bro, you don't have to misrepresent yourself or pretend you're on some crazy shit. Like you can be an interesting person and do this stuff without having had, you know, like crazy life experience. Like it's okay. Like just, you know, find something else to talk about, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I can appreciate somebody being authentically, even if they're like they're from the suburbs. I could respect them being from the suburbs and just admitting to it and owning to it, rather than pretending to be hard. Yeah. It's like there's even rappers, like just black rappers, who brother, your dad's like a fucking exec from like Def Jam Studios. You know what I'm saying? Like you live in a gated community. Why are you talking about robbing people and killing the folks? Like this is the fakest shit possible, right? And so there's a lack of respect that goes into those folks because of the fact that they don't live that experience, and it showcases in their music, right? It's all posturing. So yeah, I can understand why you appreciate someone like Little Dicky because he's just speaking from what he lived.
Yeah, okay, maybe, okay, we might have a big point of disagreement here. I'm curious, okay? I made some edgy tweets today. So I don't listen to a ton of rap. I've heard, like, I think a lot of the popular songs or whatever, but I'm not, like, digging through a lot of shit. I would argue, so sometimes, let me tell you the etymology of this argument, where it comes from real quick. So somebody got really mad at like somebody mouthing, lip syncing the N-word as they were rapping to some song. And I'm like, who the fuck cares? And then somebody was like, oh, like that's our word, don't do it. And then I think my response was like, okay, well, if it's actually such a huge fucking deal, then why the fuck is it in so many songs? Like just stop using it then. And somebody was like, black rappers, they're not making music for white people. They make music for black people. My contention is, and I actually, it's almost cringy to say this, but I can actually vibe with so much of like what popular rappers rap about, because in my opinion, a lot of the messages are like, I'm kind of famous now, or well, in my case, I'm kind of famous, but a lot of the messaging, a lot of mainstream rap is like, oh, I'm so famous now and I got like fake friends and people after money and I'm trying to figure out how to like live with my fame. It feels like most of the messaging in mainstream rap is like more relatable to white celebrities than it is to like actual black people. Yeah.
Wait. What was the messaging that you think you hear a lot from rap? I'm famous now and I can't relate.
Basically, like my life used to suck, but now I'm like super famous and I'm trying to figure out like how to balance like that shit out. I guess it's like that seems like a lot of like, or like people think I fell off, but I didn't. I'm still here. Yeah.
Bro, what do you listen to? Drake? Like, what are you talking about right now? That's not the messaging.
So I mean, fuck, like 21 does shit like this. I mean, like. If we go older, like I feel like off of 2001, I think for Dre, I'm pretty sure every single song on that album was him saying some variation of like, you motherfuckers thought I was gone, but I'm still here. Like, I think he has a song called Still. It's literally what the song is about. I'm still here. I'm still rapping. Don't forget about me, right? I know that Lil Wayne is essentially, I don't know, it's whatever shit I fucking hear on the radio. I know a lot of Kanye's newer shit is like this. Well, I thought about like what I wanted to do is we could dig through like the top 10 or top 20. I know J. Cole does a lot of shit like this. We can dig through like a lot of the most popular rap songs, but it feels like, I feel like most of the songs are shit about like either being a celebrity now or some shit, or it's kind of like generic stuff that most people can relate to. It's not like here's some like raw things from like the black experience.
I mean, I think it depends on what you go for.
I'm saying mainstream rap. I know there's a lot of like underground or like not as popular stuff maybe that you can dig through, but in terms of like the mainstream shit that gets popular. Like, do you think like Juice WRLD is like mumble rapping about like the black experience a lot, or are these just like random like sad boy thoughts that any like, you know, white teen or preteen can kind of like get on board with? I don't know. That's
okay. I should probably. Here's what I'll say. There's an abundance of rap where they talk about like suicide, where they talk about, you know, fucking people up, where they talk about selling drugs, where they talk about being famous, like you said. Those are definitely kinds of music that you're going to find out there. Okay. And so if you're saying, if your take is that, well, listen, rap is relatable to everybody, therefore it's actually just for a general audience when the music is being made. What I would say, however, is that generally when people are making music, they're not imagining themselves performing it in front of an entire white audience. Even though that ends up what they're doing, they don't, right? Especially when they start out, generally a lot of the folks in the early onset are folks from their areas. Now, on the whole topic of the N-word stuff and who can say it and who can't, me personally, I don't really give a fuck. So I'm not here to gatekeep people. I don't really like to get involved with it, only for this reason, okay? I find when it comes to like race issues, okay, other than the political scene, the topic of who can or can't say the N-word comes up so often. And I'm like, nigga, who gives a fuck? Like, we got so many problems that matter. Why is this like always being brought up like it's a big deal? Like, I don't give a fuck if Cindy says it in the privacy of her bedroom or if she yells it while she's singing along. Like, there's so many more important systemic issues to talk about. Like, we've already hashed out this conversation 100 times. Why is this like so fucking important to people? You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is not vaccinated, and y'all out here talking about can Cindy say the N-word? Like, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So, I think for me, I've been so exhausted by the discussion itself that I'm probably not the best person to ask, to be honest with you.
Sure.
Like, I see videos about it all the time. I see videos about it all the time. And like every, you know what it's like? It's like the question, can men and women be friends? It's like, bruh, How many times am I going to see this question pop up in my inbox? Okay,
It's like the
Now-
lowest hanging fruit of like political or social discourse. Is like, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, bro, it almost feels like a distraction at some point. Because of the level of attention that it gets, I just find it such a low-hanging fruit when it comes to race-related issues that I just can't get behind feeding into it.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And if you ask most black folks, they don't care that deeply. They might have an opinion on it, but best believe they're not going to take to the streets to talk about it. So why does it occupy so much space in these conversations? Right? Like I see people on Twitter losing their fucking minds about it. And I'm like, bro, I got too much stress and problems in my life to give a fuck about this topic again and again and again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also, I just think it's stupid to try to legislate words. You're never going to win. You're never going to be successful. You can't tell people what they can or can't say in the privacy of their own place or even when they're singing along to music. It's like such a hard thing to manage. Like, why give it that much energy anyways? But that's my thoughts on it as a whole.
Yeah,
But yeah,
sure.
I get the question all the time. Like as a guy who runs like the YouTube channel, like takes suggestions from people, I can tell you I get that like topic 50 times a year.
Sure.
It's like it's crazy how prominent it is. So yeah, but like here's a thing. Here's a weird thing. I know white dudes who lived in the hood their whole life who say the N-word, and the black folks in that neighborhood do not give a fuck. There's these two twins in Florida. They were actually on Channel 5 recently.
Hold on, wait.
The Hoff
We need to
twins-
specify. When you say Florida, do you mean Miami or do you mean Northern Florida?
No. They're called the Hoff twins. I don't know which part of
Oh
Florida they're from.
shit! I know these guys are crazy. But no, wait,
Right?
hold on, no. Sorry. I was thinking you said the Hodge
Oh,
twins.
are they in Cali?
No, I was thinking you
I'm-
said the Hodge twins. Are the Hoff twins? I don't know who those are, but okay, go ahead.
The Hoff twins, you'll see them. They're two white dudes. I think they're twins. And someone said they're from North Cali, so I appreciate you clearing that up.
Okay, gotcha.
The Hoff twins are two white dudes from Cali, right?
Okay.
And they say that, and I'm pretty sure they're from like San Francisco Bay Area, actually, now that I think about it. They say the N-word as much as they want. And everybody in their neighborhood don't give a fuck because they're like part of that life, right? So to me, it's not strictly along racial lines, and it's not black and white, because I can assure you in those inner city neighborhoods, they don't really give a fuck if these white dudes say the N-word because they bought that life. So I don't know. This is Latinos say the N-word. That's a weird one too.
Yeah, or some Asians, depending. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, like, yo, hearing like a Korean guy could just. I heard this black woman talking to her Asian friend. She's like, yo, this Asian nigga got a fat ass. And I couldn't stop laughing. And the Asian dude replied, and then you also said the N-word. I died. But am I going to legislate their conversation and be like, excuse me? I just couldn't imagine myself trying to police this shit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. How desperately out of 10, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how desperately do you want to say the N-word?
I don't care that much, but it became like a huge fucking. Well, I care about the principle of other things basically, and it's become like a center point to my fucking, I guess, discourse, which is really frustrating.
Yeah. So why? Because like you love saying it in private. You just be like, is that like, are you into race players?
Jesus, do you have your phone out because you're fucking recording me? Are you trying to get a fucking witness testimony here or some shit? Am I self-incriminating right now? Like, do you need to read me my fucking rights? Jesus.
Hold on, I'm just turning my screen around. You can see my phone.
Yeah.
It's just DMs.
Okay,
I wouldn't
gotcha.
do that to you.
Okay.
Oh man, Destiny, how badly have you been fucked over by people that you think I'm recording? Do you remember our last conversation where you're like, record everything just in case some shit happens? And now you want to come at me for like potentially recording like an N-word conversation.
Yeah, listen,
I don't
Jesus.
give a fuck.
Yeah. Oh man, you don't know. Oh man, you don't know my history with that, huh? That's a special word to me. Okay, you wouldn't understand. No, I'm just kidding. No. Yeah, but okay, yeah. No, obviously on Twitch and fucking shit, like it comes up a lot, obviously, because white people. There's either like racist white people that really want to say it, or there's like other white people that are like it's not a big deal, or there's like it's always white people talking about this like nonstop too. So yeah, I don't know. It's all just white people talking about if we can say it or not. Yeah, it's a really big issue with us. Okay.
Yeah. I find it cringe when white people take such an interest in that. Steven, you shouldn't be saying it. It's like, bruh, like black people will not care that hard. So I just find it sus when white people do. But you know what I do find weird? The few times.
Wait, I just want to actually clarify, just because conversation goes so much. Just to be clear, what you and me have been talking about this entire time is like with the A, like just like in raps or whatever. We're not talking about like when you're saying like black people don't care. Black people would care if like a white person called them the N-word or something, right? Like we agree with that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Sure,
just making sure we have that, just because some dumb fuck is like, oh, they're saying that like a white person could call black. Like, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
You
Go
know
for it.
what's so weird about the N-word with the ER is like when you hear black people call each other that always throws me the fuck off. Like I was shocked the first couple times when I heard like a black person say that to me. I was like, what the fuck did you say?
There's
it really threw me for a loop.
For sure. I'm sure you've heard it because there's like the most popular meme song in the fucking world. You know the Joyner Lucas one with the white guy and the black guy or whatever, right?
Oh, that's so cringe.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it is okay. Chill. Okay, but there in that song he says it, and yeah, it does throw you for a loop. It's really weird when you hear a black person say like the N-word with like the hard R, and you're like, oh shit, like that's kind of weird.
Right.
Like
you want to hear a fucked up take?
Yeah.
I'm not even going to front to you.
Okay.
Phonetically speaking, that word sounds fantastic.
It's.
No.
I can't find common ground with you here because it would destroy my career. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
You don't have to. I'm just saying. Listen.
It's a really aggressive word, and phonetically, it definitely like conveys like a level of hatred that is like, man, you thought a long time about this one, and you picked a good one to express like how fucking evil you are. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying. I like words. Okay. I like the way words sound. I like the emotion that they evoke. And there's just certain words that like when you hear them, they evoke a strong emotion, not just because of their historical context, but like how they sound phonetically. The same way I told you Gusano had like a smooth sound to it, almost like you're putting like a hot slice of pizza on someone's plate, right? Like the word Gusano just sounds fitting there. Certain words, like the word cunt, right? Like I just find that's such a strong and like sharp word. And when you use it against someone, it's like it's very hard to make that sound romantic, even if you change the definition.
Sure.
And yeah, that was one word that every time I heard it, like I think it's also, I don't know what it is. I remember one time I heard someone call somebody like a dune coon. You ever heard that before?
Jesus. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just
What?
so Twitch knows, the person I'm talking to is black, so I'm not gonna get banned for what he said. Okay, but go ahead. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? When I first heard that said to an Arab dude, I laughed for like a full day. Just thinking about
Sure.
oh my days. I couldn't stop laughing. Just thinking about like the amount of time this motherfucker must have thought about it. Like Arab people, what are they around? Sands. What rhymes with coon? Dune. And like just thinking about that delivery, I laughed for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's just like the comedian in me, but I don't know. I'd be laughing at fucked up shit all the time. Even like you know that lady, the racist lady who or the lady, the activist who was going after Dave Chappelle, and people like unearthed her tweets and like how racist she was. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't. Was she super racist or was this really dumb?
Oh man, hold up. Let me send it to you. Oh man, and somebody like audio voiced the tweets, so it's even better. Okay, hold on. I gotta send this to you. Can you play this on stream?
No, I also just be a little careful because Twitch can get really weird about slur stuff, even if we're not like using them aggressively. But yeah, so go ahead.
Oh man, too bad. Because here's the thing, right? So she's like organizing this protest against Dave Chappelle, and then people unearthed a bunch of her tweets, not just from 10 years ago, but from like 2-3 years ago. And like the way she was talking about Asians and Latino, absolutely racist. But that shit was hilarious. Like, I'm sorry, it's like, listen. Maybe I'm just fucked up and I'm too far gone and I've heard so much racist shit in my life that I can't like. Okay, so here's something. I had this epiphany one time. I came off a stage after a show, and there was somebody in the crowd who was like heckling, but in a way that was super weird. And my gut instinct told me that this individual was super racist. Okay. Just the way that she was engaging with me. I had no proof of it, but
You had that feeling.
I had that feeling, and I think there's a way in which people communicate with you where you can kind of get there's like a sense of hatred that's unjustified. Like, bitch, I don't know you. Why are you coming at me with this weird energy? Anyways, the show ends, and this lady comes outside, and she's like starting to talk to me. And I'm like, listen, I don't want to talk to you. You kind of like fucked up the show. You guys were being super loud and disruptive. Don't talk to me. And this woman, in front of like all the comics and everybody else, just started unloading on me. Which a bunch of like N-word slurs, monkey, mom's a welfare queen, like every trope you can have. I actually have a YouTube story about it.
Okay.
And I remember I started clapping when she did that. Okay. And I wasn't even mad. I was just happy that I couldn't be made to sound crazy about the fact that I knew she was racist. Because oftentimes when racism happens, it's very like subtle. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
Oh yeah.
it starts to gaslight you into being like, what
It
the
can be
fuck are
like
you talking-
sexism sometimes too, like depending on the way people act. Like you'll say some shit and people are like, okay, maybe they're just like that. Like you don't know if that, and it's like, man, you don't understand. But being able to see somebody like actually blow up, it sounds really fucked up. But like,
Yeah.
I'm really happy every time the one girl, the Anna girl, every time she goes on stream and she acts crazy, I'm actually so happy because I'm like, thank God, like you guys can see, like,
Right.
yeah, I'm not
'Cause
just
it
this
removes-
insane. Yeah, it removes the doubt.
Yeah, it removes the plausible deniability. And like, as a minority, you're gaslit so much to be like, you're just throwing out the race card. It's like, no, bitch, sometimes I know it. But because I don't have any proof, I don't try to speak on it anymore. Because I get tired of people like just saying, oh, you're throwing out the race card, right? So in this moment where she was saying some of the most foul stuff, I was just happy that I wasn't made to feel crazy. You understand what I'm saying? Like I was just excited that for once I had like 30 witnesses who couldn't believe that this person had said all this racist stuff, and I was glad that I didn't have to feel alone in that moment. So my relationship with like racist slurs is like really fucking weird. Okay,
I understand what you mean.
and so sometimes like because of that, the way I interpret racist rhetoric, even though I can acknowledge that it's wrong, sometimes it can be hilarious to me, or my reaction to racism can seem really, really strange. Right. And so where was I going with this? We were talking about racism before. Oh yes. So the Dave Chappelle lady, she was making a bunch of comments about Asian folks. And even though I could acknowledge like how racist and inappropriate it was, the comedian in me appreciated the delivery, which was some of the funny jabs were dealt with. Okay. I don't know why. I don't think that's necessarily a good or a bad thing. That's just how my brain works nowadays.
Sure.
I was like, you know what? That setup punchline was kind of funny. Very fucked up. Y'all can get mad at her. But another part of me is like, that's a good punchline. Like that was crazy. So, okay. People are not saying I'm crazy. Some people saw the tweets. Like, I wish you could go watch it. It's so funny.
Maybe after stream, I'll take a look at that one off stream, man.
And you know what's funny? It's like she's speaking so proper now about like empathy and sympathy, and it contrasts it with the tweet like, "Hey man, these Asians are some mother," and it just starts going off, and it's just the contrast between the two is hilarious. So all this to say, my relationship with racism is a bit of a strange one, and that's why I don't try to act.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm reading one of these.
Yeah.
The one
funny.
about the furry slipper wearing ass fuckboy.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a funny line. Like that, yo. Like,
And these are from, I'm sorry too, these are from 2018, not 2008. So that's even like more like, damn.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
man.
All right.
You got to read the one about the Asian nigga.
Okay.
That one's funny. Yo, the Asian nigga. The Asian Edward one is like had me crying. I never heard someone talk about a man like that. So, all this to say, my relationship with racism is a little bit skewed as a result. I've heard so many things in my life, but I just don't react with the same righteous indignation or the anger that other people react with. And as a result, like, I'm not here to tell them their feelings are unjustified or they shouldn't be angry. I just generally don't have the same energy anymore to be outraged by people's racism. I don't condone it. I don't encourage it. But I'm not going to spend my day yelling at people or telling them they can't say that. Because, like, there's nothing I can add to this conversation about how inappropriate or wrong that shit is. So I'm going to just try to find a way to cope with it. And I think my way, though it may not be the best way, it's just how I cope.
Sure. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. But, oh man, those tweets had me dying. We actually filmed a video on it today, so that's why I'm just remembering it. It's so fresh in my mind. But it was interesting. And as a result, I think now people are coming after her because she was going after Dave Chappelle. Yeah. How did you feel about that whole debacle?
Fuck, man, I haven't watched the whole thing yet, and I really want to watch it before like giving any kind of opinion on it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like one thing that's really hard for people is they don't understand how far removed from like where the internet is versus where like people in the real world are. I was just joking about this in my chat today. So I had to go to LAX and I was waiting there for like 2 hours because my fiance had to do like some visa shit. So I'm parked in one of the 7 parking garages there, and I've got like a local radio on, and it's like some like very very progressive news station, and I think it's like an all black cast progressive news station. I think that's like the angle they go for and everything, and it blew my mind because they were giving a story relating to somebody, and when they mentioned the woman, the lady fucked up and she called her. So there was somebody that sexually assaulted in a bathroom by a tranny. Oh my God, I mean a trans woman. And I was like, holy shit, that's a word I haven't heard on the internet in a long time. And she just completely like let it off on like on radio. I was like, oh my God. But like, it's funny because I as much as I disagree with these people, I've listened. These guys are all like very progressive, very socially progressive. Like none of these people hate trans people, whatever. But it shows how far removed like the real life people are from like where the online conversations are. And I was like, holy shit, I wasn't ready to hear that on the radio. You know, yeah. It was funny because like all of them were quiet for like 2 seconds when she realized she fucked up, but then they just kept talking and nobody mentioned it or whatever. Yeah, wait, hold on. Just to be clear, guys, I'm quoting a. Wait, hold on. I don't know if I gave that impression to her. I'm quoting the lady on the radio. I didn't just make that mistake.
I know you're not trying to get banned. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah.
I'm going to take a little side tangent that maybe you can't jump on. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me know if you agree. Is it just me? Or aren't slurs...
God, you just want to go. You just want to go to the edgy shit today, don't you?
Yeah, no, it just crossed my mind. Aren't slurs some of the like best words? Like in a way, like here's the thing, right? So the whole tranny thing.
Wait, okay, yeah, hold on, wait, but we don't say that word. Trans woman or transgender.
No, I don't use that word. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, we shouldn't because it's a slur. It's a bad thing to say, right?
Right, 100%. Okay. But we have to discuss the word in order to be able to dissect.
Yeah, I know, but like, just to be safe, let's just say T slur, okay? Because Twitch is really, really, really anal about this stuff.
Hey, I'm not on Twitch, so I don't really give a shit. But I understand it's a bad thing for you, so I'll avoid it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. But it sounds. I agree. It's stupid to have. And honestly, sometimes they're okay with it. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes I've been okay discussing slurs on streams, and other times they banned me for it, so I don't know what the fuck the rule is. But yeah, but the T slur, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen. In all my videos, I never use that word. I don't.
Yeah, of course.
That word. I wouldn't refer to transgender person as that word. However, I remember. I remember there was like a lengthy discussion about certain words like these and why they were banned. Listen, if people say it's unacceptable, cool. Don't use the word. We can move on from that. But one thing that's super interesting, even with the lady that you said that word, what a lot of people don't realize on Twitter is that in everyday life, that word is what people use to refer to that community. Yeah. And there sometimes isn't every malicious intent, but these people are so far removed from online life and Twitter sphere and things like that, they don't even know that word's unacceptable. Yeah,
that's the thing. Yeah, it's probably something that she normally says. Or we've watched like when we were doing canvassing stuff, we were watching like how some people go door to door and talk to people, and there was an LGBT group and they went up to a black lady's house and they were talking to her, and I'm pretty sure she used that word like 20 times. But by the end, but like even as she was using that word, she didn't hate trans people. That's just how they always spoke about them. That was just like the language they used.
Yeah, and for me watching people do this, right? A lot of trans folks who will hear that and won't have an issue with it. They'll understand this person made a mistake and give them a second chance. There's other people who'll get up on Twitter and lose their fucking minds, right?
Yeah.
Or like if you misgender somebody once and you apologize and you fix it, like some people just lose their minds, like how dare you? And other folks will be like, it's understandable. Just use my proper pronouns from now on. Please use she or he or whatever.
And I just want to comment on that real quickly. Almost everybody in real life is like that. One thing that irritates me the most about like the whole pronoun discourse is like people will be online and like, oh, if I misgender somebody one time, they're going to throw me in fucking federal prison. And it's like, bro, nobody's talking about that, right? Like if you legitimately accidentally misgender somebody, 99% of people in real life are totally chill with it, right? A lot of them won't even say anything about it. Sometimes they'll like give you general correction or whatever, but like I've never in my life seen somebody really big, oh, I'm actually, now maybe on college campuses, maybe this shit happens, but in real life, like most people are really chill. Like it happens, you misgender somebody, fuck it, dude, it happens. It's okay. Like correct yourself, move on, and like nobody's gonna make a big deal about it. It's only in the online world where like if you fuck up like this, like you're like subject to cancellation or deletion from the
internet, Unfortunately, as a result of being part of the stand-up scene, I had to encounter a lot of folks who were like that. Okay, who were super like SJW types who would lose their mind. So when you meet these people face to face, you're like, oh, you're fucking real. That's weird, man. Because if it wasn't for arts, I would never meet these people anywhere. Like there would be very few places where we would intersect. So once I started seeing it face to face and saw how it started to move and shape the scene and the language of the scene, that's when I started to pay real attention because I understand it had like real implications. Because I've never been on Twitter like that. The issue comes when people who live online don't understand how the real world works and how people live in that sense. Like I saw somebody wrote an article and they were saying like Dave Chappelle is being used as a pawn for like white supremacy and shit like that. His views are abhorrent. And I'm like, bruv, have you spent any time in the black community? Dave Chappelle's views are extremely tame compared to most folks there.
Yeah.
Absolutely tame. Okay. And that's not born from white supremacy or whatever, right? Those are born from long held ideas through religion and church. Now, you can say that was given to us by white supremacy, sure, whatever. But you can't just blame everything on social conservatives whenever black people have a view you don't like. Okay. When they said Kyrie Irving was like a puppet of the white super, I was blown away by this. Like vaccine hesitancy is popular amongst black folks as a whole. You can't just blame white conservatives for the reason why black folks are not getting, because that means you don't understand us. You don't understand like how complicated culture and religion are involved when it comes to this community. So when these words are used, I think there has to be some measured approach because you're dealing with real people who don't live on Twitter, so they don't understand all the linguistic like yellow tape that exists. And secondly, understand their cultural context. These people don't interact with your ideas and your mantras every day. So when you see them and you're like, you're not up to date on your latest fucking gender, I was like, bro, they're not even at step 1. You're trying to see if they're at level 99. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. It's frustrating. Sometimes I talk about this. I brought it up so many times on stream. It's boring for me to keep bringing it up. But like, I always have to remind people. I'm super lucky, and that I had like my best friend growing up was Mexican. When I was really young, like all the kids in my grandma's neighborhood were black, and I would like spend the night at their houses and shit. So I would see like the differences in like black families versus like middle class white families. A lot of the time, a lot of things that a lot of people on Twitter that are very white and have no friends of color that have an idea is like how socially conservative so many of these groups of people are. And, you know, you'll hear people say shit like, oh man, dude, Hispanics love like Bernie and socialism and black people are all like ACAB and, you know, they love trans people. And it's like, bro, you don't know. Like maybe on your college they are, but like in general, like these communities are a lot different around the United States, you know, and the polling data like supports it, you know, but a lot of people don't seem to have that. They don't have the firsthand experience and they don't want to dig into the data. So they end up like reciting some pretty goofy stuff when they're talking about it sometimes. Yeah. And that's why when they see Dave Chappelle spout off what he says, like, I couldn't believe that I'm minorities. Like, bitch, have you spent time in the minority communities that you're talking about? You have no fucking idea how wild it gets. That word, right? The one, the T, the trans word with the Y at the end, right? Okay. That shit gets said all the time. Or worse.
All the time.
Yeah.
How about the vest type one?
Well, some people still think that that's like an interchangeable word for a trans person. Is like trans.
Now, if you've always lived in a Twitter bubble and you encounter these people, you're like, oh my god, trans. No, they still been using old lingo, and so a lot of people are not up to date with that kind of stuff. Even the word, the maggot word.
Yeah, that's I mean, at this point, everybody should know that it's a pretty bad word, but yeah, obviously, like different communities. Yeah.
But you have to understand, like, this is just from a gaming standpoint. People used to just say that when you lost a capture point.
Oh, sure. Okay? I mean, like, my background is professional gaming, so I know what you mean. Of course, yeah.
And again, you're probably gonna hate me for saying this. That word sounds fantastic. I'm not even gonna front you. Like, I don't care.
I mean, slurs become slurs because they have like they're usually like phonetically punchy, right? Yeah.
Yo, I remember when I used to hear it in movies, like you have like a drill sergeant yelling it at somebody, and I'm like, there's no word that gets across the point of the drill sergeant better than that.
Or the there's a really famous movie. What are they? They're salesmen for like Glenn Gary Ross or something, and the guy is it Alec Baldwin that gives that speech? I don't remember, but yeah, he uses that word a few times. In Whiplash, the guy says it. In Whiplash a couple times. Yeah.
And I could stop. But again, But it's just one of those things where, I think the online world is not separate. And I have to also remind myself, because now that I spend so much time online and I'm reading up on this stuff, I'm becoming in a lot of ways more progressive with a lot of these views because I'm understanding other people's experience through reading about them online and watching videos. My family doesn't get it. You know what I'm saying? The people I grew up with don't get it. You know what I mean? So I go back to talk with them and I hear them use certain words and I'm like, oh yeah, y'all don't know. But I try not to get mad with them. I'm like, hey man, by the way, don't be saying that at work or in other places because I don't get you in trouble. So
Yeah.
I have to confront that reality because I live amongst these people and I go see them all the time. So I always hear that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really frustrating because even with my audience, like when I'm having discussions with people about things, like I have to meet somebody where they're at in the conversation. Like I can't bring them, like you said, like to level 99 instantly. So there are a lot of times where I'll be talking to people over my audience is like, yes, you got to push back. You can't let that stand. I was like, bro, like I'm not about to take this guy from fucking socially conservative to as far left as we are in like one conversation. Like let's just like make a little bit of progress here. And then, maybe next time if we talk again, but I'm not about to turn this guy, 100% into as far left as you want him to. Like sometimes just getting somebody to admit that, like, hey, maybe trans people aren't totally fucking faking everything. Maybe there's actually something to it. If I can get somebody to go from not believing that to believing it, yeah, if they still use slurs, it sucks, but like we've made progress. Maybe in the next conversation, maybe we move a little bit further. I find that this is a maybe an unpopular take or whatever, but like I find that people who focus on slurs excessively are probably some of the most privileged people in the world because it seems like that's their biggest problem. Like if you're at the point to where you're getting insanely upset in life about people like lip syncing the N-word in a song, you know what? Good for you, man. Because there is so much worse shit out there. If this is what's really boiling your blood right now, you're doing pretty good. And I find that seems to be the case with a lot of people that are hyper fixated on like the slur stuff. It's like, if you can get people to stop saying it, that's great. But if you can get them on like all the fundamental issues, like trans people are real, trans people are valid, the slur stuff could come later. It'll come easy enough after, I think.
That's exactly why I don't care about the whole white people saying the N-word thing.
Sure.
That's verbatim why I don't give a shit. Like I don't know why we always so fixate on that. I agree with you 150% on that point specifically. Yeah, I know you didn't want to talk about the whole Dave Chappelle thing because you haven't seen the special, which I completely understand. There was something interesting that happened though, as a result of all the stuff that he said. They rescinded all his invites to film festivals and decided not to screen his film that he was going to end up releasing in relation to like the George Floyd protests and things like that. I think he had a documentary of sorts.
Because if somebody does one bad thing, then every single thing about them must be toxic and fucking horrible. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So
stupid as fuck.
I don't know how accurate this is. I don't really know much, but I wonder how much influence does the far left have with like corporate interests? Because from my perspective, again, no numbers to back this up, it does feel like the vast majority of people or the majority of folks agree with Dave Chappelle's stance. The people do, okay? But I do feel like from a media standpoint and more so a corporate standpoint, they seem to side more so with the trans community or the far left.
Yeah. So
and I just want to say, I'm not 100% sure. This is just my perspective on the outside. What do you think?
It's super ironic because I would argue that the far left has most of the corporate media backing right now, for sure. Now, I don't think it's because of some insidious far left plot or George Soros or whatever. I just think it's like that messaging is so safe and so like advertiser and brand friendly that it's like it's just the way to go if you are like one of these corporations. Like you're never going to get in trouble for being too far left or too nice to like trans people or LGBTQ or whatever. Like you can go super far left and still be okay, So like I think it's just kind of like ironically enough, I think it's just like it's a end result of capitalism where like what is the most brand safe shit we can have, and then now that we have that ultra brand safe shit, like we're just gonna push that and you're never gonna get in trouble for it. But then unfortunately it's a little bit shitty because sometimes it feels like people are going a little bit too far off into crazy land sometimes with it.
Yeah. Did you see that rant from that lady who went on CNN? I don't know if that like literally went viral, but I remember everyone was talking about it. It's like the lady who went on CNN. She was talking about like, oh, the world's gone crazy when you can't say that a male is not a female or whatever, and everyone went nuts about that.
Yeah. My
thing, not necessarily agreeing. What I'm trying to say is, my perspective is I believe that most people would hear what she had to say and agree with her over the dogma of like gender is a spectrum. You know what I'm
of course.
Because it's a lot harder to understand that. And also people are very adverse to change, especially when it comes to fundamental concepts that they've
Fundamental
always
views of reality, right?
Yeah, it's like you've always understood men were men and women were women. So
Yeah.
like you can't get to 30 and someone comes like, well, actually it's a spectrum and I'm whatever I want to be. And you're looking at someone who like seems to be representing as like the traditional sense of a man and they're telling you they're a female. Your brain's like, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
And so my perspective is that most people would probably side with her versus that whole like gender is a spectrum kind of ideology.
Yeah, I would agree. And like the frustrating thing is that like if people could just be a little bit more fucking chill with how they approach the conversations, you could probably get most people to agree with you. The thing that frustrates me the most is like when I have conversations, and I've had this happen. I just had this happen in my last debate about this. I can get almost any human being, conservative or not, to agree that like systemic racism exists and it's real. But like it has to start at a place where we understand that like systemic racism, like for instance, like in the last debate that I had somebody say like, they said this to me. They're like, okay, I don't believe systemic racism is real. It's totally fake. But now like, if you want to say that at one point in time, black people were disenfranchised because of racist policies in the United States, and that disenfranchisement carries through to the present day, regardless of how anybody acts, I can agree with you there. And it's like, okay, dude, you're like 99% of the way there. But because they hear like the phrase like systemic racism, their brain is shut off, you know, or like somebody heard somebody will say some shit like, I don't believe in that feminist bullshit. Okay. I think that there are a lot of horrible ways that men are treated in society too. Like there are these toxic expectations of men to not have emotions. They get all PTSD from fighting. That's bullshit. It's like, okay, bro, these are all feminist ideas. Like you're there. It's just like they hear the word and their brain shut down. I wish that people would just like, people just need to chill when they have these conversations, like meet people where they're at and then like bring them over slowly, you know? If you were to explain to most people about like gender being a spectrum, that's so much easier than being like, anybody that identifies as a man can be a man, fuck you. If you don't believe anything different, you're a bigot. Like most people are gonna hear them like, what? Bro, you're crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? Like they're not gonna hear you at all on that, you know?
You remember the whole concept of like tomboys and things like that? People already understand that gender doesn't represent
It's not like
one
ultra
way or
rigid.
another.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like we've already had these things. That's why we have things like tomboys and like remember Avril Lavigne came on the scene, like skater stuff. Like people understand that women can also not be the traditional definition of femininity, and it's okay, right? So my perspective is that people have always understood that concept, even like androgyny and Prince. You know what I mean? Like people understood some weird shit was going on, but they just accepted it because it didn't fundamentally alter their definitions of everything in such a like crazy way. And I think one part that does a big disservice to more so the left agenda is that they can't admit when rhetoric on their side has gone too far.
Jesus Christ, yes.
And if you could just curtail that, then people could take you seriously far more often.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But like people think that they're sacrificing.
Right, like I learned about like the whole trans stuff, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Gender being a spectrum, cool. I understand it's a social construct, that it's not super rigid, right? And great. But you guys do understand that biological sex is far more rigid, and you can't just change your like chromosomes, your gonads, and stuff like that. Like, can you admit that? And I get pushback. And I'm like, guys, you can't have everything. Like, you got to be able to let go of certain stuff and understand you can't change everything just because you want to. And if you try to do that, people will tune you out completely because it sounds like you're being disingenuous.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like, or I'll have arguments about like, I do a lot of arguments related to trans issues. And I'll get people that will say, you know, shit to me about how like, oh, you know, like men and women on average, they're like the exact same strength. Like there's not even really any differences between men and women on average. And it's like, bro, like if you're going to open with arguments like this, like nobody's going to take you seriously. And they shouldn't. You sound like a joke. Like, what the fuck? Like, people are just going to hear you immediately and discount everything you say. You know, you have to, not only do you have to meet people where they are, you still have to exist in the real world. And sometimes people get so like rhetorically caught up, they start arguing for some like insane shit and they don't even realize like they've kind of like lost the plot, you know?
Or they don't even admit that the conversation is difficult and requires nuance. That triggers the fuck out of me. And like, I don't want to get into this because I've hashed this out so many times. But like, you know, the whole relationship with like trans sports and like all this stuff. And like, well, they identify, and so therefore I'm like, guys, it's first off, sports is not a matter of gender expression. Okay, let's be clear about that. Right? The reason why there's different sports for both genders is a matter of biology. Due to biological difference. This is far more related to sex than it is to your gender expression. Nobody gives a fuck what you identify as when it comes to sports. We're more concerned with what biological advantages and giving women a chance because of the fact that they want to be able to compete. Now, if you want to say with test blockers and all this other stuff that even thinks out, we can have a whole like discussion about that. But don't sit there and say like, because they identify, everything is okay. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Right. And that's why I lose interest in the conversation sometimes, because I'm like, they're not even having an honest conversation about it. They just want to have their way and expect you to shut up about it. So I'm like,
And then it's so frustrating because like as somebody that cares about these issues a lot, like so much progress isn't being made now because like people have drawn these conversations so far away, and it's like fuck, like, you could have so many more people that agree with you if it would just be like a little bit more chill on the way that you'd approach the topic. But then people will throw things like at you like, oh, you're tone policing, or you're telling people how to deal with their oppression. It's like, okay, well then fuck. Like something that I say a lot, and it sounds really bad and really mean, but I'll say it. It's like, okay, well if this is an issue that you're like so emotionally bought into that you can't handle conversing about it in a calm way, then maybe that's not what you need to be doing. Maybe you shouldn't be involved in those conversations. Like not every single person has to be an advocate for every single cause. And if it's something that you can't do effectively, then why burden yourself and other people with it? Do something else, you know?
Oh, I actually talked about that recently. You know that whole silence is violence take?
Oh God, no.
I lost my mind on that. You never heard that?
I need
violence?
Yeah, I need more context, because in some cases I think I could agree, but it super depends on what you're referring to when you say that.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have to double up on this, and I think we're gonna have some contention on this one.
Okay.
So the whole silence and violence. I remember at one point it was like during the. Actually, you know what? I could probably just link you a video. I think the title was like "White Silence is Violence." Yes, if you look up "White Silence is Violence," you're gonna get a video from like Russia Today. But
oh boy.
But it's just a video of like somebody's cell phone, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, okay.
If you go down to like the fourth one, it says "White silence is violence. BLM protesters harass diners in Washington, D.C." Do you see that?
I haven't seen it, but you explain it to me. I trust you're going to explain it honestly.
Oh, I thought you were going to just pull it up on stream so everybody could watch.
Oh, is this like a short video or?
Yeah, it's only like 36 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Throw it up. DM it to me. Or do you want me to? I can just search it.
Yeah. No, I can just send it to you. All right, here we go. I've just sent it to you now. Because I think the viewers want to watch, so I'm thinking about the chat.
Gotcha. Better streamer than me. Fuck him. All right, we're gonna watch it real quick. Give me 35 seconds. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, it was cringy when vegans did it. Still seems pretty cringy, but okay.
I think the visual is really important because it kind of exemplifies like how some people really live, and they do this even online. Like if you're not talking about a specific cause, that you are encouraging the oppression of people. If you don't speak up about Palestine or post about it or make videos about it, that you are also, complicit in their oppression or things like that. What is your take on that?
There are moments where I 100% agree. If you're seeing something happening and you're not saying something or doing something, I think that's bad. I think that you can have a moral calling to do more. So but that doesn't mean you have to be like an advocate for this issue for your entire life.
What does that mean when you're seeing something? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like if you're like, let's say that you're, I'm giving extreme examples. Like, let's say you're like at a workplace and like a bunch of people like are making fun of another coworker and calling them like the N-word or some shit. Like, you probably shouldn't be there laughing along with them. Like, you should probably say something, like help them report it to a boss or do something, right? Otherwise, like, do you really stand for any of these issues? But like, I don't think that you have to be like making YouTube videos or posting on social media like all the BLM shit all the time if that's what you're calling us. Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask, if they're not laughing about it but they're not getting involved, do you still think they're complicit? Do you think that people have a duty to involve themselves in these issues? Oh man.
Okay, so we're gonna get into we're gonna break out the moral philosophy. I would say yes, depending upon what action you could take and how much risk you have to face. So, for instance, let's say that you're walking outside and like 10 racist people are beating on somebody else because of their race. I don't think you have an obligation to run up and stop them, because obviously you could represent a great threat to yourself. But if there's like a relatively easy path you could take to greatly alleviate the suffering or, you know, mistreatment of another person, I think, yeah, you have an obligation to step in and do that. I would say you have an obligation. Not like it'd be nice if you do it, but you have like a real obligation to step in and do something.
Okay, let me ask you, when you said they have an obligation, what do you think it says about the person if they don't get involved?
You're a bad person. whatever moral failing would normally say about a person, I guess.
Okay. And so just lay out the parameters again, just so I understand.
Whether or not you ought to take an action to intervene in a shitty situation, there's going to be like some calculus on like how bad is the situation and how much could you help and how much threat is represented by you entering the situation. So like I can give a classic moral example, like on the most extreme side. Let's say that I'm walking by a little city fountain thing or whatever, and I see like a 3-year-old runs up to it and he falls in and he's like stuck in there and he's drowning. Let's say that I could reach over and just pick him up and take him out. If I just like watch him drown and I walk by, I think like you're not just like failing to do something that would be you actually have fucked up. I think that's a moral failing of that person. But like, let's say that like you're at the ocean and like the tide comes in and it's some crazy shit and you see somebody drowning out there and you're a pretty good swimmer, but you don't know if you go out there, if you're going to die. I would say that's not really a moral failing of the person, because now it's like,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have a bigger issue. Now I'm watching a bunch of houses on fire. Okay. And I'm watching like 20 people throw buckets of water on the house. Okay. I cannot tell if they're making progress or not. Do I have an obligation to be involved as well?
I'd say in that case, it's like a little more ambiguous if you don't really know if it's helping at all. I'd say it's more ambiguous at that point.
Wouldn't you say that's the case for most racial and social issues when it comes to how people can get involved? It's very difficult to understand how you could really have an impact in these things.
That's why I'm saying it depends on like what the issue is. So like I get like, let's say you're in a restaurant and you overhear people making like shitty racist jokes at the next table. I don't know if you have like an obligation to step in and do something. But like, let's say you're at a workplace and you hear 2 supervisors in the back saying like, oh, like we're not going to promote Cindy because I like the way she looks in that outfit and I want to watch those big ass boobs, bobbing their way through the whatever. And then it's like, okay, well, fuck. Like this is something where you could actually like a measurable impact with little personal risk,
Okay, but I think what's central at this discussion is that most of these issues are happening on grand scale, whether it's racial inequity, whether it's systemic racism. And for the average person, how to get involved is not always clear, nor is it tangible that you're making any progress, right? It's very difficult to know, okay? So when people look at someone having dinner and they run up on them and they're like, white silence is violence, I kind of cringe because I'm like, what do you expect them to do? Just join the protest? Like,
yeah, I agree with that. This is cringe for sure. Yeah.
Okay. And I think when it comes to most of these large scale issues, a lot of people are often try to coerce them into getting engaged, basically by shaming them into it in a way. My question is that a real form of violence? Okay, I'm not even going to say the violence part because I think that's a little bit inflammatory. I could 100% understand why people wouldn't speak out on a lot of these issues. What do you think about that? Do you think they have an obligation or a duty to somehow speak up about it or to be involved in any type of way on the macro issues?
I think it's going to come down to this is like a highly individual, like personalized, like what is the risk? So for instance,
But just to be clear, there's no risk with me putting up a Twitter post. There's no risk.
Yeah, there might not be for you, but
putting a black square.
There might not be for you, but like let's say for somebody else, like let's say that their family is super gay hating, right? Them attending like some type of march, if their parents found out, they might be in like big trouble or some shit, right? So like I would have different expectations for different people.
Yeah. But if we're being honest, the vast majority of people who don't get involved with like the BLM, like black square stuff or any of that shit, they're not doing it because like their families like the KKK and if they get home they're getting lynched. Okay.
Yeah.
They're not doing it because they're like either I don't really give a fuck or
Sure.
I don't really know much about this or I think this is stupid.
Yeah, I think like you have an obligation to live a good life and intervene when like you can. I don't think you necessarily have an obligation to like join movements or marches, right? I would say that these are different things. So like if the goal of this thing is to like bully people or pressure people into like joining like a march or whatever, I wouldn't agree with that. I'm more talking about like what are actions that you could personally take and to intervene in personal situations, not like should you start marching or whatever. Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, so I'm inclined to agree with that. So then the second part is, if you don't, all right, even in the egregious stuff, okay, and I take issue with the wording, but that's just me personally. Maybe you think it's semantics, you'll let me know.
Okay.
The example you gave, where someone's being racist at work and you're witnessing it, and the 3 people are being racist and you do nothing, is that violence? If there's like no repercussions against yourself for speaking out.
I don't like the word violence because it can mean a lot of different things. Because like some people can like validly claim that certain forms of speech are violence. So yeah.
See, I also have an issue with that. Unless it's a threat of violence, like I just reject the notion that like speech is violence. That's me personally. I think it can be extremely harmful. I think it can cause harm, but I don't think speech is violence unless you're threatening or like hiring an assassination or causing a stampede.
But that's that's kind of the problem with that word. Like, because somebody can say, well, I wouldn't give a strong opinion on this because like you're not really asking me if I think something's violence. What you're really asking me is what is my definition of violence. That's what we're really talking about, right?
Well, I think that's kind of important to this discussion because when I hear phrases like silence is violence or words are violence, I always find it kind of confusing because I think there's a strong difference between the two things, and the implications of saying that words are violence is very large. If you convince people that words are violence, you are inherently how would I say this? You are creating an environment where if somebody says certain words to you, it is acceptable to have a violent physical reaction because you are equating words with violence. Therefore, a violent reaction is also acceptable. Most people would tell you if someone's being violent towards you, you can be violent back towards them, right? So if somebody punches you, it's perfectly acceptable for you to punch them back, right? That violence, we understand that. When you equate words with that, I think we cross the line where I find it kind of odd. It's like, no, just because someone says they hate black people, you don't have the right to punch them in the face. It's reprehensible. I could understand why you don't want to do it, but it doesn't mean it's okay. I have a huge issue with the way that people are using the word violence and the implications of saying words are violence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily disagree with you there. But like that's like a battle I'm not going to fight because it's already so far lost, like because of the way that violence is used. A really good example of this was there was a post on this horrible subreddit called 2X Chromosomes where some like teenage boy in high school, he said some stupid shit. Like some girl walked by him. They were in class, I think, or they were outside. And he's like, I'm going to rape you or whatever. He's some obviously really stupid fucking shit. He shouldn't have said it. But the girl turned around and tried to stab the kid in his eyeball with a pen or a pencil. And like everybody in this subreddit was like, yeah, definitely. Like it's good that she did that or whatever. When the kid said it, was like, damn, you guys are fucking insane. Like, holy shit. And so
can I ask?
What?
Can I ask? Like, just so I'm clear. What was he like threatening in any type of way?
No, I think he was just saying dumb shit as a high school kid. They were like at school. He wasn't like it wasn't like in a dark alley or some shit, you know?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hold on. Can
me
you
personally, if like somebody did catch somebody alone, like I would.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, wait. Can you give me 1 sec? I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just talk to the chat while you're gone. Yeah, chat. Oh, did he shut down the stream? Are the people on YouTube still here? Okay, you guys can still hear me? Okay, cool. No, I figured we just have a chat. Yeah, I've been like racking my brain about this one because I made a video about it and a lot of people had some pushback and people are like, what about like verbal abuse? I'm like, I think verbal abuse is terrible. And I think in some cases, if you want to legislate against it, I'm fine. But I don't think verbal abuse is the same as violence. I don't know. It's just something that really stuck out to me. And I think the reason why is because, especially with regards to the Dave Chappelle stuff, let's say I granted that everybody, I agree with you guys that what he said was harmful to the trans community and all that stuff. I still think equating what he said to violence has negative ramifications. And I think us changing the definition of these words, I don't know. There's something that doesn't sit well with me. And I don't think I have marinated on it enough. I don't think I've thought about it enough. But yeah, I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's actually terrible. Yeah, I think it's fine to say his words are extremely harmful and can create real world harm without saying that it's violence. What's DDG? What's DGG? I don't even know what that is, bro. Oh, John Stewart made the same argument. Yeah, it's like, man, I started performing on college campuses, and I just started hearing all this crazy stuff. And maybe it's because I come from a violent place. I've seen what violence looks like, and I think there's a strong delineation between words with bad rhetoric and fucking violence. And I think the nefarious part of it is if you convince people that it's violence, then you can convince anybody to be canceled because we do not tolerate people being violent legally within our society. And people should be shunned if they are violent with others. If you go around slapping people, punching people, go to jail. Right? You shouldn't be allowed to be violent with people. But if you're just saying things that people are reprehensible or racist or whatever, I think you should still be able to function within a society. I don't think it has the same implications as going to hurt people physically. But I don't know. Yeah. All right, let me look at what the DGG is. Hold on, what's DGG? Hey, like people ask me, like, well, Abba, if someone said the N word to you, do you think that's violence? No, I think it's inappropriate. I think it's wrong. You can even say it's racist. I would 100% agree with you. Still don't think it's violence. And I don't think it justifies you being violent back towards that person just because they said something like that. I don't know. Any hot anime takes? I don't know, bro. I'm not even gonna front you. When it comes to me and anime, like I don't even think people really fuck with my anime shit. Because I like slice of life animes. I like animes that like just like really revolve around the story more than action. So generally speaking, I like Great Teacher Onizuka, right? That's my favorite anime in the world. Most people won't get that, you know. Generally, I find anime conversations are kind of centralized around action animes. So I just don't relate to most anime fans. You know, and so that I don't like talking about anime because I think people believe I'm like elitist, but I believe my tastes are just really different, and so I can't relate to most anime fans because I don't feel like they like what I like, so I just don't bring it up. You know, like I told people I really like Fruit Basket, and they lost their fucking minds. It's like I'm not mad at it. I understand you don't like it. I'm not going to get mad at you because you don't like what I like, but I thought Fruit Basket was a fucking genius anime. I loved the remake of it that they did recently. And this is just like, yo, you're a fucking loser. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm just gonna go watch my shit. Uh, yeah, man. Listen, I know people shit on slice of life anime. They shit on like school related animes or anything like that. Those are some of my favorite because I don't think they can gloss over the story with just a bunch of action scenes that are really well animated. You know, so I think that's why I enjoy those kind of animes. Recently, I've been watching. Let's see here. Let me see some of the animes I've been watching. The World's Finest Assassin from this season is pretty good. Banished from the Heroes Party has been good this season. Like I watched new animes from the season, so I'd be really up to date on shit. What else has been good this season? 86 season 2 has been fantastic. Season 1 was great. So those are some of my favorite animes from this season. Yeah. The Jobless Reincarnate. Let's see. I don't know if season anime's cringe. Yeah. I know a lot of people think that. I'm not mad at it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, yeah. And also, maybe you guys can understand this. Look, I always think it's awesome when I'm so happy that anime fans can go on YouTube and go watch like anime YouTubers who are making references to anime shit that they've watched and relate to each other. I think it's great that people can come together and discuss it. I think what fucked it up for me is I've always been very like solo and in the dark about my anime. I've always like some I watched in the basement of my home and never told people. I've gotten so used to hiding my love for anime and keeping it to myself that I have a hard time going out of my way to relate to people about anime because I just feel like it's something I'm supposed to do on my own. I feel like even uncomfortable like discussing anime with people because I just think they won't get it or they're gonna like judge me for it. So I just shut the fuck up about it. I was gonna start like an anime channel, but um I realized like I'm still not comfortable. Someone says, "Why watch new releases when you can go back and watch classic shows that stand the test of time?" Believe it or not, I think modern anime is amazing. I think you know how I talked about like how video games used to be the best before and how like movies used to be better back when I was younger. I think today anime is in the best place it's ever been. I think the animation quality is fantastic. The music in anime is fantastic. The different storylines, the original concepts. I think it's just really good right now. And so every new season, I normally find one or two animes that I'm really into. Yes, it's only 12 episodes. And yes, it may not get a second season, but I really think there's a lot of quality anime with great concepts and great stories and great characters. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just really fucking with anime right now. Um yeah. Yeah. I've had like animes that I didn't even know would impress me, blew me away. There's one recently. Comey Can't Communicate. That one was a lot of fun to watch. Again, another slice of life anime, but I really enjoyed it, you know. And it's probably not everyone's cup of tea, but that's my kind of shit. And I think it's a great storyline, original concept. Yeah, I've really been enjoying anime. So that's my answer. Someone asked me if I read any manga. I do. Yeah, I read a lot of manga. I've got like all my shit bookmarked. You know what I'm really fucking with, even though it's kind of repetitive. I'm really fucking with Korean manhwas. I don't know what it is, but I like the color on it. I like the way that they draw stuff. Yeah, School Rumble is hilarious. School Rumble may be the funniest anime I've ever seen. I have like the both seasons downloaded. The only thing that fucked me up with School Rumble is like I never got a satisfying ending. I just wanted to know who they gonna fall in love with. You feel me? Yeah. Have I seen Berserk? Unfortunately. Do you know how fucking tough it is to find out your favorite anime is not gonna get finished because the dude's gonna die? And I knew he was gonna die. I've known he was gonna die for like 5 years. I just gave up. I got mad because I was so invested in a story that I'm never gonna get finished. It's like fuck you. But you know, rest in peace. Obviously, like I wouldn't wish that. But part of me is just like my personal greed is like fuck. We're never gonna get this end of that anime. But at the end of the day, someone's dead, so you got to respect that. Yeah, manhwas are my shit right now. I'm not even gonna front with you. I got like 5, 6 websites that do scans, and I'm following like a bunch of manhwas. The Korean stuff is top notch. Chinese mangas are trash. Okay, I don't care what nobody says. Every single manga that I've ever seen come out of China, not only can I tell by the artwork, but it's just like the stories are just garbage. Like I don't know what China's got 5 billion people and not one of them niggas can make anime. Not one of them motherfuckers can make mangas. I don't care what nobody says. How you got 5 billion people and they're all taking L's? Nah, bro. There's no manhwas that are good. They're all trash. They're all trash. I can't believe I'm saying that about a whole country. Every fucking manhwa out of China that comes on is trash. It's gotten to the point where now if I see like a cover I like, I click on it. Okay, I click on the cover. I'm not even making this up. I click on the cover, and if I see a Chinese author, I just turn that shit off. Is that racist? Maybe. Maybe. I don't care. I'm not wasting my time with a single Chinese manga. I don't care. Okay. Fucking everything is about cultivation. Like, shut the fuck up. Koreans are killing it though. See, guys, please stop. Don't bother recommending. don't recommend me anything. I will never read another Chinese manga in my life.
What are you screaming about over here? Holy shit.
Now, me and the chat were going back and forth about anime. It got heated. They were loving it.
Chinese anime?
Oh, yeah. I was telling them how, so I read a lot of mangas, and Chinese mangas are all garbage. Every single one of them are legitimately garbage.
Okay.
But, hey, listen. The chat is agreeing because if you've read enough manga, I'm open. When I first started reading Korean mangas, I didn't care it was Korean. I was really impressed by the artwork and the storytelling. Chinese mangas, I don't know what's wrong. I just can't believe the whole country sucks at mangas because they are all just terrible. They're poorly written. The character development is off. It just feels like they're written for 5-year-old boys who want to see power-ups. I don't know.
Okay.
But hey, listen, if I'm lying, the chat can let me know. But so far, the chat is mostly agreed. But yeah.
Gotcha. I'll take your word for it. I don't read manga, so.
No, I get it. I feel like it would just bore you to have to read through the slow pacing of it.
Yeah. Has there ever been a good video game movie? Ever?
Let me see. Did Silent Hill get a movie?
I think it did. Wasn't it horrible? Did you ever see the original Mario movie?
No.
Oh, man. At some point, you need to. It's an experience.
Someone said Sonic the Hedgehog.
Had a movie? Oh, you know what? I watched that. It was okay. It was okay, actually. I watched it. I was like, there wasn't enough there for me to super hate it. Some people apparently wanted to, but
I got one, and I don't think you're gonna agree, but I actually enjoyed it and I liked it. Can you guess what it is?
I have no idea.
Warcraft.
Oh, I never actually saw that movie.
I watched the Warcraft movie. I know a lot of people hated it. I personally enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
That actually sounds like a controversial take.
Because it's a very controversial movie that has a lot of people split.
But
me watching the Warcraft movie, I thought they did a great job of bringing the orcs to life. The CGI was great. I didn't think it was a superb movie, but I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe it's also because I love Warcraft. I'm a big I have an obsession with the orcs and their lore in Warcraft. So me watching it, maybe I was fanboying too hard. But I thought, considering the fact that half the movie was CGI, I was like, yeah, it was pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna come out of it and think it's a super strong plot, but yeah.
I watched. Oh, did you see Detective Pikachu?
No, I'm not watching that shit.
Damn, I thought it was okay. It's as long as you don't go and expect it much, but yeah. All right, what do you got?
I was gonna say, you know what's funny is Blizzard has some of the best animations and cinematics.
No.
In video games, period.
Blizzard has the best cinematic in-house. I would die on that hill. It's not even controversial. I don't know what I could say over the past few years, but definitely in the 90s to 2015 or whatever, the Blizzard in-house shit was just on another level that people were decades behind. Do you want to know how I know this? Okay. I actually, one of the biggest reasons why I didn't see the Warcraft movie was because when I saw the trailer for the Warcraft movie, the next trailer that they showed at BlizzCon was for the next fucking World of Warcraft expansion. And that trailer, I didn't know anything about fucking Warcraft, but I was hyped as fuck. I don't remember what it was about. The Sylvanas chick was shooting a bow. Some guy came crashing down out of a fucking warship, and then he came out of the fucking water. I was like, holy shit. Dude, I am so hyped on every Blizzard cinematic. I don't know if you played StarCraft, but dude, some of the cinematics for that shit were fuck.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
On every level. The music is awesome. The actual quality, because usually, especially if you're talking in-house video games, the expectation there isn't that high. But dude, it's like Pixar level or better for how amazingly animated everything is. And oh my God.
I'll never forget, even StarCraft 1, watching that Terran get surrounded.
Oh, with the
by
battle
Zerg.
cruiser, yeah.
Oh, it was just unbelievable how they did the cinematics for that. Blizzard takes the cake. I've never played Overwatch. I'll never play Overwatch. I like watching the cinematics.
True, I will
I
too.
think-
Yeah, the cute one
I
with the
think they're
kid
great.
and the glove and all that shit when they advertise that shit. Yeah, hell yeah, I watch it all. Oh, all the ones that got released. The one with the Marine guy and like the little Hispanic girl or whatever when he was in the alley and shit. Yeah, I watched that shit 100%. Yeah, it's super
Yeah.
cool.
Anytime I see that big old gorilla just tossing shit around, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that gorilla's doing. I don't know why he speaks English, but fuck yeah, let's go, right? I watched the Warcraft ones. I watched the original StarCraft. Even Diablo had great
Yeah, holy
cinematics.
shit. Yeah, the Diablo 3 shit with the big Tyrael Archangel, whatever the fuck. Yeah, oh my god.
Unbelievable. So I have always wanted Blizzard to make a movie.
Yeah.
I imagine it'd be super expensive. Maybe there's not a greater return on investment. I think if they made a movie to set up for a video game, that would be one of the craziest rollouts possible. The craziest rollout possible. Imagine going to the movies to watch a movie about a video game that's going to come out, and it's like
Well.
it's a Diablo level cinematic type movie. Wouldn't that be great?
They tried this with one game. I don't know how you feel. Fuck, we must have talked about this in the past. Final Fantasy 15, I think. Didn't that have like an anime movie or whatever? Obviously, it's not Blizzard or whatever. Man, I did not like that game that much.
You know what? Ooh, now that you brought up Final Fantasy, those cinematics on the PS1 were fucking legendary.
Of course, Squaresoft was like leading the Parasite Eve FMVs, the Final Fantasy 7 FMVs. That was
My days! You know what? I think Blizzard might have some competition.
Well, it was a different
At
time. The standards were a
time-
lot lower.
Yes, but at the time, even now, if I go watch like a Final Fantasy 9, if I go watch a Final Fantasy 9 cinematic, I'm still going to be really impressed considering what platform it was on, the technology they were working with. It was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. Maybe I might be. I can't say I'm fanboying out for Blizzard because I grew up on Final Fantasy games. I love that shit. But man, dude, the Blizzard cinematics are just on another level. Like, but it wasn't just like the graphics. It was like the directing, the scenes, like the story, everything that's going on. Like, God, dude, the Blizzard shit was so good. Squaresoft definitely was a trailblazer in the early days, though, for the full motion video shit. The CGI stuff, definitely. Yeah.
I remember the first time I popped in Final Fantasy X, I was just blown away by like the pixels of the water and the animations and everything. Final Fantasy X was crazy for the cinematics. And I think, which one would I give the edge to? That's a tough one.
Wait, for which Final Fantasy?
No, like you know, versus Blizzard versus like the Final Fantasy. So I know you're going with the Blizzard. I think I'm going to probably agree with you. Like, if
the reason why, even independent of like just the things, like people don't remember this because the internet has a memory of like fucking 2 years. The crazy thing about Blizzard is that you got to keep in mind, dude, when Blizzard was at the top of their game for years, every single Blizzard game was the best in slot of that genre. Right?
Yeah.
There wasn't a Diablo better than Diablo. There wasn't a game better than that. D2 was the king, okay? RTS, a lot of people don't even know, like, what is the RTS genre? You must be talking about StarCraft. There is no other RTS. You know, Age of Empires 4, it's just back there, but like, or not 4, whatever. Like, there were other RTSs, but like, StarCraft was like the RTS, okay? And then like, what, you know, even today, we're still looking for what is the WoW killer? Right? Like, that's what people are like, you know, like, what is the MMO killer? Like, what's going to finally be the thing to dethrone WoW? You know, they had MMORPGs, they had whatever action, whatever you consider Diablo 2, that genre. They had RTS for StarCraft. 1, 2, 3. There was one other big IP, wasn't there? For StarCraft, it was Diablo, Warcraft, StarCraft, and...
No, that's it.
Oh, it was those three. Yeah. But those 3 games were like the pinnacle of those genres, and they were huge genres back in the time too.
You know, this is gonna be maybe a terrible take, but I think I'm being clever.
Okay.
I think that Warcraft 3 was more influential in gaming than World of Warcraft.
I don't know.
And the reason why,
hit me up
before
with it.
everyone takes off my head, is because if you were aware, MOBAs became a thing as a result of Warcraft 3.
If you're gonna count the use map settings, yeah, I mean Dota literally was Warcraft.
But that's literally it created a whole new genre
that is
of
the
games.
most popular genre, arguably, I think, still today of games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Me personally, I can't fuck with MOBAs.
Mhm.
I loved Warcraft 3, however. I couldn't stop playing that game. I love playing the Dark Elves. I played the whole campaign through like 5 times. But I remember when the MOBAs came out afterwards, like everybody started making MOBAs.
Mhm.
And that's crazy to say because the most successful MMO in the world ever has been World of Warcraft. And it's like drained people's life savings in a way. Like it's crazy how big of a deal it was.
Yeah.
But I would still argue the effects of is it Defense of the Ancients? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Defense of the Ancients, yeah.
Yeah, it literally sparked a whole new genre of gaming. You play League of Legends, that's all based off of that. All the other stuff, Smite, all that shit that came out, all came from that. So I think that's why I would say it's the most influential game that Blizzard has ever made.
Sure.
And Blizzard has made some crazy. If I were to rank it, I would say Warcraft. The Warcraft IP is the most influential one.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would say StarCraft, and then Diablo last.
Yeah.
And that's saying something considering they're the best of their genre respectively.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, yeah. If I were to be really nitpicky, I might be able to argue that StarCraft would have been the most influential then, because technically there was a UMS game, a user extended games in the old StarCraft days called Aeon of Strife, which I believe predates Dota, and that was like a Dota game basically. It's funny to call it a Dota game when it came out first, but you know.
Oh,
I think. Wait, no, is it not? Wait, did Aeon of Strife not come out before Dota? Wait, why is somebody saying no in chat? I thought it did. Oh, never mind. That guy's memeing. Yeah, but nobody cared. Yeah, I don't think it was that popular in StarCraft. There were a couple of like Dota-like games that I played in StarCraft, but none of them caught on that much. But Dota and Warcraft definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole hero system for Dota made it work super well.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there were heroes. It's been literally
you
2
could,
decades.
Yeah, in StarCraft you couldn't level up heroes and stuff like that. And what made
you
it
could.
work,
there were ways to do it, but I know what you mean. It was harder.
Yeah,
you had to get really hacky with the editor. There were all the best use map settings games ended up using like really super hacked editors in order to make the fucking maps work, basically.
Yeah. Someone says, yeah, World of Warcraft was basically the biggest game on Earth for a long time. It was, but World of Warcraft was not the first MMO, nor has it been so far and ahead as an MMO that it would eclipse creating a whole new genre that's currently, I think, the most popular genre in the world. You know, I think if you were to think about the gamer impact, I would argue MOBAs have a far larger gamer impact as a whole, like as a genre, than World of Warcraft did as an individual game. But that's just my thoughts.
Sure,
and that's not to take away from World of Warcraft. Like, I understand how massive it is. I respect it. I appreciate it. But I would still think that MOBAs are a bigger deal than one single MMO. That's my stance.
Remember, yeah.
Yeah, World of Warcraft is something I could never get into.
Yeah, same actually. I played a lot of RuneScape growing up, but I never... Oh, because I couldn't pay a subscription fee.
Yeah, too poor.
Oh.
I remember playing the World of Warcraft demo like 10 times because it was so fun to play as an orc up to like, I think it was like level 5 that you could get to.
Yeah.
Before you have to pay.
I
really enjoyed it.
If I go back then, I don't even know for me if it was a matter of being too poor because we wasted money on dumb shit. I think it was more of a matter of that, like, at that point in time, parents really didn't like paying for stuff online. It was really weird. Like, anytime your parents used any credit card shit online, they always thought they were getting, like, scammed or hacked or something. So it's really hard, like, and they already thought that, like, every game was, like, a scam, basically. So when you're like, Mom, I need to pay this, they're like, I'm not typing my credit card information onto the computer or whatever. Like, you're gonna get, like, fucked. Your parents just wouldn't trust it because nobody, like, really bought shit online back then. That was really weird. Like, eBay was, like, the only site that existed, and even that was, like, considered a pretty sketchy site.
Yeah, I think that actually makes a lot of sense because I ended up playing some MMOs. I played Guild Wars for a long time.
Oh man.
I was a huge fan of the first one. I was like really addicted to like PvP and that shit. So I couldn't justify playing that. I couldn't justify World of Warcraft, or there's another one that I really wanted to play, but I just couldn't afford because at the time they were doing like the whole pay to play thing. And what's it called? A City of Heroes. That looked so cool. You can literally create you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea. I never played.
You don't know about City of Heroes? It's like you literally create your own superhero. Some of them fly, some of them have super speed, some of them teleport. Oh my day, you don't know about City of Heroes?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That shit was so cool. Like you could customize your superhero so much fly around the whole city, run up walls like Spider-Man. Like, honestly, for me, it was like it was like nerd jizz. Like it looked more interesting than any other MMO just because you could feed into my superhero love. But again, it was one of those things where you had to pay monthly, so I couldn't get in. But on the outside looking in, it looked a lot of fun. And when I would play the demo, it looked great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh man, I'm surprised you don't know.
Nope, I've never even heard of it. Was it like an MMO or?
Yeah, it was an MMO. There was one called City of Heroes and there was one called City of Villains. And like you could there would be like PvP stuff involved. I didn't get too deeply into it because again I couldn't afford it. But yeah, you should definitely like look up the YouTube videos of it. It looks at the time it looked awesome. Yeah, there was so much customization so you can make your characters look really unique. So that was part of it that was really fun. But yeah, Blizzard, part of me slightly resents World of Warcraft, and I think it's unfair to. Because I feel like that's what corrupted Blizzard, and it's probably not true. But what I felt at the time was that once Blizzard realized how much of a cash cow World of Warcraft was, I feel like their change towards profit became abundantly clear to me. And that was just in my head how it happened. Could be wrong, but I felt like once World of Warcraft came along, I feel like Blizzard afterwards was just like, let's make money. Because everything else is on the back burner.
Huh, maybe. I guess my main thing that I always followed was just StarCraft, I guess, so I never followed them much throughout anything else.
Yeah, because, they came out with Warcraft 1, then Warcraft 2, then Warcraft 3. Then World of Warcraft came out, and they said, fuck RTSs. And they did not touch that shit for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Even think about when Diablo came out. Diablo came out at a time where, like, World of Warcraft wasn't rising exponentially. And then they come out with Diablo 2, and it was a fucking cash grab. Like the whole microtransactions within.
Wait, you're saying Diablo 3, right? Was a cash grab?
Oh yeah, 3.
Yeah,
my
okay,
apologies.
yeah.
My apologies. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you're
sorry.
good.
Man, that was probably one of my biggest gaming disappointments in my life.
Diablo 3?
Yeah. Because I bought it on launch. Yeah. I bought it on launch.
Oh, cool. You were joining me and my friends waiting 12 hours or whatever for the fucking login shit to work.
Yeah.
That's stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, all my friends were excited for it. I remember staying up. It wouldn't work. We had to wake up in the morning. And, I jumped in and I saw all this talk about, like, having to spend real world money. And I just remember being so disgusted. Because, like, it just didn't resemble anything like my experience on Diablo 2.
Yeah.
And I know they did a lot of...
Apparently they patched it up a lot, and it was supposed to be ultimately... They added, like, Paragon levels or some shit, and they got it to be, like, a pretty good game. But I'd already moved on and everything.
Yeah, exactly. And after that point, I said I'll never give Blizzard my money ever again.
Damn.
And I just never did. I never bought anything with their products. I didn't get hopeful for anything. Didn't expect anything they make to be good. And I think it's changed fundamentally. It's no longer the company, even though it carries the same name. The people that made it great, the developers, the ideas behind it, that clearly changed, and that's okay. Things evolve, they modify, whatever. It is what it is. But Blizzard, as we know it, is no longer there.
Yeah, I mean, I've moved on from the main Blizzard game that I played, so yeah, and there was no StarCraft 3 on the table when they were looking at it last, so I think Warcraft 4 is going to be the next huge thing that people are looking towards.
Man, God, you just made me remember StarCraft. I remember buying the expansions. And like every race came with like 4 or 5 new units. Like actually, I think it's like 2 or 3. Was it Brood War?
Brood War came with new units, yeah, and then StarCraft, Heart of the Swarm.
Damn, I can't believe I remember that. That's like 16 years ago.
Yeah,
that's wild. Yeah, StarCraft was awesome. StarCraft was classic. I never played online because I was too trash. But I used to love playing. Even there's a single player campaign. It was a lot of fun to go through. My favorite race was Protoss, and I never thought I could like play them well. But I don't know. I guess my childhood in gaming is just fond memories now that I'm looking back on it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Don't think I'll ever be going back.
Jeez. All right, well.
No, I don't think I'll ever be going back. But it's good. I'm glad that we got past all the things that could get you banned.
So far, we'll see tomorrow. Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, listen, I think I'm the one who said all the problematic stuff. So if anything happens, I think you'll still get blamed.
Gotcha. Well, damn. Who? Wait, can I ask a couple questions? I truly don't know. Who is Preach?
What do you mean?
Like the other guy in your channel? Are you guys like friends or brothers or like coworkers or how? What? I actually have no idea like how you guys are together and do your thing. I have no clue.
Oh, okay, yeah. So after I left the military, I was dancing professionally for a few years.
Wait, what kind of dancing?
Yeah, I wasn't stripping.
No, yeah, but what's that? Would you say salsa?
Yeah, salsa and hip hop. So those are the two things that I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I'm very entrenched in like the street scene. I go to battles, I teach classes, I go to clubs, dancing. Like I like dancing. I fuck with it. That's for me like something that I was doing for work. And then eventually I stopped doing it for work and just did it from like more of a passion place because there's no money to be made in dancing. But I still would go to events. I would get involved. I would film and preach. He's also a dancer, and he would host battles. And so we would be working on a lot of events, and then that's how we got a working relationship. From there, I started doing YouTube channels. My YouTube channel, like my first, it's kind of weird, man. My first 2 videos on YouTube went viral. Both of them got like 2 million views plus. And on the second video, I invited Preach to feature. He was like one of the actors. I used to do like these more intricate videos back in the time.
Okay.
And he's like, "Hey man, I got some shit to say. You do too." And at the time, I just started doing stand up.
Okay.
So he's like, "Yo, I just started doing stand up as well." So we both like kind of understood that we were both going the same way. So I'm like, "Hey, listen, let's work together." And so yeah, after that, we just started linking up to film videos. We have more of a working relationship than anything. There's a lot of respect there. We're like very used to working with each other. But I would say it's like a work relationship first before it's anything else.
Okay, gotcha. Do you guys ever like hang out off camera or anything, or not really? You just like do videos and stuff?
Yeah, I think over the last year that may have changed, and like there's been time within our friend group that's happened. But mostly it's just work.
Okay, interesting. There's been one other group said that, and nobody believed it. The two Mythbuster guys apparently are like that. They're not actually like.
No, they don't like each other. That's different.
Yeah, yeah. But I at the very least, I've heard that they're not like friends at all. They don't do anything offset. It's strictly professional. But usually when people see like people on YouTube channels and stuff, they're thinking like, oh man, these guys must be like really close friends or whatever.
Yeah, it really triggers people. So I try not to bring it up because I think like people are like, oh my god, you guys are not friends. I feel betrayed. I'm like, bro, nobody said that we were. But people, here's the thing, right? Like people see me laughing with folks, cracking jokes, going back and forth, having rapport, and they conflate that with friendship immediately, not recognizing like. If you go to a green room with comics, like they're constantly busting each other's balls, they're having a good time with each other, and even though they never hang out or spend any time outside of work, there's a lot of familiarity and comfort there, right? Because you're just around people like that. So that's, I think, how our relationship really started. I think the most fundamental thing to a good working relationship is respect. And I think if you have that, you like really respect each other and you live by that sense of respect, then you can do a lot of things together. I think I don't think friendship is that important, to be honest with you. Actually, I don't think it's needed at all. I think it's terrible.
Sure. Yeah, I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah. You see a lot of friends who start up a channel together and they stop being friends when the channel dies.
And, or they stop being friends and then the channel dies as a result or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, if you don't respect each other, then you won't prioritize the things that matter. At the end of the day, when you run a channel, there's a lot of tough decisions that have to be made. You guys have to like agree on a creative vision. There's going to be a lot of disagreements. And here's like also the tough thing. I don't like bringing work home. When you work with somebody, right, and you guys are hanging out outside of work, the problems you're dealing with at work between each other will always bleed over to your personal time with them.
Yeah.
Like let's say you need your partner to go handle some work. It's like, cool, I'm on it. But then you see them hanging out with you at the bar when they should be working on the shit. It's like, it's hard to just feel comfortable in those scenarios. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. Like you almost have to luck into that. Like it'd be more lucky than anything else for those situations to work out because there's so much that could like make them fail. Yeah.
Yeah. I think once we're done with the channel or we're no longer like doing it, I think then it's going to be super easy for us to be friends. Like there's so much history there and so many experiences that we could just relax and not stress or think about business. You feel me?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can understand.
Yeah. Was that your one question? Do you have other ones?
No, I was just curious about that. I had no idea about that. Do you still do any dance stuff for your like channel or whatever, or is this something you still do recreationally, or are you kind of like not?
Yeah, I still do it recreationally. I don't I don't dance on the channel. I don't be posting it. One thing, yeah. Dance is like something very personal for me. We organize events and parties here in the city of Montreal, so everybody comes through and they're all dancing, having a good time. But yeah, I don't post about me dancing and stuff like that. You know, this is gonna sound weird. I feel like I have to watch what I say sometimes on videos because I think some women take it as an invitation to like start bothering me about it. And I know if I started posting me dancing and shit like that, I don't know if it was about dance, but women really like get wet for that shit. So I don't know. I try to keep a very like low profile. I don't want to invite any that female attention if possible.
Gotcha. Sure, makes sense.
Yeah, because I posted one clip one time to my Instagram, and I was just like, "Oh, this is weird." One girl, man, you know, it's funny that we brought up Anna earlier. I had a stalker lady.
Okay.
And this is like the only thing that I'm grateful for is that she wasn't as relentless as your girl, and I never met this woman. I've never talked to this girl. Okay, never seen her, never spoken to her. I started getting messages from people saying like, "Yo, there's this girl messaging me saying she's supposed to talk to you, she can't get in touch with you." And I was like, "Who?" And they said this name. I'm like, "I don't know who that is." One day I get a DM, so I open it, and this girl's like, "Hey, Abba, by the way, I'm single now, so can we talk?" And I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" But I didn't answer the DM. Then she DMs again. She says, "Listen, you came by my high school, and I was 16 at the time, but now I'm 17, so we're good to date."
Okay.
And you can imagine my point. Because you know anything underage looks super fucking sus.
Yeah, of course.
And keep in mind, this is a girl who I'm looking at her picture, and I'm like, "Who are you?" So I look her up. This girl lives like in Oklahoma. I've never been to Oklahoma in my life.
Yeah.
So I blocked her. I didn't even want to open the DM. I didn't want it to say seen. I didn't want any contact, with this person. She subscribes to the Patreon and starts messaging under a different name. So this woman paid money to be able to find a different way to message me. So she says the same message. She's like, "Hey, listen, you talked to me when I was in high school, but now I'm 17. I'm going to graduate." Like, I said, "Oh, hell no." So I blocked her on Patreon. This girl starts messaging other creators I know and be like, "Hey, listen, Abo." And she said, she keeps sending this message of her being 16.
Okay. Like years later, or is she legitimately still 16?
She's like 17 now. It's still super sus. Keep in mind, this happened like 6 months ago.
Okay.
In the middle of a pandemic, this bitch trying to say I was in Oklahoma. Like, oh man, I was getting stressed out because she was messaging all the people I knew. You know, so I understand your struggle. Thankfully, the people I knew were like, I could tell this bitch was crazy because like she was saying some nonsense. But for me, I've been like this probably for the last 2 or 3 years. I try to invite as little attention from women as possible online because I see how weird it can get and how like south it can go very fast.
Yeah, for sure.
So this is somebody I never met, never spoke to, never responded to, never liked, never seen, never been in the same state. And they're talking like we're supposed to be dating and they're underage, and just being linked to that person looks incredibly suspicious.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just I was dealing with that for a long time. She was messaging a whole bunch of people that I knew.
Damn.
Yeah. I had another woman who like, "Oh man, I have this DM. It's crazy. This DM is crazy." But she was just messaging like my friends and my family. Like I don't know how she found them, but she did.
Okay.
And she was just telling them how we're supposed to get married, and Abba doesn't know it yet. So please, if you can just let him know. And you know, my friends and family, most of them ignored it. But it's just the idea that they're trying to message these people and getting them involved. Like, I'm a quiet dude. I don't get involved in too much drama. So it just, yeah, I don't know. It really just annoyed me that that kind of privacy was violated.
Yeah. It's especially irritating because as a guy, like if you get like a few of these situations that happen, even if none of them are your fault, if like enough of them build up, eventually it looks like something is going on, you know?
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
fuck
Yeah. And I would even like, I would
maybe
even.
there's an arsonist. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, true. Yeah.
yeah. You were saying?
Oh, I was gonna say like even like given a lot of the stories that I've been involved in, like if somebody else was telling me all of them, my first instinct would be like, okay, what are you up to, dude? Because it sounds like there's some crazy shit going on. If there's so much happening, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. But the weird thing about being online is you don't have to respond. You don't have to say anything. There could just be people who they're in love with you.
Sure. Oh, because of the content
Or
I've
whatever
seen,
they
yeah.
think that is, you know? And I'm like, how do I win in this scenario? I told this to somebody recently, but I was like, listen, I don't even want to be seen near children. Like, if you have a kid, I don't want to hold it.
Jesus.
I don't want to hang around it. I don't want to be seen near parks. And it's not because like I'm worried about all this stuff. It's like, here's something a friend of mine told me.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, when I have a kid, my sisters can change their diapers, but my brothers can't.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And I know it sounds absurd in theory.
Huh.
I know parents who will pull their kids out of a daycare if a man works there.
Okay.
And they're not even shy about this. They're not even shy about this. If you're a man and you work around children, there is an elevated amount of scrutiny. You could Google this. Male kindergarten teachers, male daycare workers, they'll tell you how they're looked at and how like parents will come and look at them like crazy. And I don't get mad about it. I'm not going to sit here and moan and piss. I just say, keep your fucking kid away from me. I don't want to know your kid. I don't want to hold your kid. I don't want to be around your kid. If you got to leave your kid alone, I'm not watching him. I'm leaving the fucking room. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And people think I'm being exaggerating with this. I'm not playing with that. Because it just takes one person to say he touched my kid. Fuck out of here. You're not going to catch me slip. And it sounds crazy. There are so many stories of like, and look, let's also be clear about this. From what research shows, most of the sex offenders and people who fondle kids are men. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
From the research that's been shown. But I'm just not going to have that associated with me. I don't even want to be anywhere near young people. But yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I can understand the concern.
So that's why I don't be going to parks.
Okay.
But you know what, though? It's like, even not wanting to go is like, what the fuck is this guy hiding? I'm like, do you not know? I don't know. And being known, like, or being even implied is because, like, when that 16-year-old girl was messaging me, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that just gets picked up by a news outlet and be like, ABBA is potentially involved with, like, how does that look?
Yeah, something that was really fucking annoying that happened to me one time is so people like will submit false tips to the FBI to get them to call me or whatever, and I was complaining on stream once that like people were telling the FBI like, oh, this guy huge child porn harbor, and obviously if you get tips like that you're gonna follow up. So like a few agents come to my house, they're like, hey, we saw these things online, blah blah. And I was like, yeah, no, those are just stupid people online. And when I mentioned that on stream, this other guy on the internet, he writes this article about me saying Destiny currently being investigated for child porn. And I'm like, what? No, I'm not. So yeah, I understand the annoyances. It's really stupid.
That's going to follow you forever. Now look, as a streamer, that doesn't have that many implications because you have a direct link to your audience. For people who want to work professionally,
Mm-hmm.
if I want to book things with large festivals, they do background checks.
Yeah, for sure.
And I say this oftentimes when it comes to like a lot of PR related stuff, but even the hint of impropriety is sometimes enough for a lot of companies to never want to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they'll even
Doesn't
say
happen.
shit. They'll even be like, they'll we don't know if you did it or not or whatever. Like, it's just like, we don't want to be involved with this at this time. Like, we just don't want to risk the hit, It's like, okay, well, you can't even argue with it,
Yeah. You remember this was a weird one. And it's not necessarily a take that I share, but it's one that I understood. Remember when Mike Pence was saying, like, I wouldn't even go to dinner with a woman who's
The
not
Pence
my wife.
rule, yeah.
Yeah. And people gave him so much grief. Oh, you fucking sexist. You would go to dinner with a male. What's the issue? But if you know anything about corporate offices, okay, these kind of casual dinners, for example, that you're having with coworkers, it just takes one person to go to HR and say, yeah, he was being inappropriate. You can't do shit. Right? And look, I'm not going to go so extreme as to say, like, every woman's out there to get you. That's stupid. All right? Nobody needs to be that extreme. But if it doesn't benefit you from a business standpoint, I could 100% understand wanting to insulate yourself. Like even at work, when I remember getting oriented for military, for example, they tell you if you can avoid being alone in a room with a female service member, do so. That was my supervisors telling me that.
Yeah.
So you have to imagine that was my first introduction to professional life outside of like when I was working at JP Morgan Chase. Like this was my first official career. So I get there as a 19-year-old, and these motherfuckers are putting the fear of God into me.
Yeah.
And I understood why later because I saw what happened to some folks, right? And sometimes deservedly so. But yeah, they were telling me like, "Yo, don't be." I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can understand. It's like, obviously the world I live in now, I am afforded a lot more privilege. I don't have like a direct boss or anything like that, kind of. But it's being in that world where you're getting accused or whatever, and you don't really have to bring proof or anything now, depending on what the situation. They can be pretty spooky. Yeah. Like if you don't have like the most rock solid alibi or whatever, you might just be like completely fucked. It's pretty scary. Yeah.
To me, it's also just a cost analysis benefit. Like, listen, am I going to lose that much if I don't go to private dinners with these ladies? No. Am I going to lose that much if I can't be alone in a space or a room with them? No. So I'm going to just avoid doing it because at the end of the day, I just don't want problems.
Sure.
It's not that I'm mad at anybody. It's not that I think these ladies. I just don't want to be. I just don't want issues. Like I just want to get through my fucking day. Man, I had an issue one time in the military. This was such a crazy story. I think have I told you this?
I don't know.
That's
which story?
I remember I was just watching this telenovela. It's this telenovela called Masabe el Diablo. All right.
Okay.
All the women are hot. It's fantastic. I don't speak Spanish, but I used to like watching it because I was just like, I've never seen so many hot grandmas.
Okay.
And I watched this every day after work. So I'd get home, and we used to live in these things called what are they called? PMQs, which are I think personal military quarters, something like that.
Okay.
And they would stick about like six recruits in this thing. Okay. So the top floor was me and another dude. We had one room. The middle floor was these two women, one from like Nova Scotia and one from like another province, right? It's like a white and black woman. They were in this room.
Okay.
And the bottom floor was empty at the top. Okay. And we had a living room on the bottom floor. So 3 floors. And so I'm on the basement watching this the TV show, the soap opera, and the white woman who lives on the second floor comes back, goes up to the second floor room, and finds the black woman with a man in there. They're not having sex, but they were kind of close on the bed. They weren't naked or anything like that. But anyways, she got really upset about that. The white woman did. She started like freaking out. I don't know these people. I'm a very private dude. I just mind my business, and I'm like, if we gotta talk, I'm not really talking. Just have a good day, and that's it, right? She comes downstairs and she starts losing her mind. She's like, I can't believe there's a man in my room, and I feel really unsafe. And I'm in my there like thinking like, that's none of my business. I'm watching my show. She's like starting to hyperventilate, and I'm the type of dude like maybe this is fucked up. When a woman starts screaming and crying, I start tuning them out. Okay, like I just.
Oof. I have like a really big problem when people get like really emotional. I don't really know like what to do or how to handle them. I'm usually just like, okay, well, let's talk later. Like when you're like, because I don't know how to engage. That's like a huge problem that I have. Yeah.
Listen, I've seen white women cry so many times in my life. At some point, I just stopped giving a fuck. I don't know. I don't know why I've seen so many white women cry, but after a while, I'm just like, I don't really care. Okay, cry, get it out of your chest. I'm not going to judge you, but I don't give a fuck.
Sure.
So she's there crying and like hyperventilating in the hallway, like at the entrance of the living room. And so the way the room is set up, it's kind of like it's a rectangle. On the left side of the rectangle, there's a door entrance. The TV's right beside that door entrance. That's where she's standing. And then there's a backyard door, which leads to like the smoking area. Okay. And the way PMQs are set up, they're like really stuck close to each other. And normally 2 houses will share a smoking area. So there's people outside the glass door watching us, and they can hear this girl screaming and crying.
Okay.
And they can see me watching television while they're smoking. Okay.
Okay.
So this woman's like panicking. I was like, man, go handle it. I'm just watching my TV. I don't even talk to her. And she starts getting upset at me because I'm not reacting.
I'm not taking it seriously. Yeah.
And I'm like, listen, this is none of my business. Like, you need to go talk to your roommate. Let me watch my TV show. Then she starts howling and screaming, and I'm still sitting on the couch, confused. The people who were in the smokers area come to the door, and now they're looking inside. They could see her, and one of them opens, and they ask me, "What's going on?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just want to watch my show." And you have her in the background just howling.
Yeah.
So the police get called. Everybody comes out. I just keep watching my show because I don't got time. Then the cops start asking me questions. And I'm like, "What do you guys want to know?" And they ask me what happened. I tell them. And they're like, "Well, why is she saying that you were sexually harassing her?" I said, "Nigga, what?" Yo, I almost threw shit like across the room when I heard that. Like, I was dumbfounded. Imagine just sitting in one spot.
Yeah.
Not minding your fucking business. And this woman had the audacity to say that shit. But they took it that way. So I said, "Man, listen, I didn't do shit. They saw me on the couch sitting there the whole time. I got witnesses. Don't bother me about that," right? They're like, "Cool." They take the witness statements. They say, stay separate. Don't bother each other. She's going to go sleep somewhere else for the evening. I said, "Whatever. I don't care."
Okay.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
The next day, we go to course training. And my sergeant calls me into the room. And he said, "Listen, we heard what happened at the PMQ yesterday." And I was like, "Okay, sir." And he's like, "Why don't you tell us what happened?" And I tell them what happened. I'm like, "All right, that's not the version of events we heard. So we're currently investigating right now. But we would like for you to apologize to her."
Okay.
And I said, "I'm not apologizing. I literally minded my business. I did nothing." And I don't like talking about this because it sounds corny, but at the time I was applying for a support role with the Special Forces.
Okay.
So for me, it was like something I really wanted because you get bonus paid. It's a really nice job. You get really good postings and you get a cool beret. So that shit sounded fucking awesome. So I really wanted to get it.
Okay.
And my sergeant at the time had written me a letter of recommendation that once I was on my course training, they were going to put forth my name for the application. And they wrote me a memo for it. And I'd already had the memo. And they're like, "Cool, we'll forward it." So for me, I was getting really interested in this. And they tell me to apologize. I said, "I'm not apologizing. That's stupid. Like, I'm not apologizing for some shit I didn't do. It's just against my values." They're like, "Would you be willing to write it?" I said, "No, it's not about writing it or saying it or singing it. Sergeant, I do not want to apologize. I didn't do anything." And he looked at me and he paused. And I could tell like he was trying to say things without saying things. Like, "Are you sure you want to go down this route?" I said, "Yeah, I didn't do shit." He said, "Okay." So I leave the office. A couple days later, they rescind the memo that he'd written for me.
The recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah.
The investigation gets concluded, and they found nothing that I did nothing wrong. But I remember the investigation took about like a good 2-3 months.
Yeah.
And during that time, there was a lot of questions, a lot of conversations, a lot of awkwardness, and like I could tell the way that they were looking at me was really funny from that point onward.
Yeah, of course.
And I had to sit with that shit that whole time, and all I remember, or like the big thing that I remember, is just being so angry. Like at the time, it really, really angered the shit out of me. And listen, I didn't lash out, I didn't get violent, I didn't scream. I just wanted to be left alone. I didn't want any problems, so I just kind of kept to myself for the remainder of my time in the military. But that was like the one experience where just being mentioned with something negative happening kind of derailed a lot of things for me professionally. I think it's probably one of the big reasons why I didn't stay in the military.
Yeah.
I didn't like the idea of being beholden to people like that. So that's pretty much the whole thing.
Damn. Well, that's a shitty experience.
Yeah.
There's a phenomenon that's kind of related to this. That makes people really uncomfortable when you... Oh man, this is really edgy. To bring up in relation to this, but if you are of a certain persuasion, you can justify like being a bigot, but it only works for some people. So let's say, for instance, we'll use race. Let's say that I'm walking down an alleyway and I get jumped by a black guy and he robs me. If I were to go through the rest of my life saying like, I don't trust black people, I'm scared of black people, I will never be in a room alone with a black person, and I don't have black friends because I don't trust any of them because of how they are, people would like blast the shit out of me, right? But women can say that shit about men all the time, and they're like almost championed for it sometimes. And it's irritating because like, if somebody says that they had a bad experience with somebody and they kind of like in their head have an irrational trigger towards other people, I can be empathetic about it. Like if a woman was harassed by a man or whatever, I can understand. But sometimes when the tables turn a little bit, like if you're a guy and you have a really bad experience with a woman in some ways, you can't generalize that to all women. It's not fair. But if you're a woman and you have a bad experience with a man, people will almost like celebrate you generalizing it. And that gets a really, really, really frustrating sometimes. It's like, if you're going to be understanding of one person, you should be understanding of all sides. Even if we can all come together and say, we shouldn't generalize people, we should be chill, like we should, not behave in ways where we're being irrationally triggered by an entire group of people. But yeah, like you'll see like stories on, you'll see stories of, people being treated horribly by different groups of people, maybe by the cops or whatever. And people will take this and be like, well, just seeing that story is enough to, make a lot of people scared or super triggered. And it's like, okay, well, couldn't you argue the same? Couldn't you argue that like if, certain groups of people see, like if a man sees somebody get falsely accused or whatever, maybe they're really paranoid about it. Like, isn't that fair? Even if it's not rational, even if it's not fair, like, shouldn't you at least be somewhat empathetic towards the point of view, Yeah.
Yeah. I think for an extended period of time, I think that was kind of the basis for a lot of anger that I felt, and maybe even for some of my views for some time. It takes a lot of time to unpack that stuff and to understand it. Because when you're wronged and nobody apologizes and you have to sit with that feeling, it's very difficult not to be jaded. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like it's difficult not to be angry. It's difficult not to walk around with a bit of a chip on your shoulder. And I certainly did for some time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I understand why some people have like a self-preservation response to that kind of stuff afterwards. Because at the end of the day, it's like, listen, I'm black. When you live in a really shitty fucking neighborhood, you start making generalizations and you may not say things awkwardly, but you behave in a way because you associate certain things with danger, right? So like, people make fun of white dudes for crossing the street when they see a group of black guys. Best believe black folks cross the street when they see a group of black guys, okay?
Sure, yeah.
You want to know why? Because if you've ever been jumped, okay? If you've ever had a nigga try to rob your shoes, which is like one of the most humiliating experiences in your fucking life, where you have to walk home barefooted, right?
Yeah. Fuck. Have you? There's a Chris Rock skit of like going to the money machine and looking over your shoulder or whatever. You ever heard this or whatever?
Yeah, it's like you understand that, right?
Yeah.
And so in my experience as well, after that experience with that lady, it's like, you think I'm stupid enough to put myself in that situation ever again? You're bugging. I'll be trying to leave a room if I ever see some shit like that pop. I'm trying to get away ASAP, right? So, so for me, I completely understand that experience. I think our job as human beings, even if we have these biases, is to try to see our blind spots and try to mitigate for them as much as possible, understanding that they're there. That's a responsibility. We can't always control their self-defense mechanism. It's a primal thing. You know what I mean? I slap you 5 times in a row. The moment I go for my 6th slap, likely you're going to flinch. Okay? It's very difficult to just stand there, but I don't think this time it's very natural for human beings to try to present themselves. But I think our responsibility is to recognize why we're having that reaction and to understand it's not always justified, and to try to mitigate for that as much as possible.
Yeah.
And that's the growth process that people have to have. In that same token, like, I'm not going to get mad at a woman who's been assaulted, okay, for being wary of men when she's walking home late at night. Would anybody? Would you look at a woman who's like, I've had this happen before where I'm like walking home at midnight and I'm like leaving the metro and there's a girl in front of me, and I could tell she's like terrified of being raped. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to go home and masturbate.
Yeah.
And this woman's out here looking over her shoulder like I'm going to steal her shitty purse.
Mhm.
Like, fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I used to have this joke. This is like a true story. I feel like I had this joke about how like I try to speed up so I could pass the woman, but she kept speeding up.
Oh, and you're
And
like
so-
chasing.
Yeah. It was a good joke, but anyways, all this to say, I understand why she has that. Like, I can be sympathetic enough to understand.
This
You
is like
know?
if you're ever in a city, we do a lot of walking. That sometimes these situations come up where like there's a woman in front of you, and you end up taking like 2 of the same turns, and you know
Yeah.
that she like knows that you're there, and you almost want to like take a different route home because you're like, this motherfucker thinks I'm following them. Yeah.
I swear to God, one time I literally walked into the middle of the street and way around her, past her. I like sped up just so she would feel at ease. Because I was getting tired of her like looking over her shoulder at me like, yeah.
Yeah.
You try to do things just to make people feel comfortable because like I'm not mad at her. Like I get why she's afraid.
Sure. Yeah.
But the same way I can understand why she's afraid, I think people also have to understand why some other, why, for example, I might have been afraid in certain situations. Like I never want to go through that again.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I never want to just be minding my fucking business and then have my whole character come into question for something that
Hold
I
on.
had zero participating in.
Yeah, 100%. That's super fucked up. Hold on, I need to address some dipshit in chat. So somebody's like, didn't you make fun of a 2X post for saying that? So somebody posted, there's this fake, horrible man-hating subreddit called 2X Chromosomes. It's a garbage subreddit. But somebody posted, like, sometimes when I'm walking behind women in alleyways, what I'll do is I'll run up to them and I'll say, hey, just coming by you, but I'm not going to rape you. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Why the fuck would you walk up next to somebody and say some stupid shit like, oh, just coming by you, but no danger? Like, that was stupid. Of course, I'm going to make fun of saying some shit like that. That was dumb as fuck. That's not the same thing as what we're talking about. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So wait, the person actually said that, or they're just trolling?
No, they were saying it was, so some woman posted and she was like, I was walking in it. I think half the stories posted on the subreddit are fucking fake, okay? It's just crazy women that fucking hate men. But like, she was posting, she was like, so I was walking down the street one day and I noticed that there was a man following me. I was getting kind of nervous, but the guy did something really nice. He walked up to me really quickly and he said, hey, I'm just passing by you, don't worry. And then he kept walking and I was like, wow, that made me feel really safe. And I was like, this just sounds so stupid.
That's just fake. That didn't happen.
I just like, why the fuck would
that didn't happen?
Like, that's
That
some
didn't
shit you would
happen.
say if you were trying to rape somebody. Like, hey, don't worry about me, I'm just coming by you. Like, I don't know.
Listen, the fact that a woman told this story and looked relieved, like, bitch, stop making shit up for brownie points. Like, some people are so desperate for attention online, they'll just make up stories on a fucking subreddit. It's like, what a loser. That's such a obviously fake story. Like, I don't know. But
oh shit, hold on. Just so that people don't accuse me of misquoting. Hold on, I just want to read real quick. It's like one paragraph, I think. So the title of this post is, excuse me, miss, don't feel alarmed. I'm walking behind you to get to my car. I'm going at a bit of a fast pace. Don't worry, I'm walking right past you, said the man who walked right past me, as stated to his car on my brief stay in Minneapolis. I was going to get dinner and I was on the phone, and my mom, just in case, because it's dark out and I was scared. Right as I'm about to get inside, he says this to me, and it immediately made my night better. Of course, I'd like to live in a world where I don't feel threatened and where men don't feel the need to make their intentions known as they walk past me, but knowing that he was aware of my fears, many blah, blah. I just thought it was a really funny fucking post. This has 19,000 upvotes, by the way.
what?
Yeah, I don't. Just funny. That subreddit is crazy. If your channel is dying and you run out of shit to react to, and the whole world went sane, dude, you have infinite material in this subreddit. There's some of the stories that people post on here about fucking hating men. Like, it's so funny because if it was about any other group of people, it'd be like, dude, you're being bigoted as fuck. There was like one post that got really upvoted, and it's like, I'm tired of people saying, don't say that it's all men, and it's like, it might not be all men, but it's enough of them. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? This shit is crazy. That subreddit.
You know, whenever I hear that, I'm like, couldn't we say the same thing about black people?
Yeah, or like, or any 90.
I like watching them just fucking melt down.
Yeah, and
I was like,
that's way different.
Yeah, you're gonna have to admit, you're gonna have to own something. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't be talking about dudes, and then you better have that same view for black folks.
Yeah, it gets really weird, and it's like, maybe we just probably shouldn't be making posts like this because you're gonna have to bite a lot of bullets that you don't want to be. Yeah, it's really dumb.
Yeah, I would love that. I wish those women would be like, yeah, all niggas.
Oh man, just
I would appreciate the consistency. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would appreciate the consistency. But oh yes, we were talking about what were we talking about before?
There was your story of being afraid of.
Yeah. So the walking home late at night, like, yeah, I understand that kind of. I think it's just natural. It's natural. You have like traumatic or really severe experiences. You build defense mechanisms around it that, again, may not be good or healthy, but understandable. And I don't think that's wrong for anybody. Like, listen, okay. All right, this is super fucked up. Okay. But I also grew up in a different time. So a lot of folks may not relate to this. When I was 16 to 18, black folks in my area and white folks did not get along that well. And I mean this to the point where, like, we would go out and I would watch like black dudes and like just Arabs and folks jump white guys. And I would also watch like skinheads from across the bridge venture into the city that I lived in and jump black people. Like, that was so common. Okay. And it was really bad at that time. Like, I'd go out to clubs and I'd come out and I'd see people I knew from other schools. And I remember one time one guy came up to me, he said, yo, we're gonna snuff a white dude. I said, nigga, I'm not participating in that shit.
Jesus.
But I stood on the side and I watched 5 guys do this, right? And it was really fucked up the way they did. One guy walked up to the dude from the front and was like, hey man, how you doing? And the other dude came from behind, just sucker punched him. So the white dude was out cold. These guys, the way he hit, oh man, the way his head hit the pavement, like, that was really, for me, that's so true. I can't, like, to this day, I can't, you know, like when you see those videos of people falling and they hit their faces and shit like that?
Yeah.
I can't watch that. The moment I hear like someone slamming against pavement, like I have to turn it off. So these guys knocked this kid out. They went through his pockets, they took his shoes, they took everything, and they just bolted. And I would see that like every weekend, right? And it would be so bad sometimes that like folks would they'd go to parties. Like, this is real shit. Like, the black folks would show up at the parties. And they would just, you'd have to, in Canada, motherfuckers take off their shoes when they go indoors. These guys would show up to the party and steal all the shoes at the entrance and leave.
Jesus Christ.
They would go through the drawers of the house party and take the jewelry and bounce. So there came a rule after a while where the white folks were like, listen, we're not inviting none of the black people because they don't stop robbing us. And I'll be honest with you, I was like, I get it. Because they were acting crazy. Like, I would see, I'm like, you niggas are bugging. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but Preach also worked as a bouncer. A lot of clubs had rules against wearing certain colors. Okay?
Oh, for gang shit or whatever.
You couldn't wear certain colors. You weren't even allowed to play certain songs. Now, they didn't come out of these rules for no reason. When they played certain songs, fights would start breaking out. Okay? And for them, it was like an issue because cops would be called. They'd have to close down business if they were losing money. So, like, in my head, I'm not saying the discrimination was inherently right because sometimes it was unjustified. Like, I remember one time, oh man, this was so fucking embarrassing. I went out with my cousin and her four girlfriends to a club. That shit pissed me off. We get to the spot and they're like, you can't get in. You don't have the right shoes. I kid you not. These 2 white dudes wearing the exact same fucking shoes go up right after me, and he lets him in. And I complain. And he's like, I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Right? It was so embarrassing for me because, like, obviously my cousin and her girlfriends could get in. But and Preach will say this too. Like, he said, like, yeah, plenty of clubs had, like, he worked as a bouncer. He's like, plenty of clubs had racial quotas. Okay? So, all this to say, I think I kind of got off track, but all this to say, there were a lot of responses to negative incidents where I understood at times some of the policies. I don't condone it. I don't think it was a good thing inherently because I don't think they were right ethically. But if I'm organizing a house party, okay? If I'm organizing a house party and I'm constantly getting robbed by the Somalian community every time they come by.
Sure.
No. My area is like mostly Somalians. I'm not even going front.
Okay.
I'm not even going front you. You niggas is not coming to my house. Like, I don't care if it's racist. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to say nothing disparaging about y'all. I'm not going to go in the street and like talk some shit. But yo, the Somalians in my area was talking crazy. They was moving mad. They were moving mad. Okay? What you want me to say? Am I gonna get mad as a man? like, listen, y'all can look at me like I'm crazy. I don't even mind. Like, I know this take, and some people are gonna look at it crazy. You have to imagine when you get robbed, you're gonna take precautions that one, again, are ethically wrong. But on the other point, I think I could 100% understand why they would take it.
Yeah, so I don't have this same lived experience for sure, but this comes up a lot and it sucks every time to talk about it. But this comes up a lot when we talk about people that try to do things to get homeless people off of properties. And I noticed that there are a lot of people that have opinions about homeless people that very clearly never have to interact or intersect with homeless people. And it becomes immediately obvious when you start talking to them. So like there will be a lot of buildings that will do things like whether it's hostile architecture or calling cops or whatever to get like homeless people cleared out from in front of buildings or whatever. And, you know, people online will get so mad. Like, oh, they're just homeless people. They're not doing anything, blah, 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 blah. Like, what's wrong? Like, what the fuck? Like, nobody's ever gotten hurt by a homeless person. This is crazy shit or whatever. But if you've ever been in like not even sketchy areas of certain cities, just sometimes in areas with lots of certain types of homeless people, being like walking around a street late at night and having some dude, you know, running up to you, like screaming at the top of his lungs and you have no idea what's going on. And it's just some out of his mind homeless person. That's like some legitimately scary shit, you know? And if you were like if you were a young woman or whatever and you're walking around and you have these people like, you're like, I totally like, it sucks and issues related to homeless people suck. It's a horrible problem. And I hope we can do something good about it, but I totally understand people not wanting to have to like walk by somebody like screaming at them out of their mind every day when they're just trying to get home, you know?
Let me say this. Let me say this, okay? I dare someone disagree. People are gonna say whatever they want. If you're organizing a house party and a bunch of homeless people show up, you're not letting them in.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You're not letting them in. You're not letting them in. All you motherfuckers who are here like, oh, you motherfuckers would never let the homeless people into your house party. And why are you doing that? Because you are assuming that they're engaging in certain kind of behavior. You motherfuckers can say whatever you want, but if your shit's not the one at risk, it's easy to be virtuous.
Yeah.
It's easy. Bitch, let the homeless people come through your house party. See how that goes. Oh, but you're stigmatizing the homeless. I don't give a fuck. Let them into your party and videotape that shit. Fuck out of here. Listen. I don't care because I think it's great from a moral standpoint and from a value standpoint to say these things. And I think I agree with them on a principle standpoint. But in practicality, it's not reasonable. It's just not reasonable. It's not. So I know. You know what's funny about this?
What?
Is what I'm saying is extremely normal for the people who live in these parts and who experience it. Right? But as we're parsing words online and we're trying to understand, people who don't come from these areas or don't deal with this stuff will never understand.
Sure.
Right? Or maybe they just can't. Like, it's maybe too far removed. But it's not until you go through traumatic experience. Like, you ever have somebody break into your house? You ever have somebody rob you?
Yeah, my shitty ass fucking 95 Dodge Neon, my yellow car. When I parked, I had to park my fucking car. I couldn't afford like a parking pass for college, so I had to park it in the mall garage parking lot and walk my fucking ass to school. Or sometimes there's a shuttle. But yeah, I was going back late one night because it was 6 o'clock. Because sometimes I stay late at school to do shit. And somebody broke into my car and they stole my fucking instrument. My saxophone, and it was my broke ass fucking my saxophone and my shitty fucking my $50 stereo that I wired the whole thing myself. I was so proud of myself for it. But yeah, that super sucked. And that's when I learned about like the police. Because I kind of like I'd grown up like watching TV and shit, and I thought that like if somebody steals shit, like you call the police, you get like fucking Jack Bauer is gonna go look for your shit, and maybe like it'll take him a week and you'll have it back or whatever. But yeah, you file a claim, some dude files a piece of paperwork, and your shit is gone forever. Maybe it'll show up at a pawn shop somewhere, and if it's really expensive, you're lucky. But yeah, you just never see your shit again. Yeah, that was pretty annoying. I have this comes out the most to me. So where I'm at right now in life. Somebody can rob me blind, and I don't give a fuck. I have a lot of money. I'll replace whatever. I don't care. When I move, I leave my shit. I buy it. But back then in my life, if somebody was trying to steal anything from me, I don't give a fuck if it's a $50 stereo. I will die. I will kill you for my shit. You're not going to take something that I'm like trading hours of my life for, working my miserable ass garbage fuck job, okay, for you to walk into my life and take some shit that I bought, the few pieces of property that bring me happiness. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, I'll die for it. I don't give a fuck. It's one of my, I have a really big thing for like defensive property and shit. Like if people want to defend their like property with lethal force, man, fuck it, dude. If people buy shit, like if I'm ever in a spot in my life where I'm stealing some shit from somebody or I'm breaking into somebody's house, my understanding is my life is on the line if I'm doing some shit. I would never expect me to I would never expect somebody to catch me doing that and for them to not want to fucking kill me unless I drop everything and crawl the fuck away. Yeah. So yeah.
Agreed. I know some people are like, that's fucking material goods are never more important. Like, fuck off.
Yep.
I don't believe in that.
Not
shit
when
at
you're
all.
rich. And I hear a lot of middle class kids will say shit like, you'd really die for some blah, blah, blah. Like, motherfucker, I kill myself every day. I go to my horrible shit ass fucking job to work for these things. Okay. No. Yeah, of course. I'm already dying buying them. You better believe I'm going to die to protect them. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Here is these people must have never dealt with this. If you've never had your house broken into, you have to understand it's not just possessions that get taken, it's your sense of home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one of the most terrifying experiences is finding out something. Home represents your sanctuary.
Mm-hmm.
It's your place where you get away from the world and you're supposed to feel safe. Mm-hmm. When someone breaks into your home and takes something from you, they don't just take material possession. They also rob you of your sense of home.
Yeah.
Your home no longer feels like home.
Mm-hmm.
You come home and you feel unsafe. You're on high alert. There's no relaxation. They've robbed you of that, okay? I can say this from experience because I've had someone break into my place before.
Mm-hmm.
I was hyper vigilant for like a whole fucking year. I would stress out about the doors being locked. I would triple check the windows. I would look outside and see people. Like, it really made me paranoid. I got weapons. I still to this day keep weapons right beside my bed. Right? Like, it changes you. So, hypothetical. Let's say there's a huge homeless population around my area. My place gets broken. And I'm going to keep going there. I'm not even going to front you.
Okay.
Hey,
how about, dude, what did
you?
you say earlier? Who lived near you? Was it Somalians or what the fuck was it?
What, is it bad to say homeless people?
We'll say homeless Somalians, dude. Just go all the way. Fuck it. Why not?
The reason why is because in my city, it's a lot of the homeless folks who do the break-ins. But
Gotcha.
anyways,
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna be surprised if someone sees a homeless person feels some type of way when they're ready to out the window. It's like, I think, yeah, again, the experience of being traumatized by something will override any kind of values and principles you may have.
Mm-hmm.
And look, when I say this stuff about like the experience with Somalians, all that, I got love for my Somalian people. Like I grew up around them. I speak the language. Like it's cool. Like if I had to hire a worker, it's not even an issue. But it doesn't change the fact that within certain parameters, for whatever reason, due to past trauma, there's going to be instinctive reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Justified? I don't know, bro. You know what? I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I don't know. I don't know if I could morally say what I'm saying is right or acceptable. But I'm not even gonna front you. I'm not even gonna be PC or like it's the acceptable thing. I hold those views.
Yeah. And I mean, I can't even like
it's me racist. If someone says, "Yo, Abby, you're racist," because when you see a group of black dudes you cross the street, I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, I don't care. I don't care. If you've ever been in them neighborhoods, you want to avoid encounters. You want to avoid like points of contact. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Yeah, I think probably the biggest harm you get is like, I want to be clear too. When we call these things triggers or whatever, because by definition they're not rational, right? If they were rational, they wouldn't be triggers. They would just be appropriate like safety responses or whatever, right? I'd say like the big problems with stuff like this is if you start taking this into other areas of your life, then you've probably got a problem, right? So like if you've been in shitty neighborhoods and you avoid fucking black people or whatever on the street, that's whatever, that's your prerogative. But if you're like if you grow up and you go move to like San Francisco and you've got like a tech job and you've got like a black coworker and you won't leave like your nice mechanical pencil on your desk because you think he's going to steal it, now you probably have like more of a problem at that point. That's probably worth like doing a little bit of introspection on,
Yes. You know what? And the worst part is objectively, I can hear what I said and I can like be like, you know what? It does sound fucked up.
Yeah.
No. Like, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. You're literally looking at a group of people and you're saying this is a threat. But here's another fucked up thing that I'll say. If I'm walking down the street and I see 5 white dudes with bald heads walking towards me, I'm crossing the street.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm crossing the street, right?
Uh-huh.
And is any of that okay? I don't know. I don't know if it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But my main concern is just making it home safely.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, and maybe that's just like it's a different mindset. But when you see violence and you see how fast things can escalate, like, you know, bro, I remember one time I was in a lineup for a nightclub and I just stepped on this dude, Air Forces, and this motherfucker pulled out a knife. And I'm like, this is so stupid. This is dumb.
There's a fucking Boondocks
No,
moment.
but you know why that Boondocks episode exists? Because that's real life. Like, you know what they used to call it? You know what they used to call it? They used to call it the Air Force era.
Okay. Jeez.
And the Air Force era. That's real. Okay, that's not like hyperbolic. People were crazy, and it's like, do I have time to worry about the moral implications of my decision, or am I going to be more concerned with making sure I make it home okay?
Mm-hmm.
You best believe when I seen this dude reach for his fucking waist, my first reaction was de-escalate. Because I don't got a weapon on me. I'm not going to act hard. So I'm thinking like, hey, man, listen, that's my bad. That's my apology. I fucked up. You good? And I just try to make it cool, even though this man was being unreasonable. Right? Being principled is fine when you can afford to not think about survival. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that I think I'd phrase it a little bit differently. I think you should always be principled. But I mean, like, I think that there are times where it doesn't make you unprincipled to have like certain heuristics about certain people, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I think the fine line to cut in this conversation is like, it's understandable to a degree. It's not because you were robbed by a black person once that you're like, black people can't be hired, they shouldn't have jobs. Like, listen, let's all be tempered about this stuff, okay? But I guess now that I'm discussing this with you right now, I'm trying to find out where that line is, what's acceptable and what isn't. Because as I'm saying it, I think I can understand how people take it the wrong way, but also the practical side of my brain is saying like, bruh, what else are you going to do in those moments?
I think the big thing comes to like when it comes to like not just your personal behavior, but how you're treating or affecting other people is when I would start to take a huge issue with it, right? So like if you get scared around certain people, you've got problems or whatever, you know, and you have to do what you do to keep yourself feeling comfortable. I think that's one thing. But when you start having to make decisions about how to treat other people or do things relating to other people, then I think you definitely need to be more considerate about like how you're responding or whatever. So say for instance you're a woman, you've had a traumatic experience with a man or whatever, and you avoid them for whatever reason, yeah, sure, that's fine. Like, okay. But now if you're like a manager woman and you're in a position of promoting people and you won't promote any men because you don't want to like work closer to them, now we have a problem because now you've taken your personal negative traumatic experience that you were handling on a personal level and now you're like punishing other people for your trigger, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I think that's
I
probably a good
100%
thing.
agree with that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you making me relive a whole bunch of stuff from my past, and one thing I remember that someone said that really resounded with me is like, just because something was effective, it's like your environment is going to shape you. So you're going to build certain defense mechanisms, right? So for example, it's perfectly acceptable when you live in certain places to carry a knife with you at all times. Okay? When you graduate from those shitty areas and you start to live in more upper class areas, or you know, you're more in a corporate environment, you can't carry that knife with you the same way. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, it's very difficult to turn that part of your brain off if you're shaped by those places. Like, you know, one habit like I have from the army is I just eat fast. Like, you know, just due to whatever experience I had, like I can't let go of that habit. Like, it's just,
Yeah.
I'm serious.
No,
Like,
I'm sorry. I eat super fast as well, and I have no idea why. Everybody comments on it all the time, but I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, and like I know why. It's army just kind of makes everyone eat fast, and it fucks you up. Like, it just really ruined my eating ways.
Sure.
But as I left that environment and I take a slower mode of life, we're in a much safer area, I should be able to turn off all those habits. I should be able to not have to sit in a room with my back against the wall. Like, I should be able to just sit anywhere and be okay. You know what I'm saying? I should be able to walk into a room and not be concerned how everyone's standing, what their waistband looks like. You know what I mean? How, like, what colors? Like, I should be able to do that, but you can't turn certain things off. The thing is, those things and those skill sets are absolutely paramount. I can't tell you how important it is to avoid conflict and fighting. Okay? Because if you don't know that stuff, if you don't know that the motherfucker across from you got a knife, you might approach that conversation differently. If you don't know that this person's gang affiliated, you might approach that conversation differently. So you build skills. And this, like, listen, it's not just me. Like, a lot of folks who I can talk to from industry, they're going to understand. You learn how to de-escalate or to avoid conflict because you know what the markers are. You know if a motherfucker's wearing certain things, like, you don't go near him. If you know the dude's hanging around the gas station past 2 a.m. and he's just chilling, you know these things instinctively. Are these assumptions that you're making? Are these like conclusions you're jumping to? 100%. But you need those things.
Sure. Yeah.
Because if you don't employ them, you're gonna end up in situations, and I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
I was in Haiti. I think this was like I was in Haiti. This is maybe 3.5 years ago. This was during the World Cup.
Oh, actually, wait. Just a quick question on everything. I'm just curious. So I have in my head, where did you grow up? What city?
So I kind of grew up all over. So I grew up part of my life in Addis Ababa, which is in Ethiopia.
Okay.
I grew part of my life up in Ottawa, which is a city in Canada, the capital.
Okay,
And then I did part of my life in, well, yeah, I wouldn't say I grew up, but those would be the two places. So a good majority of my childhood was out in Ethiopia, and then the other half of it was in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's like that's the two places I spent a lot of time.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about.
You said something about in Haiti, I think, is what you brought up.
Yes. Okay. So I was there during the World Cup, and you might not be aware of this, but during the World Cup, so Haitians, they love the Brazilian national team. I've never seen a country root for another country during the World Cup so aggressively. It's fucking weird.
Okay.
But we were there for like a comedy festival, so I was there working, and I speak Creole. I love the Haitian culture, so I was really enjoying myself out there. But at the time, they were going to have a hike on the price of gasoline.
Okay.
And if you know anything about it, like in impoverished countries, when you raise the price on gasoline, that like traditionally fucks people up. Like they financially can't afford for the price of gasoline to go up. Okay. So people were talking about running protests and stuff like that. And at the time, we were in the countryside in one of the smaller cities. So they waited for the Brazil versus, I think it's Germany. Maybe it's Belgium. I can't remember. Brazil is playing another team. Actually, it might have been Argentina. Brazil's playing another team. Brazil loses. The moment that they lose, they shut down the country. When I say they shut it down, I'm literally talking about like the people enacted roadblocks everywhere. Like roadblocks everywhere. Meaning like you couldn't move. They basically took tires and they set them on fire. So the country was just jammed. You guys can Google this. You can look it up. It was well documented, right? So we were stranded at the time. And we were stranded in this isolated spot. And the way this shit works, like they were running checkpoints. So if you wanted to get through, you had to pay people. And then when you get to the next checkpoint, you have to pay people. And it was so dangerous, they might just take people hostage. Like even right now in Haiti, they're taking everybody hostage. They don't give a fuck. So when we were in this small town, it was me, Preach, and a lot of like foreign comedians, as well as like our Haitian guides. And they were all panicking. So you can imagine my worry. I'm like, yo, this shit's crazy.
Yeah.
And I remember one night. One night there was no electricity. We needed to go grab some food. So me and Preach, nobody else, they were all too afraid to go out, but we needed food. Okay. So me and Preach, these are, man, some crazy things that me and that man went through. Me and Preach had to leave and go to the spot across the street to grab food from there. The problem is there was no electricity anywhere. And if you've never been in a rural country that's like, if you're in a rural part of like an impoverished country, there's no streetlights.
Mm-hmm. It's
So
a different
pitch
kind of
black.
darkness. Yeah, when you're in some of the small towns I've been in, like Iowa, Nebraska, and it's quiet too. It's quiet in a different way than it gets quiet in the city. Yeah.
Right. And this kind of quiet was weird because we knew there were people around. Right?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
there's enough moonlight so you can barely make out people and you can see them, right? Like as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you can see folks. So as soon as we walk out, I think thankfully me and Preach blend in pretty well. But if you're not from that village or that city, they can kind of tell. So we started walking to go to this place. And even though I'd never really spent time in this country, maybe 30 seconds into the walk, I started to feel the footsteps. And people were like really paying attention. And in my head, everything started clicking really fast. They were sizing us up. Okay, this is very normal. You try to figure out what people are about, and then maybe you pounce on it, right?
Sure.
So me and Preach, I tell him like, yo, let's go this way. So we cut into one of an adjacent hotel. And we knock on the door, and the guy opens it. As he opens it, the front light goes on. And as we go and we look behind, there's like 6 guys right behind us, just on the outside extremities of the light. They were literally coming to grab us, right?
Yeah.
And so the doors close. We go through a different route. We ended up getting the food, and then we stay by the coastline, by the waters, because there was nobody there. But I say this all to say that some people may look at that response, right, and be like, you just assumed that these people were out to get you. You had no way of knowing, right? But in my head, what we did was prevent us getting kidnapped in that moment. Okay? And it might sound far-fetched to people who don't understand it. But if you are from these places, you start to realize, okay, what danger looks like. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And that part of my brain, even though I'd never been in that country, still understands like the markers. Like, yo, there's a weird thing before violence breaks out. You know how they talk about bloodlust in video games?
Bloodlust?
Yeah. It's like something that like anime characters sometimes talk about, like you can feel it in the air.
Okay, sure.
That shit is also real amongst people. It's not like a real tangible thing. Some people say sixth sense. Some people like you're just like calculating things. I can assure you, if you're used to being around violence, you can sometimes feel it before it ever breaks out. And so it's just little things like that. It's little senses you develop that you start to be able to read into situations. Yeah. So all this to say, the very things that people may look at and say, oh, this is prejudicial and this is whatever, are also some of the same survival mechanisms that people use in environments where danger is a real thing.
Sure.
Like, how do you differentiate between prejudice and survival mechanisms?
Yeah, I mean,
How-
sometimes
how-
they can be
how-
like one and the same, right? That's the issue.
Right. So my question is how would you differentiate between the two?
I think, like I said before, like I don't know if I'd be too concerned with differentiating between like what is a survival mechanism versus what is like just prejudice or whatever. I think what I'd worry about is when it comes down to like how you're affecting other people's lives. You know, like if you start to negatively affect other people's lives because of how you feel, then that's something that you should probably like worry about. But if it's just like a personal thing, then I mean, like it's a different type of thing. That's on you to work on. I guess you don't have to ever really.
Yeah. You know what? I think that's probably the right take. That's a question I've been trying to ask myself, but I think, yeah, maybe that's the wrong question because the line is very blurry. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Like if
Well, I
you,
think
let's
if you
say
think
like
about
for
the
instance, like for whatever reason, you don't trust Hispanic people, you never want to date a Hispanic person. Like there's a difference between like you don't want to date a Hispanic person versus you telling other people that they shouldn't date Hispanic people, right? Like one thing is your own personal way of dealing with the world. You know, it may be shitty, it may not be, but when you start like turning that outwards onto other people, I think that's when there's like a problem worth addressing. That's really worth addressing.
Yeah. 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 I think that's the right take. Well, there you go, Destiny. You helped me unpack that shit.
Thanks.
I've never actually thought about it in depth. It's just one of those things that you just take for granted. You're like, yeah, it's normal.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
I think I only realize it's fucked up when I look back in hindsight or when I talk with folks who may not have like lived around all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I think talking to like a wide variety of people is like a good way sometimes to question stuff because you get different perspectives and different ways of looking at situations. Yeah.
Yeah. I listening to like things on YouTube and also just having like conversations with other content creators and just watching a bunch of stuff made me also privy to a lot of things that I'm completely blind to that other people experience. And that's especially true for I think women's experiences because things like I didn't know how negatively impacted women were by things like birth control.
Yeah.
Like I had no idea. Right? It's not something you learn in school. Unless women are out there telling you, with most women are not just going to actively share that with you. I didn't know. Like for some of them it's excruciating pain. For some of them the mood swings are crazy, right? So for me it was like really enlightening, I think probably in my mid-20s when I would watch like videos online or like women who I was dating were like starting to share a lot of these stories with me. And I guess it just kind of highlighted for me like how ignorant I was because I've been around women all the time, but I didn't know what it is that they deal with. Like even the fear that they feel when they're walking home late at night, there's a dude. Like I didn't understand it until much later because you're kind of oblivious to other people's struggles when you're really just concerned with your own. Does that make sense?
Yeah, especially when they're not like voicing them all the time. If it's like a normal part of their lived experience or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, the birth control one was really weird. I was like, yo, why does every girl just get on birth control? Y'all wasting my time. And then, and then I found out what they deal with. I was like, oh shit, that's fucked. Would you take a male birth control?
I mean, it would depend on the side effects, right? But I mean, like if it was like,
it's the same side effects that women will potentially deal with. Would you take it?
Again, it depends on the side effects. So like for birth control, like for some women, birth control will be a really good thing. It can help like regulate periods and give them less intense periods. For other women, birth control will be a shitty thing. You might be infinitely spotting all the time and there's nothing you can do to stop it, or it gives you like worse cramps or worse mood swings. It super depends. Like everybody has different experiences with different types of birth control. Some women get like IUDs instead. Because some women don't like the IUDs are pretty painful for a day or two for sure, at least. I don't know. It would just depend on what it was and the types of complications that could or couldn't arise from it.
Do you think men would actively take birth control if it was made readily available? And like, do you think they'd be open to taking it?
I don't really know. Like I said, it would depend on the side effects in terms of how most men would treat it, I would imagine.
You don't think that men have a certain level of expectation that women are supposed to take the birth control?
Yeah, but if it really was as simple as just taking a pill, I mean, I could see some guys being like, yeah, I'll do this. If it didn't fuck with them too much. But, man, I don't know, dude. Like, really hormonal or moody, man, that sounds really scary. So, I don't know.
But you know why I ask? Because I feel like dudes are just trash when it comes to medication in general and taking their pills. So I don't know if I'd ever trust a guy to take a pill every day.
I mean, like, don't a lot of men take, like, medication for, like, ADHD and shit?
You know, the other problem is I think men are far more reckless when it comes to sexual behavior in general. So,
I mean, that might even be fuck. I hate to. I'm not gonna do the biological thing, but like, I mean, like as men, like if somebody gets pregnant, it's easier for you to run away and never see them again. Whereas like the woman is like, oh shit, like now I'm stuck with a kid and I have no help and I'm fucked financially and everything. You know, it's like a different kind of attachment.
Exactly. So my thing was, there's a lot more implications and risk for women if they get pregnant. So I think for men who are generally far more reckless already as it is. I don't like if I was a woman, I don't know if I'd trust a man to take his birth control. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. For me, I really don't care if people take birth control or not because I either trust them or I don't. Like, if I trust you enough to take birth control, I would trust you enough to get an abortion. If I don't trust you enough to get an abortion, I'm not going to trust you to take your fucking birth control. So it really doesn't make a difference for me. Like, if I hook up with a girl or whatever, and she's like, oh, I'm on birth control. I'm like, that's nice. I'm not coming in you. Like, I don't give a fuck what the fuck you tell me. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. And if you are, like, the thing is, it's like, the reason why you want somebody, it's a catch-22, it's self-defeating. The reason why you want somebody to take birth control is because if they did get pregnant and they decided to like trap you with a pregnancy and they weren't going to get an abortion, you're fucked, right? But the same type of person that would do that would probably lie about taking birth control. So it's kind of like one of those questions where like, oh, it doesn't really matter like what you tell me, you know?
Oh, there's a third scenario, brother. There's a third scenario that you need to know about.
Well, the third scenario, if you're going to bring up, is it the girl that wouldn't think she'd want a baby, but then she ends up getting pregnant and changes her mind or some shit?
Yep.
Oh, sure.
That's real. Listen, that's super real. I know because I got friends who've dealt with it. And I'm not even mad at, like, I'm not even that mad at the ladies, because even though they said they would get an abortion, they would never have a kid. Let me tell you, once you got a fucking baby inside of you, your hormones change, like your brain fucking changes. So she can say whatever she wants. She can say, I'm getting the abortion. Once that baby's inside of her, her brain starts working differently. So
Yeah, maybe it might. Yeah, it might be the case, but yeah. I have like my I feel like I've repeated this a couple of times over the past few days. The argument that I basically have, I see life as like a series of levers and transactions and leverages. That's how I see all like relationships, basically, romantic, professional, business, or whatever. I always think in terms of like who has more to lose in the situation. There are certain people that I've hooked up with where like to get to their house, I've got to give like a name at a gate, and I'm driving into some like multi-million-dollar every house neighborhood or whatever. I feel like if I knock somebody like this up, you have more incentive than I do to get an abortion, so we're good. So as long as I feel like their family.
Oh yeah,
is like,
the rich girl thing. I remember that. You told me about that.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah,
You told
I
me-
might have
but-
mentioned it last time. Yeah, so I figure like that's my system. If you have more to lose than I do from you getting pregnant, then I don't give a fuck. I'll trust you if you say you're on birth control or some shit.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What's this Gus Johnson stuff? Why are they bringing that up?
Sorry.
How you fucking so many women from gated communities?
Because it's every fucking girl that lives like around this area and like goes to school or whatever in fucking LA is like girls I know up in Malibu. Like every fucking community that you drive, is it Calabasas? Every time I drive north, if I know anybody that lives north of LA, if it's going to be a 30-minute drive, then whatever community there is, there's either a guy at the gate or there's something I have to key into every time.
But hold on, I'm confused. Like when you're on Tinder, you just like looking for mansions when you fucking these bras? Like I don't understand.
No, I don't know. I mean, like, there's probably, if it's people that are reaching out to me, the type of people that probably watch streams and all that shit, you're probably already selecting for like a wealthier group of people, right? Nobody from the fucking hood is turning on twitch.tv and watching me for political takes, right? That's my guess. I don't know. You know better than I do.
Hold up. You told me you use Tinder.
Yeah, sometimes I do, but I hook up with all sorts of people. Sometimes I hook up with streamers. Sometimes it's fans that message me. Sometimes I'm on Tinder. It just depends on what I'm.
But you just don't be fucking with the poor girls.
No, I'll fuck with poor girls, but I'm not gonna come in a poor girl. That's the difference. Okay? That's Calabasas. I don't know what the fuck these cities are. There's like 30 cities like north of LA.
I
or
could
whatever,
just
all
see
near
Destiny
Malibu.
being like, "Bitch, where's your postal code?" All right, I'm coming inside.
Yeah, basically.
I couldn't imagine busting inside a girl based off their postal code. That's wild, brother.
It's just about who has more to lose, man. Fuck. If you're from a rich family, then fuck it. Like, you're not gonna fuck around. You're not gonna ruin your life on some shit.
I have never seen prejudicial orgasms. This is wild, people. That's crazy. I'm not mad at them. I get it. Hey, bitch, how much did your parents pay for your home? All right, you getting the semen inside.
Yeah, basically, if your dad dies, how rich are you gonna be? Damn. Okay. Well, you know what? Then we're safe.
Yeah. So basically, you're saying that the only people who get the privilege of enjoying your semen properly are the privileged people.
I mean, damn. There's other places you can finish. It doesn't have to be inside the fucking baby making factory. Okay.
But we all know, as you get older, that's the best place.
I mean,
you know, when I was younger, busted in the mouth on the back was acceptable. But as I get older, I'm like, if I really want to pull out anymore.
Oh, well, that's one opinion, you know. Wait.
Oh yes. So you're gonna say?
I need to run to my fridge and get my water real quick. I'm thirsty. Okay.
All right, cool. I'm gonna look up this Gus Johnson stuff real quick.
Okay. Also, hold on. Real quick question, guys. Okay, there's like a thing next to me that I can't mine because it's like glitched in the floor. Is there anything I can do here? Because this fucking map won't unload, and I'm at 14 out of 500. It's driving me fucking crazy. It's like right over here, and sometimes I try to like detect it, and it won't do it. Is there any like workaround for this, or are you just fucked? This is so irritating. All right, hold on. Let me get a drink water real quick. 1 sec.
Yeah, guys. Me personally, I only bust in poor people, but they don't know that I'm shooting blanks, so I'm like letting them know I might be your meal ticket. Psych! Do you want to have my babies? Do you want to have my babies? Can't have any.
Cheat, no clip 1, save before. Wait, why save before? Is this gonna like fuck my achievements up? And how is the cheating gonna help me if I have to save before? I think the Gus Johnson shit was him being In case you fall through the ground. Was him like he was being really shitty to an ex-girlfriend? I don't know if it was like really fucked up or.
It seems like okay, this is the title I see. It says "My Pregnancy Dot," so I already know. Once you use 2 words for a YouTube title, that shit's gonna be fire. Okay.
Okay.
And she's like kind of crying on the thumbnail, so I'm assuming there's a baby involved. Someone said get rid of it, and Gus Johnson really wanted her to get rid of it.
Well, okay, yeah. To be clear, I think they had agreed beforehand though that she would be getting an abortion.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. He made the cardinal sin of thinking that words matter.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, man, that whole conversation about would you keep the baby, would you... Hey, listen, that's just some guys tell themselves to feel better. That shit don't mean fuck all. If she says she keeping the fucking baby, she keeping the baby.
Yeah, dude, and that's like
you can't do shit.
Yeah, that's a scary position to be in.
Hey, man, hold up. I feel like we're missing a lot of context. Do you have any more or no? Because
that's all I didn't read it. I haven't looked up enough to have like a strong opinion about it or anything.
All right,
Based
so
on
guys,
like the little bit that I said, it seemed like Gus was being pretty shitty. But I don't know anything else about it.
Okay, so again, guys, you know, if I said something and maybe like this guy was like, "I'll kill you if you don't get rid of," like if that happened, like don't come for me. But last thing I was gonna say is, yeah, I've had friends who've had kids with the wrong people, and oh my lord, like having a baby mama or a baby daddy who is insufferable can ruin years of your life.
Yeah.
Years. So to all the people watching at home who want to bust inside a girl or a dude, bust inside a dude doesn't matter, but bust inside a girl, okay, or let a guy bust inside of you, and he just said, "Yeah, I'll get an abortion" or whatever. Yeah, you don't want to
risk it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it with the wrong person. That's all I'm gonna say. But listen, man, we've been on for like what, 5 hours?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah. Hopefully, I gave you some content. You can make a good amount of money from it.
Yeah.
I did some good takes today. I yelled a bit, so I feel like if there's some screaming, it gets pretty good.
Okay, that's fair.
So
we'll
yeah,
see what my
I'll clip
YouTube
this.
editor thinks. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Next time we're doing this conversation, we'll do it offline. All right. You gotta do it offline, brother. I can't be out here just being problematic for everyone to see all the time.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I already know there's gonna be a bunch of clips. Apple likes when people say that. I already know. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm ready for it. Okay. I can handle it. But next time, I want to be super problematic. I'll give you an end pass as much as you'd like in private. So
Shut the fuck up. Okay.
All right, man. I'm out, man. Y'all have a good time, chat. Cheers.
Have fun. See you later. Peace out.
All right. Peace, man.
Bye. Dude, I can't get it. You don't have to pick up this stuff only in the highlighted area. It's just showing where there is more. Keep geoscanning the rest of the map. Dude, I geoscan like this entire fucking map, okay? I don't know where I'm going to find any more shit. Because I feel like this, I also, like, all the other deposits I'm finding are so small. Is this... This isn't even helping me. Fuck. It's this thing. It's right here. Like, sometimes it shows up a little bit. Just jump to a different location and jump back. See that? No, I tried that. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Really now? Okay. Good thing we saved. my god. I don't even know if I can find 2 more spots on this fucking map. Okay, I'll go look. How are we doing tonight, guys? Did we have an exciting day? I had, Melina was at the airport for like a long time, so I didn't make it back home until really late this stream. See PewDiePie's new video where he talks about his previous addiction and coming over it? No, wait, what was his addiction?
Whiskey. I love whiskey. The fine craftsmanship. The amazing flavor like no escaping.
Is this actually, or? I can't tell if it's a troll video or not. It seemed kind of weird to start an addiction video off like that, but... It's a good video? Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. I'll believe you. What was I gonna say? Oh! Okay, so can somebody tell me for the new shit? I'll probably read articles tomorrow morning before, because I don't want to get fucked. Has anything else come out that's made it seem like Alec Baldwin was responsible? The Surfs TV. Oh god, do I want to click this? When parody doesn't straight. Oh, I don't. Okay. Video on white people's need for a role model in media from a black person's perspective. Bo Burnham's.
You got me because.
Oh.
Because Midoriya isn't white, he's Japanese. But white anime fans who always like to point out how much they don't like how black fans change the race of the characters on screen never stop coding these Japanese anime characters as white, because to them, whiteness is default, it's automatic.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Abelina Sabrina. My pregnancy.
On the
Oh god, crying in a YouTube video. It's pre-recorded. I'm sorry, it's not. I can't. I have an inhuman response to emotional reactions. It's so hard for me to deal with it. That's okay. Hold on. I'm trying to just find Uranium. I'll watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow, because I don't think I have anything big planned for stream tomorrow, so we can just watch videos. Oh wait, we got Moody Booty. We got League of Legends, and then afterwards, because he sleeps early, we'll probably watch through it and see. We'll develop an opinion. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, please. Oh wait, do I have D&D tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday? Oh shit, we have D&D tomorrow then. Oh, so probably no League, but D&D. Oh, we're about to do some crazy shit in D&D too. Are you guys hyped? You should be. She pulled a destiny. What?
Thank you, everybody, for listening to the story again. Just a heads up, if you are still here, an ad for Fabulous is about to be played, so that way...
Jesus Christ. You seem like you always kind of dislike PewDiePie. Any specific reasons? I don't think so, actually. I probably didn't like him a little bit over like the promoting of like Ben Shapiro and shit. I thought was pretty dumb. But I've always been neutral towards PewDiePie. I don't like his type of content, like the XD random PewDiePie and then the horror game shit. I just don't like it much. But I don't think I've ever like disliked him. I don't think I have any strong opinions about him. I just don't know much about his content or his shit. So. He hasn't done horror shit for like 8 years. Yeah, sure, but I mean, like, that's what he got famous for, right? Originally, I'm just saying why I've like never watched him or whatever. The Alec article talks about a lead projectile. Gotcha. We should probably watch Lauren's video tomorrow again, because when I watched her video the first time, she was citing stuff from like. Here's like a thing from the Screen Actors Guild that talks about like weapon handling or whatever. Oh my god, I've got that nuke out. Whoops. But I don't know if that was relevant to Alec Baldwin's production set. Did you see today's Nick and Melina clip?
Tacos. But after this, we're gonna do. Melania, you can do it. You like chocolate, as you can tell, obviously.
What happened to Melian's neck?
Are you calling me fat?
No.
What the fuck?
No, because I'm brown.
I'm so tired of you.
No, it's because I'm brown.
No, what the fuck?
Stop. No, because
I'm so fucking tired of you.
No, because I'm brown, Melina. Get it? Because I'm chocolate. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? No.
Don't fucking touch me, dude.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Shut the fuck up.
I apologize for that one. That was my fault. I meant because I'm chocolate. You know what? Kudos for Melina for not seeing race, guys. Kudos for Melina. Kudos.
Kudos. Sounds like Bookfucker. Oh man, did Bookfucker go over? He should go over. You should go over my BX Bullet interview or my debate or whatever. That would be a good. It'd be good because he could finally tear into my bad rhetoric. I'd be fully justified in doing so because I was unhinged in that conversation. But I'm fully 2022 Destiny is going to be. You're missing so much uranium. Wait, where? 2022 Destiny is full on going to be calling people psychotic when they add crazy in debates from now on. Okay, 100%. You keep using the scanner wrong? What do you mean? I just run around holding it down until some shit like pops off. What do you mean? How am I supposed to be using it? Why do you go in the opposite direction the geoscanner is showing you? Wait, it shows you a direction? Wait, is this? It's a cone. Yeah, wait, I just noticed this. Oh my god. Oh my god, this makes it so much easier. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, never mind. This is much less daunting now. Thank you. Oh my god, I thought I just had to scan the whole fucking map. Oh. Do you think it's degenerate to put a knife with peanut butter in a jar of jelly? Yeah, people that mix up shit like that are actual degenerates. People that like do anything, like if you dip a knife into anything and then you like mix up shit like that, it's just gross as fuck. That's just disgusting. Something's wrong with you. Valk molding and chat logs about blue light cream. Oh yeah, these logs got leaked earlier. I mean, shit. You saw the studies, no one can tell you otherwise. People can argue, like, don't trust their studies. It's obviously biased, but you can only BS so much. I feel like they're playing a long game and don't want to show any studies, but do want to use your reputation to still be able to sell product in the short term, which is just shitty for you. Valkyrie, Alta invested $4 million, so it's like, why wouldn't they make it legit? Why would a company like Alta invest in something like this if they didn't also believe the research? They just don't understand how this ruins my brand. If the research is public, I really needed to be public. LOL, I'm so dumb. I should have asked more questions. I just thought it was obvious. It would be there. I'm just going to embrace the scammer life, get out of the contract, and admit I was an idiot. LeMayo. How did these DMs get leaked? Oh. Pixel 6 Pro review. Almost incredible. Dude, I ordered this phone and it's not gonna be till like December. I don't even know where to tell them to ship it to. I don't even know where I'm gonna be living. Maybe the ship date is earlier. Hold on, let me check. Oh, let me catch up on donuts too. One sec.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
5 months.
December. I'm getting I really wanted the 512 gigabyte version, so it's like.
Darkest Dungeon 2 win.
stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Okay.
Backslash.
Thank you, Steven.
Do you think the leak might be intentional? Oh, because it shows her in a fairly positive light. Yeah, maybe.
Do you
Harry
ever feel
Tipper.
like an NPC and like someone else's
Everybody wants to talk about the war on Christmas, but what about the war on Halloween? Thanksgiving and Christmas are trying to take your spooky month.
Let's see. Check your order date. So
I
when I
love black
originally
people.
ordered it, it said delivery date was December 17th to 18th. When I checked
I
it
feel
now,
like I've outpaced him
it still says
intellectually.
17th to 18th.
DGG is actually the first fan-type chat room.
I got the Pixel 6 Pro Stormy Black 512 gigabyte unlocked. Oh, right.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking
Fuck
mouth.
you, DGGL.
Has any of this game topped Factorial for you? No, but I've almost
Stop
like
stuffing your
I'm
fat
actually close
fucking
to I think
mouth.
beating this whole game, so we're done soon at least.
Hi.
Then we can do Darkest Dungeon 2 maybe. I will say that the monster killing in this game and the way that it looks is way better. Is obviously it's probably the best of any of these types of games that I've played, like having like different weapons and being able to do cute
Since
shit.
you have an RTS background,
Fucking
any
dubstep.
plans to try A4?
I might. We'll see. Why the Pixel
feel
over
like
an
I've
Android
outpaced
or
him.
no?
That's how killers are made.
Well, the Pixel is an Android, right? Or the Android even maybe.
Do you ever feel like an NPC in like someone else's life?
Pepe Mods.
I really like the idea of stock Android. I like stock Android so much.
You're a fucking statistician. You're a fucking statistician. Thank you, Steven.
You're welcome. Non-stock Android is run for me after Pixel. Yeah, just using like I don't know. I've only ever used like a Samsung phone, and then a
Stop stuffing
and then
your
an
fat
Android,
fucking mouth.
and getting shit that's all bloated up and stuff. Damn, how is this taking hours to research? 20 minutes, 20. This is a 40-minute research. The fuck? Do I have to just leave my game on overnight?
Because I'm putting 100%.
This has to be an act by Rich Campbell. I don't even know who Rich Campbell is. I don't even know who this guy is. Apparently he's a big street. What is he crying? Maybe he's like drunk. I don't know. Yeah. He cries at everything. Oh, okay. It's 2020, whatever. Men can cry now, okay? Stop being hateful, guys. Yo, did you guys see that? Fuck, no, I don't know. Some guy, some caster or some like interviewer guy for CSGO or something, I think. Apparently his wife died. His wife or his lover? I think it was his wife. And he like tweeted out like, I just found out this news, it's so sad. And he put like 6 emojis in the message and he's like, I'm gonna keep working through the rest of the event though. Good luck, guys. That was some weird shit. Maybe he's like in shock. He's still like processing everything that happened, but gather purple cacti specimen. Whoops. They have 2 kids too? Yeah, it was like such a weird tweet. It was honestly one of the most bizarre. It was one of the most bizarre tweets I've ever read in my life. Like, oh, it's so much nicer using this than trying to fucking click through grenades. What do you think about the girl who did the photo shoot with her dad's open casket? I mean, I don't care much, but I mean, obviously it's trashy as fuck, but listen, man, everybody can do their own shit. Anybody that says it wasn't trashy, though, is just, like, completely fucking delusional. Who is tweeting out like who? Oh, Demon Mama. God, how does somebody give consistently such dog shit takes? I know more VPN plugin you do. Yeah, but I'll probably do it tomorrow. I'm too lazy to do that shit now. Be sure to get a 5G SIM from Verizon when you switch. Oh, I think I already have it on my current phone. Denim's take. So silly, DM. She's a woman and women bad. Yeah, dude. I wonder how long. I wonder at what point in the future, like, you're going to have more of an excuse to be, like, a garbage human being than just saying, like, oh, people only hate me because I'm a woman or I'm whatever minority group. Like, it's got to be some point. I wish we could get a date on that. Like, when can I start making fun of you without being worried that you're just saying I'm doing it because you're, like, a woman or something? An actual oasis. Wow. The cacti are growing like crazy, guys. Oh my god. Chill. Is that a purple cacti? Yep. Scout the location containing underground. Okay, now what do I do? I've scouted it. Oh, do I have to like dig it out? Wait, is this like fucked because of the rock here? Am I not going to be able to do anything? Or scout the location containing underground. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be able to do something here or not. I've scouted this. Okay, we're going to the other one. Fuck it. Can we watch the police briefing? We can listen to it.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza. First and foremost, I'd like to offer our condolences to the Hutchins family, a speedy recovery to Mr. Souza, and our concern for the safety of all the men and women in the film industry. On Thursday, October 21st, 2001, at 1:48 p.m., we were dispatched to Bonanza Creek Ranch in reference to a 911 call advising that 2 people had been shot on a movie set. The first deputy arrived at 2:00 p.m. and EMS arrived at 2:01 p.m. It was later determined that Helena Hutchins, the director of cinematography, and Joel Souza, the director, had been shot while rehearsing a scene on the movie Rust. During the initial investigation, it was determined that actor-producer Alec Baldwin was the person that fired the weapon. We identified 2 other people that handled and/or inspected the loaded firearm prior to Baldwin firing the weapon. These 2 individuals are armorer Hannah Reed
Shut
Gutierrez,
the fuck up, Movement, alright? It's
and
a stupid
Assistant
fucking
Director
meme.
David Halls. All 3 individuals have been cooperative in the investigation and have provided statements. Over the last few days, our investigative team has been working diligently to conduct interviews, execute search warrants, and collect and process evidence from the scene. During this process, we determined that there were a limited amount of movie set staff present in the area where the actual incident took place, although there were approximately 100 people on set. Through the execution of search warrants, we have collected about 600 items of evidence. These include, but are not limited to, 3 firearms, approximately 500 rounds of ammunition, and several pieces of clothing and accessories. We believe that we have in our possession the firearm that was fired by Mr. Baldwin. This is the firearm we believe discharged the bullet. We also believe that we have the spent shell casing from the bullet that was fired from the gun. The actual lead projectile that was fired has been recovered from the shoulder of Mr. Souza.
Jeez. So it was a
Projectile
bullet?
was recovered by medical personnel where he was being treated and turned over to the sheriff's office as evidence. We regard this specific spent casing and recovered projectile to be the live round that was fired from the revolver by Mr. Baldwin. We have recovered what we believe to be possible additional live rounds on set. All the previous mentioned items, along with other items of evidence, will be submitted to the FBI Crime Lab in Quantico, Virginia, for analysis. We are working thoroughly to gather all the facts of the investigation, continue interviews, and further analyze and process the evidence. I want to ensure the victims, their families, and the public that we are conducting a thorough and objective investigation. In reference to possible charges, it's too early right now in the investigation to comment on charges at this point.
Not on YouTube.
And if the sheriff's office determines during our investigation a crime has occurred and probable cause exists, an arrest or arrests will be made. Otherwise, we will complete our investigation and forward the full investigation and evidence to the district attorney for review. Before turning it over to the district attorney, I'd like to thank our investigations division for all their Public Safety Department, EMS, and RECC, and the local FBI office for their support and assistance in this case. Also, the district attorney's office staff that has been working side by side with us during this case. I'd like to introduce First Judicial District Attorney Mary Carmick Alweiss.
Okay, I don't want to drill. I'm actually going to like go crazy with this shit, okay? Destiny, if I hand you a weapon, what's the first thing you do before you point it down range to shoot it? Handing somebody a gun that's like at a range is a different scenario than handing an actor a gun. These are two different things. Okay? Oh, fuck, I'm sore. All right. Why is this video so
Good
quiet?
morning.
Oh, wait, I have a thing to
My
make
name
this
is
louder.
Mary Carmack Altwies, and I am the First Judicial District Attorney. Thank you. My jurisdiction includes Santa Fe County. I echo the sentiments of Sheriff Mendoza and want to send my condolences to the family, friends, and tight-knit film community impacted by this tragedy. We mourn the loss of Helena Hutchins and the injury to Joel Sousa. I also specifically want to thank the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department for so thoroughly and actively investigating this incident. Our office appreciates your hard work, and together we will ensure that this investigation is held to the highest standards. I speak to the prosecutorial perspective here, and I must emphasize that a complete and thorough investigation is critical to DA review. We take the corroborated facts and evidence and connect it to New Mexico law, and we are not at that juncture yet. If the facts and evidence and law support charges, then I will initiate prosecution at that time. I am a prosecutor that was elected in part because I do not make rash decisions and I do not rush to judgment. I rely on facts supported by evidence, cooperative and credible witnesses, and I cannot stress the importance of allowing the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to continue with their quality investigation that is both serious and complex. So at this point, we will open it up to questions.
Based on the witness interviews that you've done, can you tell us a little more about how live it was on the set and how they
So I think what we've learned is we suspect that there was other live rounds that were found on the set. I won't comment further on how they got there. That's still part of this investigation is active, so I won't comment on how they got there. But we suspect that they are there. That will be determined when testing is done by the crime lab in reference to whether or not they are officially live rounds or not. That's what we're trying to determine. The firearm, when it was loaded, before it got to Mr. Baldwin, we're interviewing, and there's some follow-up questions that we need to do. So there's further investigation, further interviews, and we're going to try and determine exactly how that happened and if they should have known that there was a live round in that firearm.
Rounds found in other guns.
Did you say 500 live rounds recovered?
No, I said there was a total of 500 rounds of ammunition. That is a mix of blanks, dummy rounds, and what we are suspecting, live rounds.
How many was found in the director's shoulder that was recovered at the hospital?
Well, we know it was a lead projectile. It's still to be determined by the ballistic analysis, by the FBI crime lab, exactly what the weight of that bullet is. Maybe whether or not it was fired from that actual firearm. There'll be the riflings and things will be tested and compared. So there's a lot of testing that needs to be done to ensure that that projectile left that firearm. And so that's what we suspect.
Who pulled the trigger, and as a producer on the movie, does Alec Baldwin himself face the potential of criminal charges? And if the DA could perhaps follow up with that as well.
That may be a question better answered by the district attorney.
All options are on the table at this point. I'm not commenting on charges, whether they will be filed or not, or on whom. So the answer is we cannot answer that question yet until we complete a more thorough investigation.
Potential for Alec Baldwin himself to face charges because you have not ruled them out.
No one has been ruled out at this point.
Sheriff.
No, that's you.
He's obviously the person that fired the weapon. So we're going to continue interviewing and getting the facts of his statements and the evidence and the case and possible witnesses or anybody that has any information. So right now he is an active part of this investigation.
Sheriff.
We hope so. As of right now, everybody is cooperating with statements and interviews.
Sheriff.
So basically, there are a lot of interviews that have to be done. Okay, we've determined that there were a limited amount of people or movie staff that were actually in the vicinity of the incident. So there's also was approximately 90 people on the movie set itself. So there's a lot of interviews that need to be done still in this case, and that's going to be important. There's a lot of facts that are floating around. I wouldn't say facts. There's maybe facts and rumors that are floating around, and it's our job to figure out if they are facts or rumors.
Sheriff. What type of gun was used in this? Not a blank, not a dummy. It was like what people think of when you say bullet.
So we would consider it a live round, a bullet live, because it did fire from the weapon and
I want to build the cultivator here.
Death of Mrs. Hutchin and
I thought I had to build it down here.
Souza.
For live rounds found in other guns on set.
How much were you taking into account for previous accusations of unsafe,
Oh, never mind.
unsafe practices and negligence on other
Wait.
sets? We know you go for this set, but there are reports coming out that Hannah and David
Construct a
have
cultivator.
negligence and unsafe
I thought I had to build the cultivator way down here.
How much will you take that into account?
Well, that's up to the district attorney to determine how much that's going to weigh, but we are going to follow up on some of those statements that are made, that there were other incidents. We definitely want to speak to anybody that has any information in reference to safety issues on further sets or whether there were other issues, and we would encourage them to call the sheriff's office at 505-986-2490 with any information they may have, so we can get a good idea of what the totality of the circumstances are on this set and what's happening in the industry.
Sheriff.
Will you be
And that is something that will play into our legal analysis when we get the completed investigation from the Sheriff's Department. It obviously could play into whether charges get filed or not.
Sheriff, you're obviously sheriff responsible for
about negligence and I know you said it's too early to comment on charges, but can you speak broadly to what your office is examining when it comes to an accidental shooting versus weighing negligence, like what your office specifically looks at when we get to that point?
When we get to that point, yes, I will speak to it. I don't know that we are at that point yet, because again, we can't say that it was negligence by whom, how many people were involved. We can't say that with any certainty at this point. So when we get to that point, yes, I will speak to that.
Sheriff. What type of gun was used, and were they target practicing that earlier that day? Can anyone address that? Can you talk about what caliber of weapon that was used, and also there's been a lot of chatter about were they target practicing some crew members earlier in the day or the day before? Can you talk more about that?
I will talk in reference to the caliber of the actual weapon that was fired by Mr. Baldwin. That firearm was an F. Lee Pieta long Colt .45 revolver. There was other ammunition in the gun that we believe was fired by Mr. Baldwin.
Sheriff.
The other guns that you've recovered, I think that's an important point. Any other live bullets in any of the other guns, including the one that you recovered from Alec Baldwin?
As of right now, there were 3 firearms that were located on the set.
Why do you
within
care more
close
about this
proximity
than like
to
the strikes?
To the incident.
What
We're
strikes?
still going to determine. We'll send the firearm
John
that was
Deere
fired
ones,
by
or
Mr. Baldwin
are there
to
more
the
ones?
crime lab and do a functionality test. Obviously, it did fire a live round. The other weapon is a single-action Army .45 revolver. That one looks like there's some modification to the cylinder. It may not be functioning, but that'll be determined by the crime lab. The other firearm is a plastic, non-functioning revolver.
Sheriff, the revolver that was used, Sheriff, the...
Oh, this does work. Thank you, whoever said this.
I won't talk about specifics, but we are aware of those rumors or those statements that have been made, and we're going to do the best to track those down.
Sheriff, for clarity.
There was a search warrant that was issued in reference to any camera footage. There was camera footage, but I can say that there was no footage of the actual incident.
Sheriff, for clarity.
Baldwin's role as a producer factor into the investigation? How much responsibility do you think he actually had as a producer, and how could this influence?
You still need to send the water on the
I think
tent.
once we
I
gather
think I just
all
need to
the
go build a
statements
building
of
down there.
fact,
We'll see.
once we do all the interviews, then that will be weighed by the district attorney to see exactly, what weight that's going to give in reference to her decision to make charges.
Sheriff.
Are they on the movie set being pursued or executed?
Not at this time.
Excuse me, Sheriff.
Please, Sheriff, please.
Just generally, he has been cooperative in this investigation. I won't comment on my perception of his demeanor. Won't comment on that.
People seem to think that there are more strikes happening in the U.S. than all of history. They are
I'll
calling
say
the
right
strike
now,
with their law.
until it's proven by the crime lab, it's a suspected live round that was fired, but it did fire from the weapon and it did cause injury. So that would lead us to believe that it was a live round.
You speak to just the idea of public safety here on movie sets. Sheriff, you're obviously responsible for safety in this county. Just curious about your thoughts about the use of real weapons on the sets of movies.
Well, obviously, I think the industry has had a record recently of being safe. I think there was some complacency on this set, and I think there are some safety issues that need to be addressed by the industry and possibly by the state of New Mexico, but I'll leave that up to the industry and the state to determine what those need to be.
Two of the 3 guns were non-functioning guns.
Is there precedent for a case like this in Santa Fe County where you have somebody who fired a gun,
didn't. It was clearly accidental. He thought it was a Colt gun, but other people loaded that gun where it's kind of not the person who actually fired it, but could be held liable. Is there any kind of precedent for a case like this in your county?
No. No, there's no precedent whatsoever.
Into your investigation. I mean, it's a tricky legal battle.
It is a very complex case. It will require lots of legal research and analysis and review. That's what my team is here for, and that's how we're assisting the sheriffs at this point. That said, again, we don't know how that's going to play in until we get that complete investigation.
Sheriff, question for you. Sheriff, two of the three guns.
Sheriff.
Was the projectile taken from the director's shoulder, removed from the director's shoulder? Is that the same projectile that killed Elaine Hutchins?
We will leave that up to the Office of Medical Investigator to determine, but it's apparently the same round.
Sheriff, Sheriff, can I ask you?
He hates me. Oh, that's what he just said. He hates me. Oh.
We are aware of those statements, and we are investigating whether or not that is true or it isn't true. And I would encourage anybody that has any information that any target practicing or any firearm was discharged away from the movie set or for practice or for whatever reason to contact the sheriff's office.
Sheriff, two of the three guns were non-functioning. What do you think happened here then?
I'm sorry?
You said two of the three guns appeared to be non-functioning on that table. What do you think unfolded that afternoon?
Well, I think the facts are clear. A weapon was handed to Mr. Baldwin. The weapon is functional and fired a live round, killing Ms. Hutchins and injuring Mr. Souza.
You know, in this latest search warrant that was just released through the magistrate's office, it notes that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and Joel and the AD that handed the gun all said live rounds should never be on set. Yet there clearly were live rounds on set. So this feels almost like a false statement to police. If the armorer is going to say that there should never be a live round on set, yet there was, what's your next step as a law enforcement investigator?
Is to find out who's lying. What
We
are
know
these
there was
questions?
one live round as far as we're concerned on set. We're going to determine whether we suspect that there were other live rounds, but that's up to the testing. But right now, we're going to determine how those got there, why they were there, because they shouldn't have been there.
Can you confirm that you've interviewed
Alec Baldwin still in New Mexico, or is he left the state? Or any of the other crew members who are involved in this?
I'm sorry, who were you asking about?
Alec Baldwin, has he left New Mexico, or is he still here so we can interview him, or is he?
He's been cooperative. I'm not exactly sure of his presence whereabouts.
Can you talk about the path of the gun that was fired, how it wound up on the cart, and what you know about the chain of custody before it was picked up by the assistant director?
I won't talk about the specifics of that. That's still being investigated.
Sheriff, just for clarity, were there multiple rounds in that weapon?
I'll stay away from an actual timeline. I know, based on what I said, there's several individuals that need to be interviewed, and from those interviews comes new information that we need to track down. So I don't want to put a timeline on it. I want everybody to know that we're working diligently. Our investigative team is to wrap this up thoroughly and completely. And so there is no timeline. We want to get all the facts, get all the statements, and present that to the district attorney's office for review.
Can you confirm that you've interviewed Armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and the assistant director Dave Halls?
We have. As questions come up, other information comes to light, there may be follow-up interviews, and so I would suspect that we would want to re-interview them.
Sheriff, you said there was a small number of people inside the area where this happened. How come it's taking so long, almost a week now, to get all of those interviews done?
Well, there was a small number of people within the set area where the incident took place. Those people have been interviewed. I'm talking about 100 people on scene in different areas. So those people that were in close proximity to the incident, they've been interviewed.
And just for clarity, inside the revolver that Alec Baldwin used, were there other live rounds inside the chamber?
Not that we're aware of.
Question for the DA. Madam, the sheriff used the word complacency on set. What is the bridge, and how much do you have to go beyond complacency to get to criminal negligence, hypothetically speaking?
I'm not going to answer hypotheticals today. I will say there is a bridge, and it will take many more facts, corroborated facts, before we can get to that criminal negligence standard. And again, they're gathering that.
I'm awake at 5
as we
a.m. and it
speak.
is the fault of the Swedes. Please intervene on my behalf with the Swedes. I believe you have some sway
I
with
can't say that
Swedes.
without specifically legally researching that, but my off-the-cuff answer is no.
And for the sheriff, your experience with firearms, Sheriff, what is your view of such complacency on the set of a movie?
Anytime firearms are involved, the safety is paramount. I'll say that. Anybody knows that. If you know anything about firearms, anytime a firearm is around or about, safety is paramount.
Does it anger you that live rounds were being used on that set?
I don't let my emotions get involved. This is an investigation. We rely on the facts. Thank you. The information that I received from the detectives, there were 16 people in the vicinity of where the incident took place. Thank you for all your questions. I really appreciate it, but I think that's all the questions we're taking today. Unless the DA would like to entertain any more.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, DA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. One of the buildings that show monsters on the map and block respawning in its range. Wait, what? That sounds based. What's it called? A raider? Shockwave tower, rocket tower. Are you sure I have this building? Oh, he means a radar. Wait, do radars prevent monsters from respawning? Detects. I don't think radars prevent monsters from respawning. I've heard on other people's YouTube videos, they don't respawn in radar range. Huh. Listen, I'll believe you if you say it, okay. I'm hoping that all I have to do is, once I get water to this thing, I'm hoping that a counter is just going to appear with me mining this resource, and I can just abandon that dumbass mining station. And it won't matter. That's my hope. Jesus. Should watch crowds video on Chomsky sometime. I don't care about Chomsky that much. He's not that important. I feel like there's so many other things I need to watch first. Am I in the flow state? No, I'm in the fucking tired state. I just want to get this dumbass mission done. I think this might be one of like the last missions in this game. And then I just need to build my rocket, and then I think we're done.
Destiny, have you heard about the 4 rules? What about the 4 rules, but the 4 rules Destiny?
True. I didn't think about that. You're being psychotic right now. Chat, you're being psychotic. See a legal case about Snapchat and child endangerment. Nope. Are they endangering children? Is TikTok next? Yo, hey, fuck off. Oh no, I can't build out of the map. Oh, we can go down instead. Somebody just messaged me and said that they mod for CJTV. He was the live streamer who tied a tourniquet to the arm of Gage Grosskreut. Was this one of the guys that Rittenhouse shot? I was wondering if you're interested in talking to him. Oh, Pixel review time. Get me hyped for my phone that's gonna be here in 2 fucking months. Oh boy.
Hey, what's up? I'm KBHD here, and I've been using Pixel 6 and Pixel 6 Pro for about 3 weeks now. And this is it. This is the first year we're expecting a real Google flagship, right? So previous Pixels have been pretty nice, and they've had great cameras and pretty cool software features, but overall pretty lackluster hardware. But this is a step up. We're expecting big things, a big new camera array, a new design language. They made their own chip. There's a lot going for it, so this is their moonshot, all right? This is their chance to compete with the big dogs. So now that I've used them, I will say, these are my favorite Pixels ever, and they are the most Google phones ever made for sure. But reality check, they're not perfect, and there's definitely some areas where they come up a little bit short. So I'm gonna go over those things, but off the top, I just wanna hit you with the prices first, okay? So $599 for Pixel 6 starting, and $899 for the Pixel 6 Pro. Those are both at 128 gigs. That's really competitive. So there's a lot of action already at that like $599 price range, but also the one they keep calling a flagship, which is the 6 Pro, this is the one that's here to take shots at the iPhones and Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultras of the world, and it competes, but the 6 is the real deal. So I've grown to really like this camera bar design for the Pixels. And the fact is, it is polarizing. Like, it doesn't look quite like any other phone. Theoretically, you know, the huge new camera sensors need all this thickness here. But it could have looked like any other phone. Like the Vivo X70 Pro Plus has the same 50 megapixel sensor, but they went with a camera rectangle. But this visor, it's a look. This is the Pixel phone look now. It's very easily recognizable, and I think that's on purpose, and they can keep it this way for at least a few years. And the bar design is functional, I will say. My index finger does end up resting nicely underneath the camera bar when I'm holding it, which is nice. It doesn't rock on a table either if you're typing or using it out of your hand. The only weird part is it doesn't quite like blend nicely into the aluminum sides of this phone. Like, I think it would have been really cool if it was like a seamless blend, like one piece, like what Samsung did with the S21
Garbage
Ultra.
anime.
But there are a lot of seams all over this camera module. But hey, at the end of the day, if you're just gonna toss a case on it, like this grip case from channel sponsor D-Brand, it's basically just gonna cancel the bump anyway. But now you've got, you know, a flat, even phone, you've got your icons, logos, but it's still obviously a Pixel underneath that. You still have the visor across the back. So I think it's a win, unless you think it's incredibly ugly, in which case, try not to look at the back of the phone too much. But come on, visors look cool. But the part you look at on the front of the phone is huge. On both screens, both of these phones are huge. And I think the question naturally is, why didn't they make a smaller one? And I think Google's answer would be, well, there are people who want to spend less on a phone, but most of those people still want a big screen. So they gave it to them. So Pixel 6's screen is a pretty massive 6.4 inches from corner to corner, 90 hertz, 1080p, and flat, and with pretty small bezels overall and a hole punch in the top middle for the selfie camera. It's a pretty good screen, again, for a $600 phone. But how about that flagship though? So with the 6 Pro, we're looking at 6.7 inches, 1440p, and up to 120 hertz. It is super, super sharp, very responsive, and has been an absolute pleasure. But since they're saying it's the flagship, I can get a little more nitpicky here. These curved edges, they're kind of going out of style. I know that gets you even smaller bezels, and they are a little bit smaller, but the fact that it gets kind of a bit darker in the very corners isn't doing the screen any favors. And there also is a little bit of color shift off axis that you really straight up just don't see on the more expensive screens, like on the S21 Ultra or the iPhone 13 Pro. Also, the fingerprint reader on the display of both of these phones is kind of slow. So it appears to be an optical sensor shining a light on your finger instead of those new ultrasonic ones Samsung is using. And yeah, it's gotten kind of annoying after a while. Often it will take a full like half second at least long enough for me to get annoyed that I'm waiting for it to read my finger. I think they could have used a better sensor here, or at least done this a little faster. I am comparing it to $1,000 phones though, so again, this is what I was talking about earlier. It's impressive that it's hanging with the big dogs, but it is just undercutting it a little bit. Now the top hole punch in the middle of these displays houses the selfie camera. It's a pretty decent 8 megapixel wide camera on the Pixel 6, but it's closer to an ultra wide selfie on the 6 Pro, which I really like a lot. And it's also bumped up to 11 megapixels, so it can also shoot 4K selfie video. Fits more people in the frame. Big fan of the 6 Pro's selfie camera. And then also, you know, the little things that you sort of expect a great phone to do well, but that you don't want to have to think about too much, like clicky buttons, check. Both phones are fully water resistant, and the haptics are really good on both phones as well, so that's a Pixel thing. But the biggest new piece Google's adding to these phones is definitely on the inside, and that would be the new Tensor chip. So, designed by Google for this phone, this is gonna let them do, in theory, things that they couldn't do with the off-the-shelf Qualcomm chip they'd used before. You know, machine learning, better AI, better computational photography, all kinds of things they wanna focus on with just this phone. They can do it. And it's done that. It's really impressive. Now, a lot of people were wondering how Tensor would benchmark, and I don't think that's the right way to think about this new chip, but just out of curiosity, I threw a Geekbench at it, and we have the numbers. It got 1,035 on single core, 2,800 multi-core. So that's maybe 8 to 10% slower with the CPU on paper than the Snapdragon 888, but also still way, way ahead of the Snapdragon 765G they used on the Pixel 5 last year. But then also I did some GPU benchmarks from 3D Mark, and it was looking at 10 to 12% faster than the Snapdragon 888. But that's clearly not what Tensor is about. This might be the biggest, this is what makes it a googly phone. This is the biggest difference between the benchmarks and what the phone is actually capable of that I've ever seen. So first of all, these phones have been really quick and responsive. No performance problems from me. I've mostly been dailying the 6 Pro, which has got the adaptive refresh rate up to 120 Hertz, and I've been loving that. But it's not about the performance as much as it's about the features, and this continues a tradition of the Pixel phone being the smartest smartphone to come out every year. So, you know, besides the stuff we've already seen, like call screening, where Google Assistants can filter incoming calls.
Dude, I love that on my Pixel 2 or
Now
whatever.
Playing, which ambiently detects whatever song is playing in the background in your environment, and just keeps a running list so you can remember what song was going on in the background in the grocery store an hour ago. And we've seen live captioning of any and all videos and phone calls and movies in real time. Besides all of that, there is some new improved stuff thanks to Tensor and dedicated pieces of that chip. So first of all, speech to text, unreal on this phone. Absolutely incredible. To the point where it actually changes the way I use the phone. I try to use voice more often on this phone because it's so good. So anywhere I'd normally be typing, I use that mic button anywhere I can. And no matter how fast you talk, you can basically rap at it. You can talk 200 words per minute like Eminem if you want to, and it'll just keep going quick. It also adds punctuation really accurately, so you don't really even have to think about that. You're just automatically grammatically accurate all the time. This is gonna make sitting in lectures and people in class taking notes way less stressed, and basically anywhere else transcription is useful. And even on top of all that, it's smart. So if you say a name, it will pull from the names in your contacts, try to make sure it spells it right. If there's multiple different spellings of names for something and you correct it once, it will remember that corrected spelling of a name, things like that. If you say delete this or send, it doesn't type those words, it knows what you're trying to do, and will actually delete the words or send the message. Now there's also a new feature in Google Photos for Pixel 6 that lets you go back to any picture in your library and erase the things that you don't want. Now, this isn't blowing your mind if you've seen content-aware fill in Photoshop before, but I'm mostly really impressed with how easy and simple it makes the process. So you go into any image, go to Tools, and it's called Magic Eraser, and it automatically selects what it thinks you want to remove, usually a background photo bomber of some sort, and then you can just do it. And if there's other stuff you want to remove, you can draw a sloppy outline around it. It will auto-detect the edges, usually really well with any sort of contrast, finds the object you're talking about, and just removes it, just like that. So it kind of reads like magic, and people on Twitter loved it, but just like Photoshop's content-aware fill, it has certain things it works really well on and other things not so much. So it works best with simple repeating backgrounds, you know, maybe gradients or textures, and with a lot of contrast. But if you try to get rid of like a large object that's in front of several different backgrounds, well, that's just gonna look bad. Like, that's difficult for AI. But I was very impressed with some of the things it pulled off just messing around with it. It's probably a gimmick feature still for most people, but this is yet another demo of the powerful AI and Tensor. That can be pretty great sometimes. Now, something I thought would be better with Tensor is battery life. And, you know, maybe I was getting my hopes up too high, because what I saw Apple do with their silicon has been amazing. Like, their chips are basically the pinnacle of efficiency. Not to compare too much, but when I see iPhone 13 Pro Max getting 8+ hours of screen on time easy with a 4,300 milliamp hour battery, that's pretty amazing. So now I see Pixel 6 come out, 4,600 milliamp hour battery in the Pixel 6 and 5,000 milliamp hours in the 6 Pro, and they design their own chips. So I was thinking this would be amazing. It's not. So I was consistently getting 3.5 to 4.5 hours of screen on time on the Pixel 6 Pro and slightly less on the 6. Which is just average at best. It's not that great. Like, that's dead by the end of a long day pretty often. Now, on a $600 phone, that's not too crazy. You can probably forgive that. But on a flagship, that's a weakness. And then also on top of that, you gotta remember there is no charging brick in the box like we saw, and it supports up to 30 watts of wired charging, which is not super fast, but it's okay. And the wireless charging that's supported is even a little bit slower than that. So the battery situation for me has been overall kind of a bummer on the flagship. I can get around it by just charging all the time, like in my car, at my desk at work, but you never really want to have to do that. You kind of just want to be able to use your phone normally and not think about it. But hey, using this phone when it's not running low on battery has been awesome thanks to Android 12. I want to use it all the time. Totally made over aesthetic, Material U, and all kinds of visual overhaul happening here. So I made an entire video about all the new features here, which I'll link below that like button. But yeah, I really like most of it. At first, it definitely feels like a little spread out. Like, there's a lot of extra blank and like white space in the UI. There's these huge UI elements and really big buttons. And especially on a huge phone with a huge screen, it feels kind of cartoonish at first, but it all comes together. It's sort of this big, flowing, bouncy UI with matching colors and lots of nice scrolling physics and haptics. It all ties together. But yeah, it's just nice that no matter what wallpaper I choose, for example, the quick settings and the settings app and all the menu backgrounds and widgets all find an accent color in the wallpaper and match it right away. It's so sweet. It's nice. It's nice. My only little gripe with Android 12 is two things, actually. One, that the brightness slider is 2 swipes away. It's all the way at the top and you got to drag it down. I just think that could be way more reachable and way more accessible. And the other thing is, I don't like the new internet toggle. I usually just want to turn Wi-Fi on or off, but now that takes an extra tap. And I feel like they could just add a Wi-Fi toggle in the quick settings, but just a general internet one exists. But you know what, when you think about Pixel, what do you think of? You think of the software and the camera. I think the software is pretty great. So let's talk about the most distinctive part of this phone, the camera. So Pixels have had this same camera, more or less, since the Pixel 2, right? This small 12 megapixel sensor on the Pixel 2 was pretty revolutionary for its time, and so they kept the same one in Pixel 3, and then kept the same one in Pixel 4, and then kept the same one in Pixel 5. And it was fine because others were catching up around them with better hardware, but Google had figured out a really great way to compensate for the small sensor with incredible software. Amazing computational photography, great HDR and multi-frame bracketing and all this stuff that made their images, their night sight, all of those photos look incredible. It was almost like they just proved with these cameras that the software is more important than the hardware itself. But now here we are in 2021, everyone's catching up, and so now Pixel 6 has launched with a brand new camera system featuring a much better hardware suite, a huge 50 megapixel main sensor, but you can't actually take 50 megapixel photos.
Just as a quick heads up, megapixel has absolutely nothing, I don't think it has anything to do with camera quality. It like vaguely refers to like the resolution of the picture, but it actually means nothing. It's like, it's weird, but it's like, it's one of the most pointless ways to measure how good like a fucking camera is. That's one of the reasons why for the Pixel 2, they stuck with a smaller megapixel thing. Like, the obsession over megapixels has nothing to do with the quality of the photos. It's like,
there's no high-res mode or anything for it. It's always binning, and everything is down to 12.5 megapixels. And then there's a new 12 megapixel ultra wide And the Pro phone also gets a 4x telephoto camera as well. So, okay, been shooting with it. I think Google's still running all of their camera algorithms at 11, like when they don't need to anymore. So this has much better hardware, and they had been compensating, like I said, for a smaller, weaker sensor to bring it up and bring out all the magic. And now running that same type of look starts to make photos look a bit over-processed, a little over HDR-y pretty frequently. So there are a bunch of interesting things about this camera, but like I said, 50 megapixels doing 4:1 binning with no option to keep all 50 means you're only really getting a small amount of improved sharpness over the previous. But photos are sharp, white balance is pretty good, but still bias is a little bit too cool sometimes. But you can see in regular lighting, the Pixel does an enormous amount of HDR, and it almost looks like someone turned up the clarity slider in Photoshop just a little bit too high. So shadows never quite get all the way to black, and it's very rare that highlights like the sky are ever blown out. But then yeah, that also gives you a bit of an exaggerated, like over-processed look when the photo should just have regular lighting. Now, the thing is, this sensor is amazing. So it's taking in a ton of light and a lot of information. So actually the more difficult high dynamic range shooting situations are handled great, like shooting directly into the sun or shooting at night with bright lights. These more difficult shots are actually very impressive looking now because the processing is keeping so much information in the final shot. But even so, these darker scenes tend to overexpose when you don't adjust the slider in the viewfinder. So it's really impressive, believe me. Having all of this sharpness and almost no noise in a nighttime shot, that's technically incredible, but it shouldn't look this bright. So here's a comparison shot with the iPhone 13 Pro on full auto, just to give you an idea of the difference between night modes. It's almost turning night into day on the Pixel. But here's a pretty perfect example to visualize all this processing. On the left is a raw shot from the Pixel's camera that we colored with just a quick boost to the vibrance. And on the right side is a Google processed JPEG. And that sensor, you can see, is getting a ton of information and detail. And the processing is to make it look like what it thinks we want on a phone screen. Again, bringing up the shadows, bringing down the highlights, sharpening everything. But I think the ideal might be somewhere in between these. Now the ultra wide is pretty good. It's not amazing, but it has a lot of the same traits as last year, and I'm glad there's still an ultra wide. There's no macro mode with it though. And then the telephoto on the Pro was surprisingly good. When you're moving around handheld, although you still get much better sharpness out of like an S21 Ultra, Google's Super Res Zoom is pretty good at sharpening up and improving shots that would normally be soft, but they can still tend to look a little bit like a watercolor painting at the extremes. But overall, you know, as someone who's loved the Pixel's rich contrast look, and really honestly preferred it for years over pretty much anything else, I think this is an almost great camera that can take some tweaks and maybe some software updates, at least I'm hoping, to get better, because I've taken some incredible sharp photos with this camera, and I've also taken some weird looking ones. So basically, I guess the question is, would you rather have a camera that's a 10 out of 10 sometimes, but also a 7 out of 10 some other times? Or just a camera that just gives you 9 out of 10, 9, 9, 9 every single time? Because that's the iPhone. That 9 out of 10, that consistent shot, the iPhone 13 Pro's camera system is more consistent. But the Pixel's camera aces some shots sometimes, but then also gives me a really weird over HDR-y looking shot that I wouldn't even want to share. So bounces back and forth. I will say the video from the Pixel did really level up. Kind of the same style as the photos. It has great dynamic range, great stabilization, and that big sensor is giving you real background blur and impressively staying in focus most of the time. And in some of these harder scenes, you can definitely see the processing working. Like here, when it's trying to bring up the shadows, it's pretty noisy, but still overall color and exposure and white balance and the details are all great with the Pixel 6's video, and I'm really happy to see that. And then another thing I noticed, the Pixel really cranks ISO all the way up in the viewfinder. So you can see a lot of noise before you snap a photo and start the processing. Like, it's very easy to see this here in a screen recording, but that's what it's doing. You can see in the selfie viewfinder especially, it'll look super jacked up and really noisy just to keep a high frame rate and shutter speed when you're taking the selfie. And then you take it and you see it process, and then everything sharpens up and it looks miles better. And while that seemed kind of weird to me at first, I actually think this is a good move. So Tensor has the horsepower to just run the stuff at high ISO, and the preview might not look great, but at least it's not choppy and laggy, and then it basically under promises and over delivers. People will see the viewfinder and think this will be a bad photo, and then they'll be shocked at how good the final photo is. And when you're taking photos with faces in them, the ultra wide camera is always running at a higher shutter speed. So if you get someone moving too quick and the primary camera has a blurry face, it can merge in the faster, sharper face from the ultra wide camera into your shot automatically. I mean, you kind of just never have blurry faces in your photos. Overall, just as someone who's used now both of these phones for a couple weeks,
Yeah.
iPhone's camera system is better than the Pixels. It just is right
Fuck
now. It
you.
doesn't. It's more consistent.
What do
it
you
doesn't
know?
Struggle with over processing. It shoots to more formats. It's a better overall camera system. But the hardware is so good in the Pixels, and you can see that promise in those 10 out of 10 shots, that the Pixel fan in me is like hoping maybe in 1 or 2 software updates, it'll be a 10 out of 10 more often. But until then, because we don't know if that's ever going to happen, yeah, you saw the sample shots. That's what it does. That's how it looks. So, yeah, I want to come back to the price at the end here. Like I said, $599 for Pixel 6, $899 for Pixel 6 Pro. It's a $300 delta, and for that difference, you're getting 120 hertz over 90, 1440p over 1080, a curved screen over a flat one, some glossy sides over the matte sides. I like the matte sides better. Then you get an extra telephoto camera on the back, and you get a wider selfie camera on the front. A little more RAM, a little bit bigger screen. That's kind of it. So basically my conclusion is Pixel 6, really good phone. Really, really great deal, because for $600, this is one of the best phones you can get. And then the difference in money to get to 6 Pro, it makes it a better phone than the Pixel 6. Sure, a lot of good stuff here, but this stuff doesn't vault it over the top of all the other flagships. It just, I would get this phone if you've really got to have the telephoto or the ultra-wide selfie camera or the bigger, faster screen. That's kind of the main bullets, but I think Pixel 6 is almost incredible. And the truth is, this is the most important Google phone yet. This pivot to, from enthusiast phones and really cool cameras and software features to still being the smartest smartphone in the world, but also now having much better hardware, this new design, and making their own chip and competing, like really competing, I'm into it. I'm super into it. So it's fun to see. That's Pixel 6 and 6 Pro. It's Techtober, so there's still a lot more to talk about, so stay tuned for that stuff. Subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Wow. Damn, the shitty battery is... That's kind of a shitter one. Maybe with software updates it'll get better, but the battery life is probably one of my biggest things, yeah. Why can't I... What am I waiting on? Hold on. Am I just missing a research to get uranium? I think I need one more resource in this game, and then I can craft my rocket, and we're good. Oh, nuclear energy level 1. Fuck, yeah, I do need this. There's a Twitter thread from reviewers. For some reason, a few of the test models sent out were having worse battery performance. Damn, chill, dude. Oh shit, a new armory. Don't mind if I do. $20, Rio Flamel. Can I go to sleep? I'm about to sleep. I'm fucking tired.
By the light of the full moon I assume my true form, that of a lycanthrope, a werewolf. It seems after a long night of hunting I've killed yet another innocent. Redact Deb can erase my internet presence but not my sins. Oh, whoa.
Okay, brave. Are you gonna play Darkest Dungeon too? Yeah, I think so. We will. We'll do it. Wait, local? Are these not fucking wired into my base? Did you see this tweet? Pretty juicy. Age of Empires. Good one, maybe. Alright. It's out on Epic though, yeah, I know. Don't leave me, I have nowhere else to go. Go to bed, my chum. Damn, nobody's streaming